for everyone's awareness, this is a special meeting of the City Council that precedes the regular meeting that will start at 6 o'clock p.m. for the purpose of 2 public hearings tonight. We want to make sure that we can get that done and not totally blow off the doors of the length of the regular meeting. I know there are other council members in the building because I've seen them, but we do need a fourth to start since it's been scheduled as a special meeting. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting, special meeting of the Pontiac City Council is called to order at 5:05 p.m. Without objection, I'll hold off on the first, the invocation, the pledge, and the moment of silence until the main meeting at 6 p.m. So with that, roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk of Council Members.
Councilman Carrington.
Present.
Goodman. Councilwoman James.
Here.
McGinnis.
Present.
Nicholson. Parker.
Here.
Rutherford. Present. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, Councilman Nicholson contacted saying that he is out of town. Councilman Goodman's in the building. Is there a motion to excuse Councilman Nicholson from this meeting for personal reasons?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Deputy Clerk on the excusing of Councilman Nicholson from the meeting for personal reasons.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas.
That motion carries. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we approve the agenda. Any discussion? Amendments? All right, with that, roll call, Deputy Clerk.
Councilwoman James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford. Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas.
That motion carries. The agenda is approved. All right, first we have a public hearing for the Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Plan. The purpose of this hearing is to introduce the updated citizen participation plan for the consolidated plan and to obtain public comment as required for the Community Development Block Grant, or often known by its acronym of CDBG, under federal law. Mayor Grimal, you have the floor.
Well, may I borrow your microphone? Well, thank you. Sorry to have to borrow your microphone, Councilman, but this is a really exciting opportunity for the city. We are bringing back in-house to administer our own CDBG funds this important federal resource for the first time in well over 10 years when emergency managers gave administration of these funds to the county. And we anticipate that this will not only provide the city with more direct control over the funds, but also will actually expand the amount of funds available to our community and to our residents. So we're really, really excited about this historic occurrence. As part of that, and I want to be clear, this is for the program year starting this July 1st moving forward. Those program years that are already being administered by the county will continue to be administered by the county, but this is really a very big deal. And as part of this process, we need to make sure that we ourselves are following HUD rules, and we want to be very diligent in making sure that we're following those rules fully and completely. And we want to make sure that as part of that, we're soliciting community input into our citizen participation plan so that we can appropriately hear from the residents who are, of course, the beneficiaries of these funds. And with that, I want to turn it over to Renee Hall, who is our acting grants director. Renee?
Is for the consolidated 5-year annual consolidated plan and the annual action plan. The years for this plan is from 2024 to 2028. To go into what Community Development Block Grant is, CDBG is a HUD program that provides funds annually to entitlement jurisdictions. CDBG funds housing, public facilities, and public service activities that benefit low-income households and persons with special needs. As many of you may know, for maybe over 10, 15 years, the county has administered Pontiac's money, so we have basically been the subrecipients to the CDBG funding that's allocated for the city of Pontiac. During some time, an emergency manager said that we need to turn it over to Oakland County, and so again, we have been subrecipients for this grant. So there are 3 national objectives that the CDBG funds must primarily benefit low-income persons or households. It must aid in the elimination of slum or blight conditions, or it has to meet an urgent community need. Some of the eligible projects: acquisition and disposition. Under that, we could do clearance and demolition, cleanup of contaminated sites. We could do public facilities and improvements. So that includes senior and child care centers. Public services, including transportation and senior services. We could do housing, such as code enforcement or rehabilitation. And then there's economic development, which could include business startup, job creation, or job training. Some of the ineligible projects, we can't purchase equipment such as construction equipment. We can't build new housing, operating and maintenance expenses, or income payments. So now we're going to get into our proposed plan, and I'm going to turn it over to Deborah Younger, the Economic Development Manager.
Thank you, Renee. Good evening, everyone, to the council, mayor, and residents of the city of Pontiac. What we were proposing as a criteria for a focused area. CDBG, in order to have the most impact, we're hoping to concentrate that funding and leverage some existing funding. We know that, so what we are proposing is to select near downtown neighborhoods. We hope that those neighborhoods, there's over $600 million in activity going in and around the downtown area, and we hope to leverage that. So examples of that would be the Pike Street, Clinton River Trail Connector, the removal of the Woodward Loop, Oakland County relocating about 600 employees. In addition, we have partners in the proposed area. By that, I mean other nonprofit entities who are also proposing investments. For an example, Lighthouse is proposing $75 million in investment in the proposed area. We have Habitat for Humanity, who's similarly working in the proposed area. We also have a community housing network that's also working in the neighborhood. So the ideal behind selecting a target focus area is to leverage the resources that are already going into these neighborhoods. We selected near downtown neighborhoods to capture that investment, and it's also to remove the psychological as well as physical separation that has separated the neighborhoods from our downtown. Again, this is not a downtown program. These are neighborhoods near downtown. We hope to leverage the investment and spread it further. CDBG, we don't know exactly what we're going to get. I'll explain in a minute. What we propose to get is about $1.5 million. As such, 1.5 is not a lot of money, and we intend to concentrate it so that we can have the most impact and leverage the resources that are already being committed in and around those neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So here's the proposed area that we're proposing. It's an area bounded by Perry Street, Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Osmond Street, and Woodward Avenue. And we've broken it up into separate areas 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are just, they're not clear neighborhoods, but it made sense because of where the investment was occurring and where some of the commercial corridors are and other things that kind of make what I'm trying actual natural boundaries. So that's why we propose those areas. Using the natural barriers such as streets and commercial quarters. We're not saying that they're neighborhoods in and of themselves, but in fact, it makes sense to designate areas so that we know where we're talking about and where we're planning to put the investment. So those are the 5 areas that we will be focusing on within those areas bounded by the areas identified there, the streets identified there. Next slide. So, as I mentioned, we won't know until hopefully soon, but how much exactly we're going to get from Community Development Block Grant. Because we've been part of consortium, we can guesstimate what we anticipate. We are anticipating $1.5 million in assistance. What we're proposing for the first year, this is the first year of the 5-year plan, the first year action plan, we're proposing housing, receive $800,000. That we would focus on home buyer assistance. We're hoping to do several homes, and then home repair, that's for owner-occupied residents. Under commercial quarters, and in the 5 areas, we would focus on 1 commercial quarter in each of the 5 areas for approximately $60,000 per area, and for a total of $300,000. Blight remediation, $100,000. That is yet to be determined. When we go into those 5 areas, we'll determine what blight and remediation needs to occur. So that'd be blight and clearance and other things along that. Next is administration and planning. That's $300,000. Each of the 5 areas, we hope to develop a action plan and a specific strategy for each of those 5 areas. We hope to use some of that planning and administration dollars to do that, as well as perhaps staff that would work in those neighborhoods. So we haven't determined how we would spend that in total, and we're seeking community input into that, but we anticipate developing specific plans and strategies for each of those 5 areas identified within the broader focus area. Next slide. So these are just some of the objectives that we hope to influence. Again, the goal behind housing is to increase the stock of decent, safe, accessible, and affordable housing. So home buyer assistance will be some things we look at. Owner-occupied repair. In the future, that's what the first 2 are what we're proposing for the first year action plan. In the future, we would look at housing development, development of vacant and commercial properties, and development of vacant lots under the housing strategy. Next slide. Community and economic development, so revitalization of commercial quarters. This could be creating visual improvements to commercial properties located in the areas. Facade improvements, aesthetic improvements like streetscape, wayfinding signs, and other sidewalk repair, tree planting, benches, planters, and other improvements. Clearance and demolition, again, it would be to address and eliminate slum and blighted conditions throughout the targeted area. Employment, we could support businesses that were creating jobs for low to moderate income persons. And again, development, we could also support the development of new businesses and commercial growth throughout the commercial quarters using Community Development Block Grant funding. Administration and planning, as I mentioned before, we need to plan and manage and oversight of the funds. So it's for coordination. We'd hope to hire a neighborhood revitalization coordinator who will work in each of the 5 neighborhoods. We also could help the existing neighborhood organization, help us with the planning. So there are some of these neighborhoods have existing organizations. We would look to work with them. We could work with them to do planning and administrative activities. Last slide. And that's it. So that concludes our plan. And at this point, if it's the desire of the president, we can open it up for public comment.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the work that went into it. So this step is required for community development block grant funding to come back in-house. Administration of that done directly by the city of Pontiac. So we're looking to satisfy this step. Each year, community development block grant funding dollars have to be planned and approved. So for each future year to come, that would return and there would be a public hearing each year as well. This is a broader plan for the 5 years looking forward that the federal government requires to move forward and authorize the city to do it directly. What I'll do is I'll just do a quick rundown to see if there's any questions, clarification, or feedback from council members. Then I'll open it up to a public hearing, and there will again be a second hearing. This one is just about looking 5 years into the future. So with that, Councilman Parker, anything at this point?
I got a couple of questions.
Microphone.
Couple of questions. Who's answering? Ms. Younger, you'll be good, I think. Yes, sir. Because I do have a couple of questions. One was, when you listed out the proposed uses, where and who suggested those?
I'm sorry?
The proposed uses, you listed proposed uses for the monies.
Yes.
Where did you get, who and where, who suggested those? Or where did you get those?
We worked with, we interviewed 25 to 30 stakeholder groups as well as internal, and we've been going out now to public hearings for, not hearings, but informal town meetings with, but 25 to 30 stakeholders we had interviews with, other nonprofits, other housing and homeless providers, business sectors, business leaders, and others to give us recommendations on how we should move forward.
And as we pick those sites, how come nothing is north of Mount Com?
We just had to focus somewhere. We thought we wanted to leverage existing development existing and proposed development that is going in. As we mentioned, community development block grant is only $1.5 million. If you pick too broad of an area, it's likely that we will not see real impact. Remember, this is a one-year action plan. It's not in stone. And it's also likely that as we go through the second and fourth year action plans, that the areas of focus may change.
And my last question, you mentioned the possibility of getting $1.5 million, of which $300,000 was administration. But that cannot be used for salaries, correct?
It can be used for staff salaries. It also can be used for planning. We may want to have specific plans developed for those neighborhoods. So it can be salaries, staff salaries for administration. I mentioned that we're looking to hire a neighborhood coordinator. That would be something that could be paid for out of community development block grant. We want somebody that is on the ground, working in the neighborhoods, working with residents and working with organizations in those neighborhoods to develop strategies and action plans. So we think that somebody on the ground. But in addition, we could work with existing organizations, and they can also be beneficiaries of some of that $300,000. We haven't made a full determination of how we would use that. Community development block grant allows for 20% of your allocation towards administration and planning, and that $300,000 represents that 20%.
And my last question. And we're anticipating that the funds will be available after this July?
Yeah, July 1st, yes.
July 1st. Okay.
Thank you. Councilwoman James.
Yes, good evening, Ms. Younger. My question is in regards to the citizen participation plan. I was hoping that as part of this, prior to opening it up for public comment, that you would give us some kind of summary of what you guys came up with, because I do know that you've worked on a citizen participation plan, but nothing has really come before council as to what is going to be in that plan. So could someone kind of give us some highlights of the plan before we go into the public comment?
Okay. The plan, the citizen participation plan does several requirements. The first is that as of April 5th, the plan was posted on our website, and public comment is open from April 5th to May 5th, a 30-day window as required by by HUD, the federal statute. Moreover, we are meeting in citizen areas. We've met in District 1 at the district meeting. We've met with the North Cross group in District, which is also in District 1. We've also met at Councilman McGinnis's meeting. which is District 7, and we intend to be at Councilman Carrington's district meeting in District 6, and then this is also our public hearing process. And as required by HUD, we don't have to have official public hearings, but we thought that it was important to bring this before City Council and allow them. You can just have public comments in town hall meetings, but we thought it was important to have a public hearing and engage City Council in the process. So this is our formal one, but we have informal meetings, as we said, and we've had 25 to 30 stakeholder interviews and meetings with broad constituents, homeless shelter providers, business groups, resident groups, and so forth. And that's all listed in the Citizen Participation Plan, which is available on site on our website. Go to Grants and Philanthropy and pull down CDBG, and the Citizen Participation Plan is there, and it spells out that.
Anything further?
No.
Pro Tem Carrington?
Thank you, President McGinnis. Ms. Younger, thank you for your presentation. The area that's been chosen for the 6th District is an area that hasn't had any kind of financial investment in for probably over 40 or 50 years. So I can see why that area was chosen. Well, one thing, the $60,000 you mentioned per area, what are you exactly trying to do with $60,000? Because it doesn't go far. $1.5 million doesn't go far. Right. And I'm sort of worried that we're spreading $1.5 million out too much. So I'm just trying to find out my mind about how much can we do with $60,000 in those areas. Okay. So what was the intention of $60,000? So
the $60,000 refers only to commercial quarters. If you look at the major commercial quarters, Auburn and others, MLK, Osmond, the $60,000 would focus on just those commercial quarters there. And the thought being is that we want to support economic development in the quarters and thus support the neighborhoods that surround those quarters. So we anticipate helping small businesses in that area. We could do things such as blight remediation, facade improvements. We could also have direct assistance to small businesses that we're providing jobs for low to moderate income residents. So again, $60,000 won't do a lot, but if we focus on those 5 commercial quarters, then we can start to see some impact, and hopefully that will stimulate some further investment along those quarters as well as in the neighborhoods that are surround those commercial quarters. So that was the thinking behind the $60,000 per quarter.
Okay, well, thank you. My follow-up question is concerning participation from the community. So is this something that we require to do prior to creating this plan? I'm trying to understand the logistics of it. So is this something that we're required to do before we actually have a plan, or do we need to share the plan and then get feedback from the community?
You develop the Citizen Participation Plan, which identifies how we're going to go out and address that. So we addressed several town halls, a public hearing, and then interviews with approximately 25 stakeholder groups as part of our Citizen Participation Plan. We then developed the plan, and we're required to take that plan out for comment. So that's the order of the process, if you're asking. You develop the Citizen Participation Plan, you develop the plan, and then you seek comment on the plan.
So, can I have one more question, sir? I don't want to belabor the point. So I guess you said 25 stakeholder groups. I'm just trying to understand what groups have been a part of this process. Because no group has told me in the 6 they've been a part of this process. So I'm just trying to understand. And maybe I'm out the loop, but I just want to understand the participation level that's been in my district concerning this project.
And I don't know that there's any existing group in your district per se that was participating. Hence, we're coming to your district meeting at the end of this month because it's still within the public comment period. Okay. And as a part of the public comment period, we are required to reply and take consideration of those public comments. So we're gathering the comments. We will, in fact, address them and post those comments on the website as the comments are generated. So we're, again, we haven't necessarily talked to a group in your area if there was none located there. When I say stakeholders, many of them work throughout the city of Pontiac, because when we started the process, we hadn't honed in on a particular area. So we talked to stakeholders that operate, for instance, Safe Haven. They're an organization that operates in the city of Pontiac, but not specifically in this target area. But it helped us figure out who the population is that they serve, where that population comes from, as an example. And this is how we began to hone in on where we thought we should best focus the resources, again, for a one-year action plan. We anticipate as we go through this, we'll do course corrections, we'll learn better what's going on in those neighborhoods. But again, to not be ineffective, we wanted to narrow it to as small an area, but also as larger areas that we thought was practical in developing and spreading out the resources. And again, it's our intent to use these monies to leverage other resources. If we go in and do a facade improvement, we're not going to pay 100% from it. We would look to have other funds leverage it. If we do job creation, such as small business development assistance, we're going to look for other funding to come in. So the ideal is to use CDBG as a lever and as something as a stimulus to begin to get investment to go into those neighborhoods.
Okay, well, so next week you come into my meeting. I need to
will be
officially
there.
get that.
I will be there.
Because I'm sort of concerned, because definitely, I don't know about other stakeholders, but a call for me, I travel those blocks all the time, every day, and I get a lot of calls from that area, from residents in that area. So, I would rather those residents in that area actually get an opportunity to actually talk about some of the things they want in that area.
Absolutely. And we hope that the turnout will be good at your meeting, and we'll get some of that feedback from your residents.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Goodman, anything?
Nope, I'll pass it to Melanie for now.
Any questions or clarification before we open up for public comment?
Just to clarify, you have been to two districts associations in my community. You were at the CDC, correct?
Correct.
And you also have been to I always get their name right, the Neighborhood Association, Bloomfield Estates.
North Cross.
North Cross.
Right.
And then you'll be at my meeting on the 27th.
Correct.
And then you also have been at Michael's meeting as well, right?
Correct, and then we'll be...
There's a reason why I'm saying that is because I don't want anyone to say that you haven't been doing the due diligence, one. Two, that you're not asking for community input, because facts is facts and fictions is fictions. When you present a presentation, it's an opportunity for people to have an opinion, to state what they want to see. But at the end of the day, we have to do what's in the best interest for the city as a whole. And so what I look forward to is hearing bare brass tacks what we're going to do in District 1. That's just me being transparent. Two, if we could do in addition to the meetings you've already had, we could go when you do your second round with those community leaders, just those people who are over that, and then see what the next steps is so that we can actually have influence over what we do with the funds.
We're happy to do that.
Thank you.
We anticipate this, as I mentioned, we're setting aside 20% of the funding for planning and administration. So we don't think that this comment period is the end of citizen participation. This is the beginning. If we decide that these are the focus areas, as I mentioned, we've broken them up into 5 areas. We anticipate coming out into those areas, being on the ground, having citizen participation ongoing, community organizing ongoing, reaching out to residents ongoing. This is the beginning of the development of citizen participation and community engagement. So this is the beginning, and it doesn't stop with submittal of the plan.
Okay, so just to make sure we get this right, you will be, Ms. Younger, you will be meeting with those people in addition to what you're already doing?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Goodman, a clarification question before public hearing.
Just simply want to make the ask, are you free Monday, the 29th?
I will.
5 p.m.?
What time?
At 5 p.m.
I will. Yes, sir.
Can you come to my district meeting?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Another clarification?
When do you plan on coming to District 5?
When you ask me to, I will be. If you want me at your next one, one of us, Renee or I, will be at between Renee Hall or myself will attend. I'll work with Mr. McQueen to make that happen.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to open the public hearing, 3 minutes, one time. You're required by law, we're not trying to be in your business, but the law states you have to state your name and your address for the record, for you to offer feedback. City Council will not be voting on this plan tonight, at the later meeting tonight. There's still more time that has to go through. So with that, Mr. Bass, first up.
Good evening.
Oh, I should say the public hearing is opened at 5:34 p.m. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass. I'm president of Citizen District Council, located in District 1. And your question about the stakeholders, it was relayed to us at the association meeting Saturday that the stakeholders were those people, those community groups or different groups. And we were last. Now, when the mayor started this about bringing it back in-house, I've relayed to him a number of times that we wanted to be at the table. Not necessarily me, but we have 8 groups over in District 1. And that means not just District 1, but all over, because there were Citizen District Council in all 7 districts. However, when they had these meetings, they had outsourced somebody to sit with the administration to develop this plan. We were not there to give an alternate view of what the residents would like to see in this plan before launching it. Now, where we're at is problematic for us because we were the oversight up until this administration. Now we've been written out. And when you write us out, because we were legislated to be the oversight for not only block grant funds, but the consolidated plan. So when you X us out, you X all 7 districts out. And bottom line is, with the community groups, if you silence the CDC, you silence those groups too, because you're going to cherry pick who you want to give you direction, and it's going to be the direction of the administration, because it's under grants and philanthropy. Every planning and everything is under there. I understand that somebody has to administrate, but we are supposed to be at the table, regardless of who the people are. Somebody from each district needs to be at that table and give them an alternate view of what they're planning for us to go by. Now, when they say they're coming around to all the 7 districts, they came to us. But when they left, I had to explain to them what was told to them on how it's going to be done. So when they went to the next meeting, which was the Neighborhood Association meeting, they were prepared to ask questions. They were not prepared at our meeting. So that was null and void as far as we were concerned. So that's all I wanted to say, because I don't want to be combative with this, but I don't like the way it was done from the beginning. I don't like the way it's being launched, and it should not be to where the administration is over our grant funds. Thank you.
My name is Renee Beckley, Crescent Drive, Pontiac. There's 3 things I saw that was very disturbing on that screen, and I'm confused. That Clinton River Trail for a block grant, tearing down that Phoenix Center garage and moving people from Oakland County into the Phoenix Center. I understood that Oakland County was supposed to pay for moving their employees here. And that Clinton River, that's a total different entity. I think is that part of the state? I'm not sure, or either they have their own thing, and that garage was supposed to be paid for by some other fund. So how did those 3 things get into this? That's not people-oriented. I mean, they just every time. I mean, they probably know me by name and my phone number. I have to call here. You got craters between White Castle and the gas station on Martin Luther King. Use the money for that. There's a lot. I practically had to get my rim repaired a couple of times to replace my tires. These kids, especially in the summertime, give them a program It's not playing basketball and games and everything, but reading and mathematics, learning science and things so they can go to college, that's better, to get in college or some trade or something. It also like the job training. All these young men laying around here and not doing anything. Nobody has a job. Same thing with the young women. If they, music and swinging, slinging dope and all that. I'm not stereotyping. I'm just saying what I see. So, and it's curious, I agree with Mr. Bass. Everybody up here, especially you, Tim, you come in here, you want to do what you want, but not what the people want. This is a troubled city. This city has problems, serious problems. And for housing, you just left the meeting over there at the Lancaster. I don't know if they can get some of this money for their repairs. They in trouble. I can make a whole list, and the list can go from here to past your downtown all the way out there to Oakland Point. But of all the trouble that Pontiac has, but this kind of stuff where all the big people and the outsiders, we're nothing. You're downtown this, downtown that. There's nothing down there. You have to build from the inside out, not the outside in. I keep telling you that. You wasn't here, but only person that probably would remember is Cat Lee. You couldn't get downtown in the early 70s and the late 1960s. I was a kid. They had what people want. You couldn't hardly park on Saturday. Get that plan and focus on it. But like Mr. Bass said, you're cutting people out. We're the ones that should have a voice. This is our funding. Cut my trees in the Pontiac nose and fill those potholes. Start with that and then work with the kids.
That does conclude your time.
Good evening. My name is Jean Matthews. I live at 1142 Ekman Avenue here in the city of Pontiac. Could you go back to the screen that shows the amount of money? Okay, right there. As I listen to the presentation, I'm reminded of our subdivision over in Harrington Hills and District 5, and just had a quick question in regards to, we try to encourage the renters to have the opportunity to buy and to purchase the home. So my question would be, how would they go about receiving the information in order to purchase the home? I'm sure after Ms. Younger that you were meeting with the groups, and so we get the information from there. When I think about home repair, I'm concerned about two of my neighbors who are senior citizens who missed out on their home repair throughout the city of Pontiac. And so this might be another way for them to participate or to get some funding for their home. We had one resident who had had a stroke, and her whole porch has been just totally in need of repair. And so I'm concerned about those senior citizens who may not be able to come to the meetings. And I hear about the District 5 meetings, and that's really good. Now, we have a very active association over there where the street captains go door to door to pass out the flyers, to give out information. And I'll be contacting you. Okay. And, but how else would the residents know about the program for these community grants? Because a lot of them don't even have computers. So when I hear the comments or the proposal or presentation about you go online and you leave your comments, but how are they supposed to do that? So, and go online because they don't have computers. So I think this needs to be a way of sharing information and for the citizens to have an opportunity in either a town hall or small group for those ones who may not be able to get to the District 5 meetings, but maybe to meet at a school or somewhere that's close to their area. Because we're missing out when they have these funds, when these funds come to us, these people miss out. So I'm very concerned about that. And but the home repair for our senior citizens and for our new home buyers. Thank you.
Yeah. Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive, Pontiac, District 1. Gene, I think you hit nail on the head on a few things, but I think I'm not quite sure. But from what I heard, this is only being proposed for 2 districts. Some are part of 6 and 7. I mean,
Order. Mr. Jones, it's your time.
is it a little part of 1 in there too? Is it? Okay. Well, it's 3 of the 7 districts we have in our city, what they're proposing. And I think the questions that council people were asking was very appropriate, and I have those same questions. This is a type of funding that is supposed to be community-led. So the question you was asking, Pro Tem, have your residents been involved with this plan to this point? We found out that we have not been involved with this plan at this point. Coming to us with a plan after it's laid out is backwards. They took some stakeholders who may want to say, well, we want to leverage what we got going on, and they bought into that. I have nothing against the presenters. I think they're doing what they thought was right. But if we have an opportunity for some funding to help the residents, and it's community funding, this is the greatest time to put the community up front. Listen to the community before you come with a plan to see what the community would have some input into this plan. Now, I would say, as it was said a minute ago, one of the greatest things we could do is this economic development in our city. It's not a lot of money. $1.5 million is not a lot of money. So you're talking about leveraging with a small part of Pontiac, you're not going to affect as many people with economic development as you could. So yes, I support economic development where we look at job training. We look at an opportunity for talking about business training. Those are kind of things we can affect people across the whole community. Give everybody an opportunity for use some of this fund instead of leveraging it in just a small area to help the stakeholders who already got something going in those areas. So you were asking the appropriate question, and I'm telling you, it just did not happen the way it should have happened. And I think that's what Mr. Bass is saying. And whoever was saying about the plan for the community plan, that's very important to make sure the community and plan of how the community is engaged with this process. So if we don't do it the right way, when it gets to you all, council, you scratch your head about why it wasn't done because it wasn't done the proper way with the community up front. Thank you.
Dr. Deirdre Waterman, 312 Ottawa Drive, Pontiac. I want to underscore something that other of the community citizens have said about the allocations, and I understand this is for the 2024 allocation of CDBG, which is an estimate because we don't know exactly until the legislation is passed, and we don't get the money till in the fall, if that's what we generally have understood. But what I first want to say is, I'm glad we've gotten to this point where we're handling our own HUD money. It's taken 11 years to get to this point from when the emergency manager was going to send it back to Washington, D.C. It's been handled by Oakland County, and because they have been charging us that 20% administration fee over the last 10, 11 years, that's $3 million we have paid to Oakland County to handle our funds. $3 million that could have been spent on community projects. So this is a good thing. We're getting to this point, and we want to make sure we don't go back the other way. With any federal money, lots and lots and lots of paperwork. And one of the reasons it was going to be sent back was because the city of Pontiac had so many violations from previous administrations that we lost our authorization to handle our own HUD funds. So one of the things that we did during my mayorship was we spent 3 years just cleaning up all the past violations so that we did get authorization to be able to handle our own funds again. So now that we have it, we want to make sure we're doing things the right way. And one of the things the right way is to listen to the citizens about what they want. Now, on your suggested allocation for 2024, you have $300,000 for commercial corridors. Now, my experience in dealing with the federal government on CDBG funds is we're very specific about what we're going to do. If they said sidewalks, we had to tell them which sidewalks when you actually file the application. So to have commercial corridors is so non-specific, it's generic, it's almost like a blank check. So I would presume that you would do a plan before you asked for the money. The other thing is that I think it's good that you have home buyer assistance and home repair. And that is something, if you listen to the people, That's something they very much wanted. You know, from the rollout of the ARPA funds for the home repair, you were so overwhelmed, you couldn't even take applications after the first day. You closed it down right away, so you know that there is a need and desire for people to have home repair. So I would suggest you keep that. That's a good thing, but then add more money to it because you can't, you know, you can see there's a overwhelming desire and need for that, and it's good for the citizens to be getting something for this after this long term. So that's what I would recommend. I know we were supposed to have another public hearing about the allocation from 2019. So that means that if you're still allocating money from 2019, then certainly we're behind on 2020, 2021, 22, and 23. So let's spend this money on homeowners. That's what's needed. That's what they've asked for, and I think that would be a good way to spend the money.
Good afternoon. My name is Darlene Clark, Darlene Clark William, I apologize, 506 Nebraska Avenue. My concern is this. You have 7 council people and you have an administration, deputy mayor and mayor. And the one thing about funding that Pontiac people are very aware, it's always supposed to be a plan. The administration has showed in trying to get the CDC funds is that they didn't have a plan from the very beginning. Their intentions, intent means to try to accommodate or to try to get. His intention was to have the CD plan and he broke it down. But what he did, he played with the council and the people's intelligence. And this is no disrespect to him as a person. I don't know him as a person. But as a businessman, his plan has never been for the city to stretch this money in an appropriate way. As you can clearly see, the city is on its bended knees. Homes is looking terrible. Working on the inside of neighborhoods and trying to help people to maintain their livelihood on low-income people, he has not addressed. With this being said, he focused on downtown Pontiac, which is fine. Everybody have a dream and a vision to uplift something. He have heard the complaints, he have heard the desires and the needs that the people have asked for, and yet he falls on deaf ear. Having this plan shows us, the people, that he has not considered the people. He has not considered the ears and eyes of the council. His only plan, his only agenda is downtown Pontiac. Now, what are the people of Pontiac going to do? You know what? I know we're intelligent. We Lone Life residents. We built Pontiac. We say what we need to say and mean what we say. Now, you don't have to take it into consideration. That's your choice. But the administration, what you showing the people, I'm going to say to you like I feel in my heart, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You are not the master on a plantation doing as you choose to do. Understand that very well. I'm not angry at you. I think your intelligence is beneath me and beneath the people who earn that money that you're trying to get. The administration to get $300,000 is an insult. To work on the commercial corridor is an insult. Hear these people. What do these people have to say to you? And how long do they have to keep saying it before you hear it? This is not a plantation.
Are there any final takers to speak for everyone, since many people walked in the room? We're wrapping up one of the public hearings about community development block grant funding, looking into the future. This is sort of the process and the opportunity for people to provide feedback and help shape it. Going once, going twice, sold. That public hearing is closed at 5:53 p.m. And now I'm ready and chomping at the bit to open the second and final public hearing before the next regular meeting. So we turn it now to Grants and Philanthropy. 2019, reprogramming the year. If it was voted on years ago how this money would be used for demolition, not all was used for demolition. So now it's got to come before the city, including this hearing and then future vote for city council to authorize it being repurposed, reprogrammed. Ms. Hall?
Good evening again, everyone. This public hearing is to get your public feedback on reprogramming the 2019 Community Development Block Grant allocation. Currently, we have $392,781.37 in clearance and demolition that is currently at the county. We are proposing that we reprogram these fundings to the home repair program. If approved, we could potentially assist 15 owner-occupied homes with repairs and help more people than we can with the clearance and demo right now because we don't have a shovel-ready project. If approved, we will reprogram these funds and put them in home repair.
Okay, so hopefully everyone's clear on what's before us. I now open the public hearing to provide feedback and commentary on what's being proposed for the reprogramming of those funds. Due to time, I'm going to make it 1 minute per person. Booze and tomatoes now. This is not going to be voted on tonight, so there will be other opportunities for feedback and shaping it. Again, this is about reprogramming the remaining funds for that program year. Is there any takers for the public hearing opened at 5:55 p.m.?
Carlton Jones, 1323. I just got one question. It's kind of confusing me. Is this just the only year that there's some past funds that was not programmed? Since that goes back to 19, what about those other years? Was all those funds, is this the only year? I just don't know for sure.
Great question.
Funds.
We'll take all questions and then see if we can answer them quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Georgia Waterman, I hope this is a joke. To have a public hearing in 5 minutes, this is not what we call citizen input. You plan this in too short a time anyway. Try to do 2 public hearings, half an hour each, was just kind of an insult to people's idea of what public comment should be about. So I'm going to just go ahead and comment. The 2019, the fact that they're reprogramming it, you have to spend the money from federal government within a certain period of time, or you have to send it back. They take it back. So they had to do the 10th of 2019 because it's about to expire. So that means there are probably 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 funds that still have not been spent that still need to be allocated to. So that's why the 2019. So in the 15 seconds I have left to comment on this, I just want to say that the 392, that's a great idea to add it to home buyer, but I think the public comment and public participation has to be a lot more than what you're giving us tonight.
Great. Anyone else? Council rules and procedures set up that the council president, in order to keep things moving, can make those trims as we need to on the fly.
Okay, once again, Darlene Clark. My question is this, and I know I have 1 minute. Why is it that it should be anything left when you easily could have put it somewhere? I mean, if you can think about all the things that Pontiac need and has to be accomplished, past and present, why couldn't you just find enough to put it somewhere?
Great question. Are there other individuals that wish to speak on the reprogramming? Right now we're at the public hearing on taking the money that hasn't been spent on demolition funds from that particular year and putting it towards the home repair program and making that go further for more Pontiac residents. Anyone who wasn't able to fit it in a minute need to say something else? Okay, all right, we have a new taker.
Good afternoon, Marie Thomas. I would like to know.
And your address, I'm so sorry to do that to you. But
481 Highland.
Okay.
I would like to know why you cannot allow this money to go into a program specifically set for seniors to do repairs on their homes instead of putting it somewhere else.
Thank you. Other takers about reprogramming those remaining demolition dollars? Mr. Vinegar's on the move.
Oh, that's getting bad. Y'all know my name. I concur. It's supposed to be for seniors.
And your address, Mr. Vinegar?
108 Victory,
And you're Claude
Pontiac,
with
Michigan.
Claude with an E?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Any final takers for the public hearing on reprogramming of those funds from the 2019 year? Excellent questions were raised in terms of what are the years of the remaining funds. We got somebody on the move. You want to speak? Yes. Okay, all right. I won't close it on you.
Okay. My name's Peggy Hardeman, 97 South Tasmania. I'd like to piggyback off the young lady there. Seniors need so much help. And it seems like everywhere we apply for help, they're not doing this anymore, they're not doing that anymore. I was trying to get some help done. They used to go out on Elizabeth Lake Road, 250. They told me they don't do that anymore. So I'm sitting here now looking at money that's been there for 4 years. How do the seniors go about and apply for assistance? Or anyone for that matter? That's a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Other participants in the public hearing? Going once, going twice, sold. That public hearing is closed at 6:00 p.m. So we took those two hearings. It won't be the only bite at the apple, but it's the one that satisfies the federal procedure saying that it was done, and those comments will be added to the record. We're now at public comment of this special meeting. So this does not replace the opportunity that comes at the meeting that we will next call to order, the regular meeting of the City Council. And I'd ask Mayor Greimel a few of those questions that came up. We can add a discussion item in the next meeting so that way you can field those questions, if that's okay?
Sure, we can wait until next
Okay.
meeting. Yeah.
And I know Councilman Rutherford has some resources that she's given directly to one of the residents that raised them about senior home assistance. All right, so with that public comment, we have a few names that have signed up. If you were just signing in to say you were here, that's okay. You could say pass, or you can do the public comment or agenda address at the next regular meeting, but you have the opportunity to take up the public comment if you would like. Would Joanne Milton like to speak in public comment for the first meeting? Okay. Darlene Clark.
Once again, Darlene Clark. I know how you get 3 minutes, 1 minute?
3, since it was on the agenda, and I don't want to be a bad guy.
Oh, okay. My concern is this right here for this whole situation again. And I'm not trying to be mean or disrupted or cause a coup or anything. I'm trying to get clarity for the people. The people have humbly, they have for years begged. They have for years say, I need. Each one of you guys came into the administration saying you're going to be the great hope to help the city of Pontiac. Due because of the last administration didn't have it, according to you. You guys came here saying it's going to be a different way of doing things. Did your way of doing things meant not hearing the people? Because that's what it appears to the people. These people sit here on a daily basis and this room is filled up because people are saying, okay, you're not hearing us. And I know you hear them, I really do. But taking charge of anything when you did not, you alone did not obtain that money. These are taxpayers. These people paid their taxes. They have certain expectations. It may not be your expectations, but they have the right when they pay their money, like you have the right to collect the taxes, to be heard. Paying those taxes for their homes give them that right. Bringing businesses in here to accommodate them are pushing the homeowners who pay the taxes. You're pushing them out and making them seem like they are not important enough. You sit there only for a season. You're not sitting there for a lifetime or for infinity. You're sitting there for a season. And every season bring a change. But your reputation goes with you so far. Your reputation allow you to either have trust or distrust. The people that's here today have no more trust. I hear it every day, all day. They misled me. They promised me. I voted for them for this reason. People, come on now. You're only human. Don't let your humanity go out the door and not look at how the people are living. Why should senior citizens sit here and say, help me, and there is no help for them? Why should people, low-income people, accept anything because you think they don't deserve it? Who gives you the right? The right. You just pay your own property taxes, not to take into consideration other people who pay their taxes. What they're saying to you, either you grow up, you either get some spine, or you get some guts, you get some humanity, you get something to show the people that you care. I'm not trying to put you down, by no means, but I'm trying to say if you disrespect the people, you disrespecting yourself.
Ms. Mary McClendon, would you like to speak in public comment? Okay. Alice France. Iola Miller. Okay. All right, that concludes those who signed up for this public comment, but that does not close the door on public comment for the main meeting. All right. Okay. For the next meeting, okay. All right, that concludes public comment. As we shared, we're going to add a discussion item in the next regular meeting to answer some of the questions that came up about this various process. I just want to thank Councilman Rutherford for, on the side, sharing some resources for seniors about their properties. Is there a motion to adjourn this special meeting? Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that we adjourn the special meeting. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Deputy Clerk.
Councilwoman James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas.
All right, that motion carries. We stand adjourned at 6:06 p.m. and then we will, oh, did you skip? No vote for Goodman's here.
I'm sorry, and Goodman. I apologize.
Yes.
He
6
also wants
yeas.
to adjourn. All right, so that motion carries. We stand adjourned at 6:06 p.m. from this special meeting. We'll give a minute to allow people situated before beginning the next regular meeting.
I'm sorry.
I'll be gaveling the meeting to order in about 15 seconds. If you could wrap up your conversation and take your seat. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order at 6:12 p.m. for Tuesday, April 16th, the year of our Lord 2024. We had a special meeting that took place the hour prior, and so we are transitioning from that concluded meeting now to this regular scheduled meeting. First on this evening's agenda is the invocation, and we give the floor to Councilman William Parker, Jr., to introduce this evening's invocation. Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President.
They didn't give me one.
And good afternoon, everyone. I introduce to you the Assistant Chaplain of Logan County Ministerial Fellowship, Minister Cheryl Robertson of the Mount Zion Church, and she will give us our invocation this evening.
Thank you. We come before you tonight with humble hearts. First off, thanking you that we are able to be here today. It is from your blessing and your grace that we are able to breathe and live and have our very being in you. Father, we know that you have assembled those here who care about their city. Father, we know that you have placed in position those that you want to lead this city. Father, they are called your servants, servants of those people of the city. And Father, we're to serve one another as Christ served us and gave his life. So, Father, I ask you today to bless each one here with hearts and ears to listen and to hear. And, Father, for the fairness that you are desiring to come to the people of Pontiac, for the blessing that you have desired for this city, because this city is your city. And so, Father, we just ask for your blessing, your peace to rest upon each person here. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We now have a moment of silence as a community to remember those neighbors that unfortunately have recently passed. We specifically invoke the name of Miss Gloria Fields, a resident of District 1, longtime very involved community member. We send our condolences to her friends, family, and former colleagues. Please join me in a moment of silence remembering Gloria Fields and our other neighbors who have recently departed. Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman. James.
Here.
McGinnis.
Present.
Nicholson. Parker.
Here.
Rutherford. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Councilman Goodman is here, but just stepped out momentarily to make some copies of a document. Councilman Nicholson contacted the council, indicated that he's out of town this evening. Is there a motion to excuse Councilman Nicholson for personal reasons?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. That motion is now before us. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk, on that motion.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman. James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
And if you want to call Goodman, want to recognize Goodman as present and
Excuse me,
voting.
Nicholson. 6 yeas.
All right, that motion carries. Councilman Nicholson is excused. I want to point out that Clerk Doyle is at a conference. That's why he's not with us this evening, and we wish him well as he continues expanding his professional development, serving the citizens of Pontiac. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. So now we have the motion before us on approving the agenda. I see 3 items that we could tweak. One, Councilman Goodman has requested that the current J in the consent agenda be pulled out because he would like to discuss it with colleagues and deliberate. That would make it the new number 7, the 5th council resolution, the new number 7, and all other resolutions would shift down correspondingly. And then adding 2 discussions. One, as just alluded to, that we provide an opportunity for the mayor to answer questions on community development block grant funding considerations, so that way he can respond to some of the items that came up in the public hearings at the special meeting. And then a second discussion, there is still no finance director for the city of Pontiac. What's the plan? I had written that as one of the discussions, but during my final review and revisions of the agenda, it got shoved down. So it's still in the mix with all the other what is the plan, vacancy discussions. So those would be the top, those would be discussion items number 8, the new number 19 and 20, with everything else moving down. So it'll be towards the beginning of the discussions. Is that a motion to amend that council members are receptive to? Anyone want to make that motion?
So moved.
Support.
Councilman Rutherford moves and Councilman Goodman seconds to pull J from the consent agenda, add it under council resolutions, and add those 2 discussion items towards the end of the agenda. Everyone clear on what we're voting on? We're just saying, do we want to make those 3 changes? Hearing nothing further, roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk, on the amendments to the agenda.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion to amend passes, and now we're at the main motion. The agenda is amended. Any final amendments or discussion on the agenda before us? Hearing none, roll call. Deputy Clerk on adoption of the agenda as amended.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The agenda is approved, and we're going to proceed accordingly. A little housekeeping note, if there's a seat near you that's open, you can raise your hand, so that way there's a seat in one corner, so that way if anyone wants to take that seat, that's available. We're very grateful to have so many of our residents with us this evening. Now, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman to approve this evening's consent agenda. I'll read to you, you can follow along on your hard copy of agendas, but I'll read to you what is before us. The April 5th Facilities and Property Subcommittee meeting minutes, the April 5th Communications, Engagement, and Operations Subcommittee meeting minutes, the April 9th regular City Council meeting minutes, a resolution recognizing this month as Autism Awareness Month in Pontiac, a resolution recognizing this month as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Pontiac, a resolution approving the reappointment of Linda Watson to the VIBA Board of Trustees, a resolution recognizing the Oakland County Sheriff Department community policing team efforts with the Spring Bash and Easter Egg Hunt collaborative community event, resolution in support of the Michigan House of Representatives legislative staff unionization effort, and a resolution requesting a written timeline for the Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard Bridge Reconstruction Project. That was a request verbally shared with the administration at the subcommittee for Finance and Personnel last week, but we just want to formally follow up with that, requesting it in writing. So those are the items in the consent agenda. If this is adopted, these are all adopted in one fell swoop. It's a measure to keep the time moving on the meeting. All right, hearing no objections or no items that need to be flagged for further discussion, roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk, on approval of the consent agenda.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The consent agenda and those identified items have all been approved. Now we are at a special presentation from part of the leadership team of Oakland County's government. From the Oakland County Executive Office, we have Deputy County Executive Sean Carlson providing a status update on the Phoenix Center parking structure demolition and more broadly, next steps for Oakland County's redevelopment project in the heart of Oakland County, downtown Pontiac. Deputy County Executive Carlson, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Deputy County Executive Carlson, I am the senior project or senior executive on this project representing Dave Coulter's administration. Very important project to us. I want to first say thank you to the City Council President McGinnis, as well as the council members and the mayor for their partnership. As we promised all along that we would be back in front of the City Council, keeping you updated and briefed on what we're doing in regards to this property. So what I'm going to do is, so again, the property that we're working with here, all of those color plots there represent the parcels that the county purchased back in August. The big blue swath that you see that is north of Judson Road there is the Phoenix Center. So just to give you a sense of all the parcels that we're dealing with here. So I wanted to kind of give you a visualization of that and those parcels that are there. So the next slide is what have we done so far? So what has been approved by our Board of Commissioners? So we passed miscellaneous resolution 24010, which is the owner's rep. The owner's rep will represent the county as the fiduciary that's responsible for the oversight of 31 East Judson. 31 East Judson is where the county intends to move 600 plus employees down to Oakland County from its campus up on Telegraph. That is 31 East Judson. 51111 is also part of the GM Towers that was purchased. Right now there's about a 65-68% occupancy rate, mostly state of Michigan. And so that will be part of the developer's RFP. And so if folks might be interested in buying that building as well, so that was part of Resolution 24010. Who we awarded, we received 9 bids, and we awarded this to the Farbman Group, and they are our fiduciary. The next resolution that was passed just in April is we finally received our money from the state of Michigan, and a grant was passed by our Board of Commissioners approving the $50 million. Of course, that will come in 2 different tranches. The first tranche was $25 million, and then the second tranche will be based upon reimbursement. And that is a grant with MEDC. So what is in progress, which is the next slide? We also put out to bid our architect and engineer and urban planning services for the renovations to 31 East Judson. We want to move quickly, and so we put these out last October, and the bids came in November, and we've had the evaluations, and we are recommending for awardee HED, which is the A&E, again, architect and engineering firm. And those passed by the full board, they are in front of us, and so I will be going in front of the Economic Development and Infrastructure and Finance Committees tomorrow with that recommendation. Also, what I'll be going in front of that committee is also in regards to the community engagement services. We hired AECOM Sidewalk Detroit. Sidewalk Detroit is working with AECOM in regards to that community engagement as it relates to the property and what's going on in regards to those highlighted parcels that I shared earlier. So that's what's we're going in front tomorrow. And then the next slide is what's coming up and what's in the process. So we have the construction management RFQ is a request for qualifications, and we'll be looking to hire a construction manager for 31 Judson. Our intention is to put that out. The projected release for bidding will be April 29th with a projected deadline for bid responses closing at 3 p.m. on June 10th. That is projected right now. That is not out on the street, but I'm telling you what the information is as we are speaking this evening. So that deals with 31 Judson, that construction management, and that is where the employees from Oakland County are moving into. The developer RFP deals with 51111. It deals with the demolition of the Phoenix Center. It deals with putting a new parking space, parking garage in place, and we will be entertaining any other proposals from the developer of possibilities for the city. We are asking, and we've talked to the mayor already about making sure that there's a member that sits on that evaluation committee with us from the city of Pontiac as we evaluate that RFP. So that's a quick highlight of what's going on. I've been in front of you, I think, last month and also in January, and I just want to continue to keep you updated. I know that Councilwoman James mentioned last time about looking at opportunities in regards to the Phoenix Center and the seats that are up there and trying to preserve those. So that will be part of our bid process and the demolition bid as well as we remove those things. So we will continue to take feedback and integrate that as part of the solicitation as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but just wanted to give you a quick status update.
Thank you. And did you want to introduce anybody in the chamber?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. And I apologize to her for not introducing her earlier. My right-hand person, the senior project manager on this Pontiac project, if she wouldn't mind standing up, Megan Sellers. I was able to wrestle her away from the Board of Commissioners and ask her to come on over to the executive side and work with me closely on this project and other projects as well. So I'm thrilled to have her on the team as well. So.
Any truth to the rumor that she has Pontiac roots?
I believe that's rooted in love, I think. That hat should probably go to her, but so anyways.
Thank you. Mayor Grimal.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, we're thrilled to have Ms. Sellers working on this project with her knowledge and love for the city of Pontiac. So it's really great to have one of Pontiac's own partnering with you, Sean, and your team to move this forward. I really just want to thank you for your collaboration and the collaboration of everyone at the county. This is a really big deal, and it's an endeavor that we're embarking on together. I think, and probably President McGinnis, as the resident historian, would have a better read on exactly how long it's been. But I think it's been over 40 years since the county has had county employees in downtown Pontiac. And so this is a really big deal. Up until the 50s, late 50s, I think, or early 60s, all of the county's employees, or virtually all of the county's employees, were in downtown. And so to have the county embarking on this in partnership with the city to return a major county presence in the heart of our city is really exciting. It's a big deal, and it's going to be a real positive economic kickstart for everyone in the city. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Rutherford, who represents District 1.
Good evening. So first, I want to thank you again for hiring the best person I know, Megan Sellers, because she's from the east side. It's something about that side of town. I just have a question. Are you going to have any community engagement meetings? Number one, and if so, are you looking at bringing in community stakeholders? And then my other question is this. Is there a committee that's going to be composed of city council as well as the administration, so that city council as well as the administration can have input on what's going to happen downtown?
Yes, yes, and yes. You asked 3 questions, and it's yes to all of them. So we do have to get that collaboration that was part of our MOA that we signed. So certainly that would have representation from the Board of Commissioners. The Oakland County Board of Commissioners would have representation. So would the County Executive Office, so would the Mayor's Office, and so would this board. So that's the intention, at least in regards to that. Community engagement, yes, we'll have community engagement, and there'll be multiple community engagement opportunities regarding this site as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I asked this question when you were here before, and thank you for coming so consistently so that way the citizens can know the scoop. Is it still the likely scenario where the Phoenix Center will be demolished mostly or all before this calendar year is up. Is that a realistic time frame, or what are we thinking?
I guess it's going to depend upon the bids that we get back. It is our intention that we start that demolition in the fall. With the bids coming back, it'll take at least a month for the evaluation period to take place, at least a month. Hopefully we can get that contract up and going, and by August or September start to see the demolition of the Phoenix Center start to take place. Of course, there's a lot of things that we'll have to work with the City Council and the Mayor's office on. One will be once that demolition happens to the Phoenix Center, we've got to be cognizant of that Auburn/Orchard Lake Road there. And so we're going to have to probably close that down, but we're going to have to work through that. We have a meeting with MDOT next week. As you know, they're changing the loop here in Pontiac too. So as that comes online, we also want to make sure that we're managing the construction schedule so we don't have a whole bunch of things happening in the south part of Pontiac at the same time too. So we're hoping that they'll be accommodating and work with us on that as well.
Okay, so thank you. And as we get more confirmation, you get more confirmation on timeline, but residents, neighbors, sounds like the fall is when that would begin. That's their current trajectory. Councilman Rutherford.
My other follow-up question is that you stated earlier that I want to make sure I'm reading right. I wrote it in my notes, sorry, that the project release for building is going to be 4/29. Is that correct?
Yes, that is a projected time frame, and although people could bid on one or the other, we also want to give the opportunity for contractors and developers to bid on both together. There might be an opportunity for efficiencies and savings from that perspective. That may not be the case, but yes, 4/29 is the projected.
And the projected deadline is 6/10/2024.
That's correct.
And so, if an individual was wanting to bid on these two items, what website would they go to?
They would go to BidNet, but we will publish that. That's a great question. But BidNet is where we publish all of our RFPs.
Okay. And my only other follow-up question is, earlier it was stated, we as a city are no longer on the line, nor are we responsible for the Phoenix Center. That is the correct statement?
Yes, I'm reminded of that.
Okay, just want to make sure. So the people in the back. Thank you.
Yeah. Once you conveyed that deed over to us, that is, our responsibility. We were just leaseholders until you conved that.
So we don't got to pay nothing.
Well, if something happens, it's on us now.
That's why I asked the question. Correction is direction to be led. No CBDG funds as well. None of that money either.
No.
Okay, there you go. Have a good one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, Sean, for coming in. It's a follow-up question concerning the bid report and residents being able to find this information. Since we are in a partnership, is it possible that we can have something on our city website? Hopefully the administration can put something on our city website.
Yeah. I think that's a great idea.
You guys bidding for the project.
We want to make this as easy as possible. Okay. We have a website too, and we can put it out there and make sure that people got the appropriate links that it can link them right into that information. That's a great idea. We'll make sure that we take that back. Thank you for that suggestion.
Okay. Any final, Councilwoman James?
Ask about your demolition plan. Is the assumption for the Phoenix Center that you're going to leave those roads that run underneath intact? Is that going to be?
No.
It's not the assumption.
Well, I mean, we'll have to get a demolition plan. Once folks bid on the demolition plan, they will share that with us.
Okay.
But that's going to come down on those roads is what the assumption is at this point in time. And we've planned it in our budget to repair those roads once once that is taken out.
And replace if you have to.
And possibly straighten some of the roads too. Okay. So we'll be looking at all of that. Okay. And then that Saginaw Road, we will be reconnecting as well. That was part of the discussions with the mayor, and we said yes, we were going to do that.
Okay.
So,
Mayor Grimal?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, and I think you said this, but I don't want people sort of half hearing what you said. The roads will still be there long term. Yes. Saginaw Street will be reconnected where it's currently obstructed by the Phoenix Center, and the Auburn Orchard Lake will still be there ultimately as well. It's just during the demolition.
That's correct.
Those roads may be closed for some portion of time due to the demolition.
That is 100% correct. Yes.
Any final discussion or questions? Councilman Parker.
Thank you. I just have one real quick question. As you're planning this demolition, have you included the issues of concerning workforce development and using some of the businesses that are located in Pontiac to perhaps help with the demolition process?
Yeah, we've had conversations with our owners rep saying that we wanted to make that as part of the process. I've heard that feedback from this city council earlier, and I've taken that back to make sure that that's weaved in our process as well. Yes.
Thank you. Final discussion? With that, that concludes the special presentation. Round of applause for Mr. Carlson for making the time, keeping the residents updated. We are now at recognition of elected officials, opportunity for those currently serving our community in different elected positions to update on their position. We have Judge Jeremy Bowie from the 50th District Court who's with us.
Mayor, City Council.
Got it.
Okay, I'm on. All right. All right, good evening, Mayor, City Council, esteemed City Council, residents of the City of Pontiac. I am Judge Jeremy Bowie at the 50th District Court. I'm here on assignment. Two things. First, I'm always going to shout these kids out. Your Michigan State robotics champions are currently on the road to Texas to compete for the World Championship. So I am devastated I couldn't be with them this year, but greater responsibilities have been laid upon me, which I happily take. 50th District Court is opening the doors. One of the things I said when I stepped into that courthouse was to open the doors so the community come in. I've practiced law. I've dealt with some of the toughest people, heard some of the nastiest things, been called some of the craziest things already. So I'm not afraid of this community. So come on in with your comments. Come on in with your constructive criticism. This city has to have a strong district court, and we are committed to that. It's an open house, so the doors are open. So no one can say, oh, well, 50th is close. No, we're open from 5 to 7 May 1st. Is a 50th District open house. Come in. You're going to learn about the process we have, some of the accomplishments, and what people think about our court. I've been around. Obviously, Judge Walker has been lauded, but just some of the organizations we work with, the Oakland Mediation Center said, oh my God, you guys work magic in that building. And we are in there churning out. We're in there working on behalf of the citizens, but we want to hear from you. So come in, talk with us judges. We're going to have our hair down. We just want real honest conversation from the citizens that we proudly serve. So flyers are in the back. Please pass them around to people in your community, your churches, and let them know that we're open for the public.
A clarifying question, I'll allow it.
Yes, I was hoping you were going to mention the Warrant Clinic, but you haven't said anything about it.
Oh, yes.
Thank
you. I love you, Mel. Thank you. We have a Warrant Clinic coming up. This city, we just do things amazing. And on the national level, our Warrant Clinic is a model. Like Growing Real Alternatives Everywhere, Black Voters Alliance, Black Voters Matters, they laud our city because we're not afraid to come in our community and work with people who have warrants. So there's a warrant clinic May 4th. It'll be at the Boeing Center. We're only doing 50th District courts. We don't know anything about 52, 44th District. Now, we work for 50th, so we're going to live misdemeanor and traffic warrants only. No felonies, none of that. So May 4th, there will be a flyer. I'll post it in Pontiac Universal Crimes. I'll give it to Mel. I love Mel. She'll just spread it everywhere. To the city council, mayor, you guys will have it. Have people sign up. A lot of people have warrants for drivers without a license, and that cripples our community. And when we go outside our jurisdiction, people don't understand our struggles, and they will arrest people and have them in jail for driving with a license suspended when all they're trying to do is get their kids to school and get to work. So May 4th, Boeing Center.
Thank you. I opened Pandora's box. Councilman Goodman?
So when I worked for Oakland Forward and we did the Warrant Clinic together, I remember there was a pre-registration somewhat thing that we attempted to do for the Warrant Clinic. Is that still the same case, or is it just walk up and fill up the form, or?
Right, so there'll be a QR code on the form, and then there'll be a form online where you click and you sign up. We still do walk-ups. I was very candid about the logistics, like the movement of how things got done. So I said, I'm going to handle it this year. So we'll be a little more efficient. We'll be able to handle 60 or 500 people. Whoever comes up, we have a system in place where if you sign up, we'll have your file, we'll bring you in. But if people want to walk up, we definitely will have the bandwidth to handle that.
Thank you.
Okay. Ooh, this is elected officials' comments for elected officials, but Councilman Parker, any clarifying? Yep. Microphone.
As you're dealing with the Warren Clinic, but I'm also curious, is there any plans to plan for a expungement clinic to deal with the felonies?
So we have not talked about that, and we know we had a lot of people. So last time we had it, we had UWM doing it. They had an expungement clinic, and people were coming looking for expungement at the Warren Clinic. And so that is something we will look into. We're more focused on the warrant clinic because that's pending cases. You know, expungements is post-conviction. There's not afraid of arrest. But warrants clinic, yeah, you have a fear of being arrested. So we want to get those lifted. And then if we can partner with UWM, we would love to do an expungement if possible.
All right. Thank you very much, Judge Bowie, for your time and the resources you brought tonight. Are there other elected officials that wish to speak about their positions? That concludes that on the agenda. We're now at agenda address. I'll give the floor to Pro Tem Carrington to first recognize those who had signed up ahead of time.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Good evening again. I'd like to first start out by making a few comments about the Phoenix Center downtown development presentation done by Sean Carlson from Oakland County. One of the things that I wanted to make sure he was including, and I actually went to the last Oakland County commission meeting to make sure that was included, was the community engagement, as you've already brought up. This deal with Oakland County happened so quickly, within a few weeks, because council was told they had to act quickly in order to get this deal going. And at the end of the deal, they found out that what they'd actually signed on for was for, of the $50 million, $19 million went to the downtown developers and a sweetheart deal, and nothing went to Pontiac for the Phoenix Center. So at any rate, that's beyond the place. But the other thing I did want to emphasize was that the amphitheater can still be salvaged. And as your question, I think, Councilman James, that he answered and said, save the seats. We can not only save the seats, but they have affirmed that they're going to put in the RFQ that they can also salvage the whole amphitheater, which we paid $22 million for, which is in great shape. In fact, the Dave Coulter, county executive, remembers when I had the State of the City address up there on the amphitheater. We've already talked to demolition experts who say that can be salvaged and put somewhere else in the city. It would be great to have it at our Crystal Lake Park or even on that 2 or 3 acres that they're going to give us downtown. So that is for that. The other thing I'd like to say is that in previous weeks I've mentioned the fact that the permanent monthly increase for the retirees. The plan for that was established during the time when I was mayor. In fact, I went back and had IT find the webinars that we had done in April. They found the April one. That's now posted again. But also there was a complete plan for the retirees to get permanent monthly increases. I see it's on temporary increases on the agenda for tonight, but there is a plan out there. I hope council will take a look at that and get that permanently established.
Mr. Carlton Jones.
Yeah, I too want to commend the deputy executive from the county. If all of us been around here the years we've been here and we have not been able to move on getting correction with that Phoenix Center and that property there, thanks to the state, with them coming through with that $50 million to spearhead that, we should be walking hand in hand with the county to make that a success, because that's so important to our city. I just want us to be able to make sure it's not like we are not willing to do whatever we can do to try to help make that a success, because we had a long time to try to figure it out, and somehow or another we couldn't. The state stepped in, the county stepped in, and a bonus is they're going to bring employees that now will be a part to help us here in the city. Now, I do want to say, you guys know I talk about workforce development. There's an area in there that you need to know that we cannot wait to think we can engage our people with demolition if we don't start training them to be available for that now. The development of people to get engaged with those programs, or when it happen, it's ahead of time. We should be developing our resources to take advantage of that now. So just once again, we cannot wait and think that our people will be ready when it comes time in the fall. If we don't do it now, it won't happen. Item 16 I want to speak to. Council, you did this a week or so ago. You got it back on there. Whatever it took to get it back on there and get it approved about the homeless, I support that. And don't feel bad if you had to go through it the second time. Too many times I see things coming here back around. If it takes a third time, it's for a good cause, and I support the fact that you're trying to do something for the homeless here in Pontiac. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Darlene Clark.
I want to speak on item number 1, please. The presentation. Afternoon, administration, council, and the people in the audience. Please understand, I'm going to say this again, and I've said it a numerous of times. People from all over listen to these meetings. You are on notice. You are being watched. And I'm saying this before I bring the question that I need to bring to you. People in Chicago, people in Lansing, New York, California, places that you can only fathom. With that being said, you're going to do the demolish of the Phoenix area on Auburn and the tower. Well, you know what I'm saying. But my question is, and my very concern, and I hope this is the council and the administration concern, what are you going to do about the Phoenix Place apartments? Are those people, you're not putting money into those apartments. Those apartments, the conditions in theirs is not very acceptable. So are those people going to be forced out of the apartment once you improve the downtown area? The two-way going down White Track, taking down the old Phoenix Center theater down there. What are you going to do for those people in those apartments? Will they be displaced, or will they be able to have upgraded living conditions? Will the apartments be revitalized so they can have good places and transportation? Because right now it's really terrible. It really is. And it's been a sore for the last, I say, 8 years or a little more. So could you please answer that for me?
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Gloria Miller. And what item, please?
Number 4, 17, 18, 19, and 20, if I can get them in. I want to start with 4, the retiree, the monthly. First, I want to thank all my former colleagues, everyone that showed up tonight. This council needs to see that all these years and months I've been going to meet and fighting for you guys. I'm glad to see you here because you are the power. And those guys want you to know. And now you're going to see who's for you and who's not. See, that's one thing about God. He show up every time. You can't lie with him. I want to also say, you know, the former mayor had mentioned about the retirees. I want to mention to Councilwoman Rutherford, as far as the retirees, what you don't have in that resolution is you don't have a retro from the day they start receiving that $400. That should be put in the amendment tonight to retro that all the way back when it stopped. 2 years, I think it's about, I counted the other night, maybe about 19, 20 months. Retro, amended tonight, before you vote on it, the resolution. And first of all, I want to say, I'm praying that this council is going to support them. These are your people. They live in the city of Pontiac. These are your residents. And Councilwoman Rutherford, we don't always agree on everything, but you know what, baby? When you got the people in your heart, and you know your people, you know your people. This is our people. I won't get to 18, 19, 20. I'll do it during the public comments. I wanted to spend more time on that. Only thing I have to see is for the fitness center. Only thing I have a problem with, maybe because I done fought so long down here. Every time they bring something good, it always don't work out for us sometimes. All I'm saying, just be cautiously optimistic, because only thing I got a problem with is that there's no jobs coming for us. They're bringing 600 jobs. There's no job for you. And the many of us, we retired, but our kids want one, you know. That's what concerned me. I want to see some jobs in there. And when I see some jobs, then I come down and brag all day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. President McGinnis, I'd like to do make a motion to suspend the rules, if it's okay with you. Since a lot of retirees are here, I'd like to open the floor for retirees they will have, so I can give them an opportunity to speak at agenda address.
Council Pro Tem Carrington is moving to suspend the rules to allow additional agenda address, even if they hadn't signed up through the traditional way. It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Rutherford. Any discussion or clarification on the motion to suspend the rules?
Point of information, some of them signed the wrong paper. They thought they were signing agenda address.
That's why I'm
Okay,
it up.
I just want to make sure he knew.
And I want to make sure that they are retirees.
Yeah.
That's what I'm understanding.
Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is everyone clear on the motion to suspend the rules? Meaning we're going to set that particular rule aside to provide for greater feedback from the city's retirees that are here this evening. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the motion to suspend the rules. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford? Yes. Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. That particular rule is suspended, so I give the floor further to Pro Tem Carrington to allow for additional agenda address.
Yes, those retirees that are here tonight that you want to speak to the council, please just give me your name because I don't have it written down, and you have the floor for 3 minutes. I'm sorry, 2 minutes.
And to that point, you can, so I'll start doing hands, so that way you don't have to stand up there. How about that? So Ms. McNally, if you'd like to take it first.
And I am signed for the public comment.
You're still, that will still be intact. So for frame of reference, most know, but maybe not all, there is a City Council resolution, right now number 4 on the agenda, City Council resolution expressing support for reinstatement of $400 monthly benefit for city retirees. So we want to make sure that city retirees, those that will be impacted, are able to provide feedback on that agenda address item. Public comment will still remain later in the meeting. You have the floor.
Okay, I'm on. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and Council President. I'm Kathy McAnally, Chairperson for the Pontiac General Hospital Retirees. The pension system as it was funded, hospital employees put in 5% of our wages from the time we were hired until we broke away from the city in 1993. Our pension was frozen at that time. At one time, the actuary showed hospital retirees and city retirees. In 2004, the city had the actuary stop breaking it apart. The 2021 actuarial report shows 1,035 retirees and beneficiaries and 97 vested and active. Approximately 375 of those are hospital retirees. Only one hospital retiree receives a pension that is equal to the median for the city retirees. Many of our hospital retirees receive $200 a month because it was frozen at the 1993 rate. Hospital retirees were excluded from participating with CIPRI and did not have a seat on the board. The VEBA system received approximately $50 million for health care benefits and approximately $8,000 for the $8 million for the $20,000 upfront payout. There is approximately $50 million in escrow to deal with the $400 a month stipend that was discontinued when city retirees received their health care. I have a copy of the opinion and order denying a motion for preliminary injunction by the Honorable David Lawson, stating on page 15, testimony presented by Claudia Filler, chairperson for VEBA. A cost study was prepared by Foster & Foster and was calculated on the premise that VEBA would implement 5 enhancements for the life of the trust.
That does
However-
conclude your time at this bite at the apple.
Thank you.
Others retirees that wish to have the floor? Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and giving honor to God, who is the head of my life. My name is Carol Wilkins, and I've came here before to the board regarding the $400. The question I have is how long? How long will it take for us to get this money that is rightfully ours, that we invested years ago for our retirement? Now we have to come before you, and I thank Councilman Rutherford for bringing up the subject of the $400 because nobody did. I also have a question for the mayor and CPRA. What is the problem that you had to negotiate so much and have not came to a conclusion? But every week we get 50 amendments that you can approve and say, let's get it done. I come here disappointed, but I come here to show you that we're here. I would like all of the retirees to please stand in this room. Would you please stand? And give yourself a hand. Thank you.
Based on the rules, yes, or the suspension thereof, but we've already got somebody on deck.
Good evening. I'm here again. My name is Peggy Hardeman. I was a member of the retirement board for Pontiac General Hospital for 4 years. And at the time in 1994, the Pontiac General Retirement Fund, we were overly funded, 300%. And during a meeting that we had 2 representatives on the board. Those 2 representatives were absent at the time that they had the meeting, which should have been tabled until they were present because they were the only 2 that represented the hospital. They voted to put us together. They put us together because the city of Pontiac were underfunded, and they were going to have to go back and redo it. As Kathy said, we have contributed 5% from the time I started there in 1965. I paid 5% until I retired in 1998. I came out at that time to care for my mother. And at that time, we kept coming back to the city, the council people, to give us a raise. We did get a 12% raise over 6 years, 2% each year. We came back again, and that's when I found out that they had put the 3%, so we could not get a raise. They told us we couldn't get a raise because we didn't have enough in there. I say, why not? Oh, well, we voted, that was voted, Pontiac General and the city, the retirement fund came together. We were together but separate. They came together so they could save the fund, but separate, Pontiac General here, city here. So when the city manager came, canceled everybody's insurance out, we were, like I said, we were like stepkids. Our money saved the city, but we were stepkids. Nobody gave us any insurance. Nobody gave us any money.
That does conclude your time.
Pardon me?
That's the end of the time for this agenda address.
Okay. You get the deal, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Give it up for Tasmania Street. All right, who's next? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Cantrell. I retired from the city, and it's many of my coworkers here. I just want you guys to know that when we were employees of the city, we gave our service, we gave our all. The city ran basically, to my knowledge, it was professionally run, and basically we cared. We cared. And I'm just asking you guys to care for us, do the right thing tonight, and pass the resolution, because I'm going to get really deep here. I had COVID, and I stayed 45 days on a ventilator. But I'm here, and I thank God I'm here. Our lives are not promised to us. We take our money, we pay our bills, we pay our car notes, we see after our children. As a matter of fact, my son works for the city now, and he's a upstanding young man, and you got a good person, you got a good employee in your city. And I say that because life is not promised to us. But as for myself, I want to be able to get in my bank account and take a trip anytime, and not using my money and all of my funds to make it. And if you understand what I'm saying tonight, you will pass this resolution, because I am so grateful and so thankful to be here. And it's not about money. It's about just doing the right thing for us to have funds, not just to pay, but some little fun to enjoy something, you know? And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
I'll let everyone else speak at that. It gave me a chance, Ms. Rutherford, to calculate when was the last time we received that $400. It was January 2022. So as of February 2022, the check stopped. I mean, the money stopped as far as the $400. I've been doing a little homework. Also, I also want to, I have some filing here. For anybody don't believe me what's been going on, I have the court case right here. I've been going down Detroit. I've been everywhere. I ain't got nothing else to do, y'all, but fight. And so anybody don't believe me, here's a copy of the lawsuit. How many times this administration have fought us, and the judge said, get out of here, basically. Read it for yourself. Second of all, I want to mention that the last time I was there, but Linda Watson probably know a little bit more because she go all the time, I believe we got over like $58 million just sitting there, gaining interest. We'll never spend it all, never. But they wait on us to die, and every day, I got word of another friend of mine, I won't mention his name because I respect the family, just passed away in the city of Pontiac. People that we worked with and loved, they leaving us. We leaving. Give our money and let us roll. We get out of your way.
No, the rule suspension didn't provide for that. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. My name's Francie Finnegan. I've worked for the city of Pontiac for probably 23 years. I'm in both pensions, police and fire and GERS, and I can't thank GERS enough for getting us that $400. And I'm thinking, is Ms. Rutherford, councilperson, it's my understanding you brought this up to be presented to everybody. I can't thank you enough. You have no idea. Maybe we can't speak for other people by name, but there's a bunch of people that cannot be here. And a lot of people that can't be here are because they died and they're not going to ever be able to get that $400 back that they missed. So I would just pray that you would please listen to what the council person presents and let all of us know that you all really care for us and the work that we did. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no final hands for those that would be eligible to provide additional agenda address, that concludes agenda address. Thank you very much, Pro Tem Carrington. We are now at number 2 on the agenda, an ordinance. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker. This is the first reading of a municipal code text amendment to Article 4, Stormwater Control, Division 1, Sections 118 through 4-408 and 118-409 to clarify the process and recording requirements for stormwater control long-term maintenance agreements. Mayor Greimel.
Thank you, President McGinnis. This is a cleanup item. The city ordinance that allows and provides for storm sewer maintenance agreements was very poorly written historically, and so we want to clarify it, make sure that it actually makes sense, especially as we have a number of entities that are seeking stormwater, a number of private entities that are that need to enter into stormwater maintenance agreements with the city so that they're responsible, the private entity, for properly maintaining stormwater sewer infrastructure on their property. And to lead us in this conversation, we have our city engineer, Shannon Filarecki, with us.
Good evening, City Council. As you may recall, around this time last year was probably the first time I came in front of you after I came on board here. And I had to notify the city that we had to adopt a stormwater ordinance that I hadn't had time to review, but we were already behind schedule and not in compliance and needed to get it done. So one of your consultants had put it together, and for the most part, it's been working well for us. But we did have a couple of issues come up with respect to the maintenance agreement. In section 118-408, where it talks about long-term maintenance agreement process, it was almost like a circular process, or cart before the horse, or chicken and egg. You couldn't get a construction approval, or you couldn't get a permit to start construction until you had an approved maintenance agreement that was recorded, but you couldn't record the maintenance agreement until after construction was complete. So we kind of looked at that and went, oops, we kind of need to fix that. So what you have in front of you this evening is an amendment to that ordinance that will eliminate that loop and allow people to give us a draft agreement that we can review prior to construction. We can issue the construction permit, and then upon completion, we can make any final revisions to that before the city would take on the responsibility of recording that to ensure that that document actually gets recorded and placed against that property and will travel with that property in perpetuity, so we can ensure that that stormwater maintenance agreement stands and the stormwater system is continually maintained no matter who owns it.
Okay. This is an ordinance amendment, so it requires 2 readings. Tonight's vote just acknowledges that it's been read for a first time and will come back at a subsequent city council meeting. Any discussion on this first reading? Hearing no discussion, speakers list is exhausted. Roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk, on adoption of the resolution to approve the first reading of the municipal code text amendments regarding stormwater control and specifically the process and recording requirements for stormwater control long-term maintenance agreements. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution acknowledging that it's been read for a first time has been adopted. Thank you. We're now at number 3. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution following up on the previous resolution about a housing commission vacancy? Was that you? Somebody move it?
So moved.
Moved by Goodman, seconded by Carrington. So the Housing Commission members are appointed by the mayor. And in February, the council adopted a resolution saying, hey, there's a vacancy for those that are representing the tenant's perspective, and that needs to be filled. So we were trying to formally ask for the mayor to take that action and provide us in writing a status update. So since it, as of the agenda being finalized on Friday, that vacancy, to our knowledge, still existed, or it wasn't communicated to City Council, we thought better follow up on that and nudge it again and say, where's the appointment? So with that, it's before us. Mayor Greimel, give us a scoop.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. I selected someone for this position in mid-March, but I was trying to get a better understanding of when the partial term, because this seat had been occupied but became vacant, so I was trying to get a better sense as to when this partial term expires. And I had asked the Housing Commission for some information to try to piece that together because unfortunately in the past record keeping wasn't great. I did get that information from the Housing Commission, not last week, but the previous week. I got that information on Thursday of the previous week, pieced it together last week, and we made that appointment yesterday. So that's where things stand.
Can you share the name of the person now serving?
I can. It is Dana Hudson.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Rutherford.
Point of information to the administration, is Dana Hudson a part of the Pontiac Housing Commission Section 8, or is she part of the statewide Section 8? Because I believe the charter says she has to be a person who stays in the Section 8 housing of Pontiac and not just an individual with a Section 8 voucher.
Mayor Granville.
So she is a Pontiac resident who receives a voucher. She does not receive that voucher from the Pontiac Housing Commission, and I learned that yesterday, late in the day, but both the executive director of the Housing Commission and the city attorney have confirmed that she is still eligible to fill that slot.
Councilman Rutherford.
My follow-up, where is that written in stone? Because from my understanding, HUD requires for the individual to live either part in the Section 8 housing that we run versus them just having a Section 8 voucher, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that her voucher is through CHM, which is not regulated, as you stated earlier, through Pontiac. So how can she speak to the Pontiac residents when she's not living in Pontiac residency? She simply lives in Pontiac. She's not a part of the Pontiac Housing Commission. I yield to the administration.
Yeah, this is governed actually not by the city charter, but by state law. It's governed by the state law that governs housing commissions and who has the eligibility to serve on housing commissions. And that state law says that the slot has to be filled by a tenant of public or subsidized housing. And it is the position, again, of both the executive director of the Housing Commission and of the city attorney, and I'm happy to forward the email from the city attorney to you, that this slot can be filled by any recipient of a public housing voucher who lives in the city of Pontiac.
So this was just my question. So what I would like to...
So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
For a third time?
Yeah, this is it.
Councilman Rutherford
Thank
for
you.
a third time.
So,
and I'll just say, Mayor Grimo, please provide that
that's
in
what I was going to
writing
add
from the city attorney.
That's what I want. I wanted to see it in writing until we vote on this. So I'm just asking, until we vote on this, I don't feel comfortable to vote on this tonight. We need to see it, because let me explain to you why this is important. If the residents do not have an individual who speaks for them, then the residents don't have a voice. And I say this so that so you understand, I currently sit on the Housing Commission. I also was a former person who has a resident who had Section 8, and you have to have someone who speaks for the residents that is from Pontiac. So I would ask if we could table this for 1 week till we get the actual correspondence from the lawyer, and then I have no problem doing this resolution. I'm just asking that it be tabled for 1 week until we see the information, because I believe everything. I want everything in writing in regards to this administration.
The resolution is asking for the appointment.
Okay, but what I'm stating is, so that you understand the clear, I'm trying to make sure that a person who is in the program in the Pontiac Housing Commission is being represented. That is what needs to happen. Not just the individual who has a voucher. There's a difference.
I'm not debating with you.
Okay.
We're not voting on approving the appointment.
Okay.
So we're asking, the resolution before us is saying, where does it stand?
Okay.
If you'd like, we could still keep it as an open item if that.
That's what I would like for us
Okay.
to do.
So would you like to move to postpone for 1 week?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, second by Councilman Goodman, that this resolution be postponed for 1 week. It'll come back to the next regular city council meeting. Anyone needing clarity on what that is? Hearing no further discussion, the motion before us is postponement for 1 week. Madam Deputy Clerk, roll call.
Rutherford? Yes. Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker? 6 yeas.
Okay, that motion carries. It's postponed. It'll be back next week. Now we have the City Council resolution expressing support for reinstatement of $400 monthly benefit for city retirees. Councilman Rutherford, do you move that?
I absolutely do, but I do have a question.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. It's now before us. First on the speakers list, Councilman Rutherford.
So wanted to know why, is there a way that we could do it, putting the retro back from February to 22? Can that be added into the resolution? Can it be added?
Certainly, but if you're going to want me to write it, I'm not doing that on the floor,
Okay.
so I don't screw it up.
Okay.
But just for the sake of discussion, before it sounds like somebody wants to postpone it, Okay, if there's no motion to postpone, Mayor Grimel, did you want to speak to provide an update to the community?
Yeah, I would, and it speaks a little bit to the retroactivity portion as well. We sent our latest proposal to Cypria in March. We had been waiting some time to hear back from Cypria, but we did finally, through attorneys, hear back this afternoon from Cypria, and it was a positive indication. So I'm more optimistic than ever that we'll be able to wrap this up for good once and for all here. So I'm finally feeling very optimistic about the direction this is heading in. I do want to emphasize that the proposal we sent to Cypria does allow for full retroactivity back to February of 2022.
If council wants to put on the table for like 10 minutes, I can go write it up so it doesn't screw it up.
Can you I put it on the table for 10 minutes. I want retro put in there.
So without objection, let's do a motion to table, not forever, but for a few minutes so that way I don't screw it up writing it just verbally on the fly. Moved by Councilman Rutherford to place this resolution on the table. Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, second by Councilman Parker to place it on the table, meaning set aside a few minutes, keep the party rolling. Anyone else needing clarity on what's before us?
No.
Roll call, Deputy Clerk, on placing item number 4, that resolution on the table.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford. Yes. 6 yeas.
Okay, that carries. I'm going to peace out for a few minutes. Pro Tem Carrington, keep the party moving. And we'll be at number 5. The next resolution is about evaluation of downtown parking effectiveness. Mayor Beck.
Thank you, President McGinnis. At this time, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Can I get a support to resolution requesting the evaluation of downtown parking effectiveness?
Support.
So it's been moved by, I'm sorry,
No, she was asking.
clerk?
I didn't hear support it.
Councilwoman James, I was just about to tell you that. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to administration.
Yeah, thank you. I think this was a city council resolution, but it certainly makes sense, and I appreciate Councilwoman James's bringing up this request. And I think we want to embrace this, and we want to have a transparent evaluation of downtown parking in partnership with not just council, but also with downtown stakeholders, including business owners. I know that the city has already embarked on just a conversation with downtown business owners about a variety of things. That's been spearheaded by our Economic Development Division. And as they have that conversation with downtown businesses, they're going to solicit some feedback from downtown businesses about their concerns. I'm sure those conversations will touch on making sure that downtown parking is done appropriately and effectively. And I know that they're also looking forward, and by they I mean the Economic Development Division, to actually convening some conversations, some group conversations with several downtown stakeholders. So we certainly look forward to continuing with this conversation, making sure that downtown businesses and residents are heard. And I want to invite our Economic Development Division Manager, Deborah Younger, to share any additional thoughts or insights that she may have.
Ms. Younger.
Good evening, Council and Mayor and residents of the City of Pontiac. We have begun some conversations as part of our business retention program for downtown businesses. Our economic development specialist, Candace Benford, is meeting with downtown businesses to talk about issues and concerns, how we can assist those businesses in moving forward. And part of that is a survey of their concerns about parking. She began this last week. She's talked to about 6 to 7 businesses. The concerns are, we're documenting those concerns, and we'll be ready to issue a full report as she continues to meet with downtown business owners. The next thing we will do is engage some of the residents in the residential buildings in downtown to make sure that their voices are heard as well. So right now we're working on getting concerns and comments from downtown businesses as part of our business retention program, and then we'll move to talk to residents in the city that live downtown.
Thank you, Ms. Younger. Council, do you have any questions on this resolution? Councilwoman James.
Yes, just that I'm glad that we are making an effort now to solicit input from businesses and also residents who live downtown. And I think our mayor is one, so he can definitely give us some input on downtown parking. But also, you know, we've got issues, we've got items on the agenda for the budget, for the new meters and the new equipment. When are we going to see, you know, the council is being asked to make decisions really without the information that we need to be able to make these decisions. You know, we need to understand what the effectiveness of this downtown parking, what we, you know, where we have helped it and where we've hurt it, so that we can make the best decisions about what to do going forward. So when can we expect to see the results of these, you know, these inquiries?
Sure. We hope to continue to have those conversations over the next couple of weeks. I can tell you anecdotally, because obviously we've only talked to about 7 business owners so far, is that their concern was not for the elimination of downtown parking, but more for effective downtown parking, i.e. meters that work, less aggressive enforcement, making sure that the passport application works as it should, which is the mobile app. The other concern is that sometimes the enforcement apparatus does not link perfectly to the actual meter, which we hope to eliminate that concern by replacing those meters. So again, I don't want to proclaim here that we have all the sentiments of downtown businesses. I can only report the result of the surveys that began last week. Most of them want some time of downtown parking regulation, but they want it to work properly, and that was the biggest concern that we heard. They wanted the meters to work. They wanted more CRC codes downtown so that were more readily visible. And again, they wanted to make sure the passport app worked. They wanted the enforcement to not be so aggressive. And those were the concerns so far. In terms of where I will be in terms of the survey completed, it'll be the next couple of weeks. I think the other parts that you're asking for come through evaluation of the application and the meters. And our code enforcement manager is leading that charge. So I'll have answers on surveys of the businesses and residents in the next couple of weeks.
And then, so 2 weeks?
Yes.
Any other follow-up questions, Councilwoman James?
No.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Rutherford.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you guys for actually listening to what we want to happen, because we have a lot of downtown businesses who have been directly affected. I look forward to hearing about how we're going to roll out the new system in regards to the parking and the more friendlier approach. I think that's the first way. We have to be more welcoming to all businesses and to all of our citizens. So I just want to say kudos to you, Ms. Younger, and also Jack Mack. I appreciate you guys for listening to the concerns of the citizens in District 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, any further discussion? Hearing none. It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, second by Councilwoman James, to approve the resolution requesting an evaluation of downtown parking effectiveness. Clerk, please roll call.
Goodman?
Yeah.
James?
Yes.
My goodness. Oh. Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
5 yeas.
That resolution passes. Next on the item is a resolution calling for the proactive safety strategies to protect Northfield Farmers residents. Can I get a?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, second by Councilman Parker. Mayor, it's in your hands.
Well, thank you, Pro Tem Carrington. This is a really important topic. It's been an important topic for years. because we've had far too much violence in North Hill Farms. Obviously, that was emphasized again over the course of the past week with 2 or 3 separate shooting incidents out there, one of which was very serious and involved 5 people who were shot, one of whom fatally was shot. I want to share that I did have a conversation last summer with North Hill Farms. They agreed in writing to install cameras at their expense at North Hill Farms when they do their next round of renovations and improvements there. That is supposed to kick off here in the spring or early summer of this year. But it's really taken far too long, and we want to see those cameras installed ASAP. So I had a conversation with them last Friday after last week's tragedies to basically ask them, hey, what's taking so long? We need to get the show on the road here. We need those cameras in there as soon as possible. Cameras are not the only solution, but they're an important part of the solution. And so we're going to continue to push them to get those cameras in there as soon as possible. They agreed to do it last summer, and it's taken way too long. In the meantime, I know that the Sheriff's Office has really stepped up patrols and enforcement there dramatically over this past weekend and throughout this week. So we want to continue to encourage and support the law enforcement efforts out there. And then, as the City Council is aware and many people in the community are aware, we recently entered into an agreement with the National Network for Safe Communities for a ceasefire program here in the community to make sure that everywhere in the community, especially in those areas that are particularly plagued by crime like North Hill Farms, that we're doing a lot more to reduce violence and prevent violence before it occurs rather than just responding to it, whether that's through cameras or law enforcement. So we look forward to really embracing the ceasefire program so that we can do more to prevent violence before it occurs.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Grommel. Councilwoman?
Good evening. My first question is, you just mentioned ceasefire. What is the timeline when you're A, going to hire someone to run that program, B, when the outreach person is going to start, and C, when is the training going to happen? Now, before I ask that, before you answer it, I'm going to explain to you why. It is just April, and we have had several murders. We've had excessive guns being taken up the street, and I believe this council purpose of giving you the funds was for this program to be started, and I've seen no timeline, no update, and so I yield to the mayor to know an actual date.
You have the floor, Mayor Grommel.
Yeah, we just had a conference call late last week with the National Network for Safe Communities. We have received a lot of applications for the 2 city positions that will be involved in coordinating and programming the work of ceasefire. And so we're going to send out all of those applications to the 3 council members who are part of the selection process, as well as ceasefire this week, so that we can begin reviewing those applications and selecting people for interviews.
Follow up?
So I didn't get a date. So what's the date?
Well, the first step is to send out the applications for selection to interviews. That's going to happen this week. Exactly when all those interviews will be scheduled is not just a function of the city. It's also a function of when the applicants are available. It's a function of when City Council, part of the city, is available, but also when the Sheriff's Office, when the National Network for Safe Communities are available, as well as the chair of the Anti-Violence Commission, who's also participating in the interviews. So I can't make a firm commitment because a lot of that hinges on when people's availability lies for the interviews.
Councilman Goodman.
So the first question I want to ask as the person whose district this is, the conversation that you've had with North Hill Farms, have I been included on any of that communication? Because I do want to thank the Sheriff's Department for their ample amount of communication over the past week. So that is a first question before I go further. Have I been included on any of those?
So you want to yield to Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor, you have the floor.
Yeah, this all arose when North Hill Farms reached out and asked for a letter of support for renovations that they wanted to make there. And I was very clear that if they're going to make renovations there, they need to include camera installation there.
So the question that I asked.
You got a follow-up question?
The answer is I don't believe that you were part of those conversations, no.
Or the follow-up one that has happened in the past week.
So I want you to come back to the chair because I don't want the back and forth. So ask your question, Councilman.
So, I mean, the question has been asked. The answer is somewhere. So I will be the first person to sit here and say that, and my position is not hidden, that I don't have a very high priority in terms of like over-policing a community of poor Black and brown people. Like, just transparently. There's a lot of crime that is happening over there. And the thing that I really want to highlight in all of this is that it seems that we are still being reactive to every single thing that is happening in this community, but it's in particular North Hope Farms. Unfortunately, there is no way to just magically stop the crime. There's no wand that we can wave. But I don't think the solution, which is going to be what we all know is going to be the temporary solution, is a increased police presence in North Hope Farms. That may be a temporary solution. But I'm very critically asking what is the administration going to do, but also really to council, what are we going to do to take more proactive steps to stopping crime in our community, and in particular North Hope Farms? Because ceasefire is one thing. It is a community-based response to help prevent crime. But I don't want to have to go into the whole long explanation of what causes crime in communities when it comes to lack of resources and all those other things. I don't want to have to do that conversation. But I do want to critically ask, what are the proactive steps that we are going to take? Because again, I will say it because it is backed up by evidence that although we will likely need a increased police presence in North Hope Farms in the immediate, that is not the long-term solution. The long-term solution to crime has never been more cops. Again, I thank them for their response in the past week deeply, but what is the plan beyond ceasefire? Because I don't think that anyone on council or in the community thinks that ceasefire is going to be the answer to all of our problems. And there are other things that we're going to have to do. And this past week, if anything, has highlighted that we need to do something. And I really want to know what that is, what brainchild has been existing for the past 2 years amongst all of us, because I know that I personally do not have the answer. I don't think that any singular one of us has the answer, but I need to hear something.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Goodman. The mayor, do you want to?
I want to acknowledge that there's no one silver bullet for crime, obviously. If there was, we wouldn't have crime here in the city or across the country or around the world. So there certainly is not one easy answer or one silver bullet to this. I have expressed the several approaches that have been taken. I think that security cameras in a private apartment complex are an appropriate approach to try to discourage and disincentivize criminal behavior, because people are less likely to engage in that behavior if they know that there are cameras that will capture that activity. I do think that the ceasefire program is one important element. In fact, the ceasefire program, because one of the three stools of the ceasefire program, in addition to law enforcement and respected community leaders, is social service agencies. So the ceasefire program actually is about connecting those most at risk of committing violence with needed resources in the community. So I think it's an important aspect here. I am open to any and all other suggestions that council or members of the community have. This truly is an all-hands-on-deck moment when we need to do more. And the ceasefire idea was generated out of the Anti-Violence Commission's work, and I want to thank all of the members of the Anti-Violence Commission who did a deep dive into potential solutions to the epidemic of violence in the community. And ceasefire is probably the main and center of their recommendations. They also recommended creating and distributing community guides that list resources. That's been on the city's website for some time. It's also on an independent website that ceasefire creating. But we also want to print those resource guides, and we just today got the first sample printing of those resource guides. So that's an important element too, again, following the recommendations of the Anti-Violence Commission, because they recommended a variety of approaches. I think the two most important of which are trying to connect more people with social resources, which I know you just expressed, Councilman, is important, but also ceasefire. Again, I'm open to any and all suggestions. I too don't purport to have all the answers, but I've expressed what we are doing in North Hill Farms and beyond to try to reduce the prevalence of violence in the community.
Thank you, Mayor Graham.
Good.
Who hands it up first? Because I don't want
I just raised mine, but you can ask them. Go ahead.
Councilman Goodman for it's a third question.
So, again, Mayor, so first of all, I don't want any of my bluntness and words to come across as just ungrateful criticisms. I do thank the administration and the Anti-Violence Commission for what they have done. I just really want to highlight the point that, and as you said, ceasefire will not be the silver bullet to our issues. So, and I again hate that is the term that we're using given this conversation. But
magic wand.
There has to be a continuous effort beyond ceasefire, but also while it's in action, to continuously figure out the things that we need to do. Because I think that I think it's a little bit harder to paint the reason why I am very upset about this and adamant, just besides the fact that people are dying, is the fact that I hear every single cop car and every single ambulance that goes to North Hill Farms because I live on Kennett. So every single vehicle that passes my window at 11 o'clock, 12, midnight, 2 a.m., I hear every single one. So I am entirely serious in saying that while I am pushing for, as Councilwoman Rutherford has mentioned, speeding up the process in which we are trying to get ceasefire up and implemented, I am stressing the fact that we need to keep doing dramatically more beyond that, because we know that it's not going to be the solution to everything. So we need to be very dedicated in the things that we're doing, because I would actually like to see this problem reduce, because I know that it won't cease. I understand that, but we have to be proactive, not just for North Hill Farms, but for literally every part of this community that has to keep dealing with this. Because before I lived in before I lived on Kennett by North Hill Farms, I lived in the Riverside, and I grew up there, and I knew what it was like to have people die literally up the street from me. So if I've been dealing with this since I was a literal child, I don't want to just sit here and continue to have people like me go through this. So I deeply thank everything that has happened so far, but we need to continue doing things and possibly step it up in a way that is actually beneficial to our community.
Was there a speakers list still going?
Yes, Councilwoman Rutherford was on the speaker list.
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Councilman James.
Councilwoman James.
Yeah, to go back to Councilman Rutherford's question, I would like to ask if, when we were talking about who's going to be setting up the interviews for ceasefire, my first question is, will HR be coordinating those interviews, Mayor?
They will, that's right.
They will, okay. All right. So if the mayor is going to be sending us the resumes, then I'm assuming that in the next couple of days, this thing keeps going off, so I have no idea why we can't get speakers to stay on, but that's a whole nother question. If HR is going to be coordinating that, then we will be getting those interviews started, really soon. The other thing, my comments on Councilman Goodman, like we are saying, there's not any one silver bullet here. It's a very complex problem. It's going to take all of us. And when you look at, incidences that happen, we get reports from the sheriff's office. This person was uncooperative. They've been a victim of violence. They're uncooperative. That's every day in the city of Pontiac because we have a very unusual environment in this city. And, but cameras don't have any fear. So cameras are an option because if you go to the camera and say, hey, what did you see? The camera's going to show you what happened. And so cameras have been very effective in reducing violence in our city. So I would think that we want to, you know, as the mayor said, that we want to get cameras in. I don't consider that over policing. I think the people who live there, who are law-abiding citizens, want to be able to feel safe in their homes. And so I think that's an option, the cameras. I think ceasefire is going to be able to help us with that. And I would recommend even putting a mini police station at North Hill Farms and really just, you know, keep that the presence of law enforcement in that environment. I remember when that was a senior
Order in
building.
the chambers. Order in the chambers. Councilman James is wrapping up.
I remember when that was a senior complex, and it was a peaceful complex. There were no problems. I've been over there, you know, hundreds of times visiting seniors. And when it opened up with other people, then it began to be problematic. So there's no one silver bullet, but we're going to have to be willing to try a multitude of things to try to make this place safer for the people who live there. I don't live there, but I feel for the people who do, who, as he said, are listening to the sirens going off and who are trying to raise children in an environment where you've got bodies lying on the sidewalk. So we've got to do something, and we've got to try whatever that we can. If you see something is not working, then yes, we may have to try something else. But we are on it. We know that that something has to change out there. It can't all be law enforcement. The people who live there are going to have to start, looking at the changes they need to make in their lives. And so we need to, if you know people who live out there that are on the edge, maybe you might be the vehicle that can talk to that person and say, hey, you may want to go a different way. But, we all need to be part of the solution for North Hill Farms. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilwoman James and Councilman Goodman. I just want to say I know there's several theoretical perspectives in dealing and reducing crime, but I do think that this conversation is bigger than this meeting to come up with any solutions to attempt to reduce crime in our communities. So I would like to call for the vote if no other one has any issues with that, because this is a serious issue. It's not just Northfield Farms. It's across the city. We have issues with crime. And no way we can do that in 2 or 3 hours in the council chambers. So I would like to move forward on this.
Well, if speakers list concludes, then the vote shall happen. Let's read the resolution so every council member is clear on what's before us. Whereas the city of Pontiac should be a safe, positive, and uplifting community for all of our residents in every neighborhood, in every apartment complex, and on every street. And whereas the North Hill Farms complex in the city of Pontiac is home to thousands of Pontiac residents, thousands of people live there, and is located within Pontiac's District 3 boundaries, where that district city councilperson, Mikhail Goodman, has labored to build up community engagement within the complex and has pursued strategies that would improve the residents' quality of life. And whereas numerous serious public safety challenges in the North Hill Farms complex has resulted in Oakland County Sheriff's Department responding to multiple serious incidents in recent months alone, and there have even been shootings and fatalities. And whereas no resident of North Hill Farms and no resident anywhere in our great city should have to live with the threat of gun violence erupting around them and threatening their well-being or the well-being of their children and family. And whereas the City of Pontiac has approved the budgetary actions, contract engagement, and hiring pursuits Mayor Greimel and the city's administration has proposed for the proactive Project Ceasefire initiative in collaboration with the National Network for Safe Communities, and is eager to see that initiative launch in our city. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Pontiac City Council hereby condemns the recent acts of violence that have recently transpired in or around the North Hill Farms complex. And further resolved, the City Council is eager to see the proactive strategies of the Project Ceasefire implemented as soon as practicably possible. And further resolved, the City Council requests that Pontiac Mayor Tim Greimel and the city's administration consider and propose proactive safety strategies to protect North Hill Farms residents. And further resolved, the City Council acknowledges the consistent post-incident updates from the Oakland County Sheriff's Department as they occur in our cities, in our city, and welcomes the continued informational updates from the Sheriff Department. So that's the resolution. Speakers, this is exhausted. Roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk, on the adoption of that resolution.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to take from the table the previous number for the resolution on the retiree?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we take it from the table, meaning we go yoink, and we're considering it again. Everyone clear on the motion before us? Madam Deputy Clerk, roll call on that motion.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries, so we're now considering it again. Is there a motion it's essentially an amendment, to replace the previous resolution's language with the now
So
drafted
moved.
resolution language?
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. So that's what's, now we're debating it again, but we're starting from this document status. Did you, further discussion? Oh, so we're discussing now this amendment. We haven't voted on it yet. Councilman Parker.
As I read your revision, should we include the date, the retro date of February in there someplace, so that it doesn't go all the way back?
So how I wrote it is I said early 2022, since the stipends were stopped in early 2022, so that way there could be no gotcha to say, oh, it's March, it's February, it's whatever. So that way it's versatile enough, so that way it shows that since they were stopped. And I hope that gets her done. Okay? So what we're doing right now, do we want to replace this language?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Rutherford will read it. Should this be adopted so everyone knows what's before us, and then we'll debate the matter further. Hearing no further discussion, this is about substituting that language. Do we amend the resolution to now start from this place, the revised language that reflects the retroactive payment of the stipends since they were halted in early 2022? Everyone clear? Okay. Roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk, on that amendment, the substitute language.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay, that motion carries. So we're now to the resolution as amended. Councilwoman Rutherford, since you prompted the resolution last week, and we know that more action will be required, of course, shall we read what's before us tonight?
Pontiac City Council resolution expressing support for the reinstatement of the $400 monthly benefits for the city retirees. Whereas the ongoing legal and financial matters involving the City of Pontiac retirees' various retirement system structuring and benefit plans have spanned many years and has played out in multiple legal forums, and whereas the City of Pontiac retired employees worked hard during their time of employment with the city and earned their retirement benefits, but have had to endure many years of disruption and uncertainty as they have awaited the outcome of these ongoing deliberations. And whereas the City of Pontiac, the Pontiac Reestablished General Employee Retirement System, REGERS, and the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association, Cypria, have been actively negotiating to finalize an agreement acceptable to all three entities that would, as a part of the agreement, include a permanent reinstatement of the $400 monthly benefit stipend to impact the city of Pontiac and retired employees, as well as a retroactive spending stipend payments for the months that were not provided since the stipends were stopped in early 22, contingent on the system's continued sovereignty and adequate funding balances. As whereas the city of Pontiac has continued to negotiate in good faith and labored to reach a point of mutual agreement and has made the latest offers to Cypria, which also includes permanent reinstatement of the $400 monthly benefit stipend to our city impacted retirees, including retroactive stipend benefits for the months that were not provided for since the stipend were stopped in early 22. And the city is currently awaiting a final determination and response from the Cypria organization on this offer. And whereas the city council strive to ensure timely and favorable outcomes can be reached that are agreeable to all parties and advances the ultimate goal of providing adequate benefits for the city of the city's past retirees while balancing the needs for strong financial stewardship of the city's resources and in particular never jeopardizing the city retired employees' pension and benefits now. Therefore, be it resolved, the Pontiac City Council firmly and clearly states our position of strong support for the permanent reinstatement of the $400 monthly benefit stipend. My bad. Excuse me. Retirees' employees where necessary safeguards were built to ensure retirees had hard-earned pension benefits and are never jeopardized. And further resolve, the Pontiac City Council firmly and clearly states our position of strong support for retroactively providing the monthly benefit stipend to those impacted city retirees for each month that the stipend was not provided since the stipends were stopped in early 22. And further be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council strongly urges the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association to accept the city's latest offer and expedite the finalization of negotiations that, if agreed upon, would finally resolve the ongoing unresolved matters, strengthening the financial health of both the REGERS and VEBA, and very importantly, lead to the permanent reinstatement of the $400 monthly benefit stipend, as well as retroactive stipend payments to our city employees, retirees.
So that's what's before us now, and that we'll be debating further. We know that this is a very big issue beyond even just the stipend benefits, but we want to make it unequivocally clear where the city's position through the city council, so that way it can help finalize, seal the deal, and make sure that this long, ongoing, meandering process can finally be concluded. Mayor Grimel, you gave an indication earlier on before we set this matter for revision, that it sounds as though Cypria and the city are in the final stages of negotiation. Can you give the citizens an update?
Yeah, thank you. So, like I mentioned, we had given our latest proposal to Cypria in March. We had been waiting for a response from Cypria. Our attorney had reached out to Cypria's attorney a couple of times trying to get an update. Finally, this afternoon, we got an update, and I would characterize it as very, very positive. There are a couple of provisions, and I would call it legalese. I wouldn't call it substance, that Cypria's attorney said they wanted a couple things reworded. And our hope is that we can wrap this up once and for all here. So I've never been as optimistic as I've been this afternoon.
And so to clarify, the standing is that it would include the funding that is set aside in the GERS of past, that would be distributed in a way that it is agreed upon, and it would include the permanent reinstatement of the $400 monthly benefit to the impacted city retirees and retroactive. That is sort of the mutual stances of the various parties.
That's exactly right.
Okay. All right, so City Council is eager to see this, truly I's dotted, T's crossed. We can make it so that each week we ask for, final status updates on our council meeting agendas. We're not trying to make you have to be here each week, but if you want to tune in remotely, so that way we can each week receive a final update on what the deal is. We want this permanently resolved and permanently resolved for the benefit of the retirees. Councilman Rutherford?
Well, that sounds great. The retirees would like to know an actual date because they've been waiting for almost 2 years, I believe. Over. Thank you for correction. I appreciate that. And these individuals have been waiting patiently. We've lost 12 retirees within the last 3 months. That's 12 retirees that will never get their benefits, 12 retirees that have died. And so what I'm asking, I hear optimism, I hear all of that. I would like for them to hear from the administrator's mouth an actual date when this is going to happen. I yield to the administration.
Well, where things were left today is that Cypria's attorney is going to send us the rewording that they prefer. So I can't tell you when they'll send us that because that's something they have to do. My hope is that they send us that this week. And but I also do want to be clear that this is really the first step, which is agreeing to the terms of the agreement. They will have to be writing the actual settlement agreement language and then going in front of the judge. And going in front of the judge will depend on the judge's schedule. Because this was a class action lawsuit, it has to be approved and amended. And by class action lawsuit, I mean that Cypria brought against the city back in 2013. Any change to the settlement agreement that was entered into between the city and Cypria back in 2017, which is what this requires, has to be approved by the judge. And that hinges on the judge's schedule.
A quick follow-up on that. So next week on the agenda, we're going to keep asking the question for a status update. So that way we can know when is the attorney responded, but what are the steps that require city council vote? What part of the process requires an additional city council vote?
Yeah, the first step is for this, whatever is agreed upon, to go before Cypria's membership. They will then vote. There are a few steps I omitted here, but the first thing is actually having this meeting of the minds on the terms. Hopefully, Cypria's attorney will send us that in the next day or two. And then we can say, okay, looks good, or, well, this needs to be tweaked. But I'm hoping that we can have that meeting of the minds by early next week. Then, assuming that meeting of the minds occurs, then it will go before Cypria's membership for a vote. Then it'll come before City Council for a vote. Then there'll be a drafting of the settlement agreement, and then it'll go before the judge.
So City Council will want to keep reviewing our options in terms of finalization and then interim action. Councilman?
Doesn't City Council have the authority to just start this now? Because, wait, let me, hold on. Because it was done before. So we have the authority. We don't have to wait for them to go to the judge or whatever. We can start this now. That's what my hope is. What I was expecting is we were going to do this resolution and we were going to start it now. And now what he's saying, and I don't want to be disrespectful, what the mayor is saying is that they still have to wait. We have the authority to do this. We have the authority to do y'all understand that?
All right, so if City Council has the authority to it, why would you be throwing tomatoes to say we don't care or don't do it? That is so insane to me. Oh, good Lord. No, there's just former City Council members that want to just continue to add churning to the process. Okay, so the other ringleader wanted to add that confusion to the fire, fuel to the fire. These are serious matters. These are such serious matters. We've laid out clearly how serious it is. City Council, as we have with other matters, are going to keep dialing it up and keep emphasizing the priority that we want to place on it on behalf of our citizens. So we're going to do that the right way. So that way we don't screw up everything in the bigger picture. So tonight, order in the chambers, Darlene Clark. You will lose your option to speak tonight by continuing to violate the rules and procedures. What we have before us tonight is to clearly state the position of City Council on behalf of our residents and taxpayers, and then we can further review and research our options to how we can further elevate this matter, press this matter, and where our options allow and our finances allow, take temporary serious matters so that way there can be resumption as we're able. But we are not going to shoot from the hip because we do not want accidental bullets. Again, we do not want accidental fire to hit those that we're trying to help the most. So we want to look very seriously at how we can elevate this further. It's very clear where things stand. Hopefully, everyone's as clear as mud about this decades-long process at this point of so many different steps in the saga. Tonight, the City Council, there could be no equivocation. No one can say without doubt where the City Council on behalf of the citizens are. We are ready to deploy, sign, authorize, and approve based on the vote outcome. And then next week or the week after, we can see what other options we have to elevate further. Sorry, I'm just really thrown off when alleged advocates for retirees want to just destroy the whole process or burn it all down, because this is so serious. People are, as Councilman Rutherford saying, people are dying. Thank you, retirees, for being willing to put your lives on the line for the residents of Pontiac. These are the people that kept the city going through the worst of times when there was no other resources to do it, literally saving lives, keeping neighborhoods together. So God bless you. Your funding, the hospital retirees funding, so many cities do not have the resources that Pontiac's retirees do. It's because of you. You invested into it. You made sacrifices. You took less compensation when you were working to make sure that these benefits or similar benefits were there. This City Council ain't playing with that. We aren't messing with that. We want everything to be defended, ironclad, and stand the test of time because the resources are there. Thank God we actually have, on behalf of the retirees, you did the hard work, previous city leaders made decisions where it's actually there. So many municipalities are literally going belly up because they don't have the resources there. So there's the City Council's position. We are not interested in delay. We are not interested in dragging it out or keep negotiations for decades. That's absurd. It's been absurd, and our position tonight will state very clearly, we are on board for retroactive payment of stipends. Thank you, community members, for flagging that. We've adjusted that. We are on record as in support of the permanent reinstatement and the retroactive reinstatement, and we are going to look at all of our legal and financial options to keep dialing it up. Because months and months and months and months, and years and years and years, that ain't flying for the City Council. Sorry. Okay, so other discussion on the motion before us. This is to communicate where we're at in the finalization of negotiations with Cypria. Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. As a council member, it's my main priority to exhibit the wherewithal to be fiscal responsible. It entails managing finances prudently, adhering to budgets, avoiding unnecessary debt, and ensuring transparency and accountability in financial practices. This approach helps maintain stability, build trust with taxpayers, and ensure sustainable growth and development for our community. With that being there, it also a responsibility to those who have worked to build this city, our retirees. As the city continues to move responsibly, I believe the $400 stipend and retroactive pay is not a great ask for our city retirees. We just have to continue to move to great purpose and ensure financial stability to avoid any enormous pitfalls. From day one, this council, this was a council concern from day one when we came into office. But we also want to make sure we do it right and not do anything to hurt the long-term pensions of our retirees. Just a few weeks ago, one of the first things we've done is done a resolution to make sure we stop any litigation from going to court until it gets approved by the City Council. We added another step to the process that you see that is very minor and time-consuming, right? But we definitely want to get this done for our city retirees. Now, I've been hearing things about they done it in the past. Well, I try to look for anything that I've seen in writing. I've seen a temporary order. I also heard the last mayor say that she gave the retirees a permanent $400, but I couldn't find that in any writing. So if it's in writing, please send it to the council please send it to the council, because I know that some things came to my text and I didn't see that in there. So I just want to say this. It's very important that this is done correctly. We all support it. This council has supported it for day one. And we're trying to make sure we do the best job to make sure that you guys have that, along with not messing up your pensions long term. So again, I know it's been a long time. Some people said 12 years. That is too long. I'm the first to say it. The general retirees from the hospital, I know you heard it. I know you heard it. But we're trying to get it done for you. Again, thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
I sent the information showing that the previous council did put it back into motion. I don't know if you read your emails, but I sent it to you. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I know we're trying to get this done and we're trying to make sure we don't get in any more trouble. And you've done our kudos to this council for stopping the administration from going back to court, because that was a major issue. And we have to just call a spade, because that's what was happening. We kept going to court and we kept losing. We kept going to court and we kept losing. So I'd like to acknowledge that. But I also want to acknowledge the big elephant in the room, that some people are surviving off of $200 a month. Can you survive off of $200 a month? I can't survive off $200 a month. And that's why I'm asking, can it be done? It's not to cause disruption. It's not to one-up anyone. It's because people really are living off of $200 a month in this economy. So I look forward to y'all doing it next week. I hope that it doesn't get vetoed, because that could happen as well. And I want the retirees to remember this vote, yay or nay. Watch what happens. Because at the end of the day, you have to hold us accountable and we have to hold this administration accountable. And that's what this is about, giving y'all what y'all deserve so that y'all can live the way you want to go to Africa, you can go to Africa. You want to get a new weave, you can get a new weave, whatever you want to do. And so that's why I was asking that question, because there are individuals in this room right now that are barely surviving. And I take it personal. And I'm not going to say it's because I'm from Pontiac. It's because I know a lot of these people in this room. Some of them raised me. And so that's why I was asking that question. So it's not to one-up any of you. It's because facts is facts and fiction is fiction. That's all. That's all.
Further discussion? Okay. So on this particular resolution, speaker's list is exhausted. City Council resolution, in terms of support for reinstatement of the $400 monthly benefit for those impacted city retirees. Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is exhausted. Roll call, clerk, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. More to come. We have amended the agenda to add a labor study resolution that Councilman Goodman wanted to introduce. Is there a motion to adopt that resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Council Pro Tem Carrington. We'll give a few more seconds for those that want to hit the road. All right, the meeting will continue. The motion has been made. Councilman Goodman, do you want to introduce your resolution?
Yes, thank you. So for almost over 2 years now, we've been discussing essentially workforce development in the city, people being able to have access to well-paying jobs. And in all the discussions of workforce development, we just have to acknowledge the fact that we have a labor market that exists here in Pontiac that we need to be aware of. We should know the industries that hire people in the city of Pontiac. We should know where Pontiac residents work at, who hire them. How many people in the city have the ability to not only work in the city, but live in the city as well. These are all things that we should have access to and be aware of going forward. That way we know how to properly invest, how to properly make certain policies going forward. And again, this is just a real simple ask for the city to kind of have a just general overall awareness of the employment situation, the outlooks for our city. That way we just know where we should be going, because that again allows us to properly invest in that future workforce, whether it be finding training programs in certain industries or so on and so forth. Anything that we can do to make citizens of Pontiac better placed for a quality, well-meaning life that is unfortunately tied to where they work at and how the labor market looks. So that is why I brought this forth. I don't know if Council President would like me to read it, or if there's any questions from those of you who have it in their packet.
Do you want to just read the resolved?
Yeah, works for me. So it says that the Pontiac City Council requests that the mayor and administration carry out the required steps to conduct a comprehensive labor study for the city of Pontiac, and be it further resolved that the labor study should encompass an analysis of wages, employment trends, industry sectors, occupational breakdowns, and any other relevant data that will aid in addressing economic and workforce development concerns within Pontiac. And be it further resolved that the Pontiac City Council emphasizes the importance of prioritizing workforce development, economic equity, and creating opportunities for upward mobility for all residents in Pontiac. And be it further resolved that the mayor's request is requested to provide an update on the progress made towards fulfilling this request outlined in this resolution at the Pontiac City Council meeting scheduled for May 21st, 2024, to ensure accountability and transparency in the process. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution is transmitted to the mayor and relevant administrative departments, urging swift action in initiating the labor study process.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion before us?
No.
Councilwoman James?
I think it's a good motion. I think it supports our support for and our interest to see more done with workforce development. And of course, that goes along with our discussions on North Hill Farms. I mean, that there are multiple ways we want to go about reducing crime in our city. And one of them is, increasing the ability of our residents to be able to earn a decent living. So this supports it. It's definitely something that will go along with those other plans. So I support it 100%.
Okay. Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, speakers, this exhausted. Roll call. Oh, I'll do the roll call. Councilman Goodman?
Yes.
Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes.
Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Parker?
Yes.
McGinnis is a yes. That carries 5-0. We'll let the deputy clerk know when she's able to return. We are now under Economic Development Division. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution requesting the approval? Oh, excuse me. That was moved last week, so it doesn't need a move in a second. It was postponed. So we're just revisiting that resolution requesting the approval to execute a contract with Flowbird for parking meters, installation, software, and maintenance. Any additional information the administration would like to provide before deliberation continues? Manager McIntyre.
Good evening. I'd just like to mention that Councilwoman Rutherford referred to me as Jack Mack, which is a name that I was proud of when I was young. There was 5 McIntyre boys, and I was Jack Mack. So she's not here to hear that. But so as I mentioned last week, we've been meeting recently to talk about kind of the reorganization of our downtown parking. And one of the things that obviously we all know is necessary is that we need new meters. So I reached out to some neighboring cities, some neighboring communities, Lansing, Grand Rapids, and they are using this company Flowbird for their meters, and in some cases for the software aspects of the meters. But this company Flowbird comes highly recommended. We've met with them a couple times now, and before you now is the resolution asking for the purchase of that. Part of the reorganization of the downtown parking included with the study that Manager Younger spoke of, we've also started to put together some data. One thing that we do know is that in the beginning, when parking enforcement was put in place, we were issuing a lot of tickets and we had few sessions that were paid for. We've seen now the trend turn where the majority of folks are paying for the sessions, and obviously as a result, less tickets are being issued. So we're putting that information, and that'll be included in that presentation that was requested. Just today, Kwanda, who's a downtown person during the day, who we refer to now as the ambassador of downtown, included in her duties with parking enforcement. She's also giving directions to folks, helping people, assisting them on downloading the apps, but she's also paying attention to what's going down in downtown. She's noticing buildings that need building inspections or businesses that may require a current business license, and that's how her role is expanded as well in that too. So that's how we would like to proceed forward with the purchase of these new machines. We'd like to get them installed as soon as we can so that we can remove that hitch, that crutch that's been kind of a thorn since we started that, and that's the antiquated machines that we've been kind of keeping band-aided on a daily basis.
Thank you. Discussion from council members? Councilwoman James.
Yeah, I think what we all agree on is that we do need new equipment, and since the equipment has a 12-week lead time, there's no reason for us to interfere with the purchase of the equipment. Now, the system itself, again, we need the data. We need to make some changes. And there are some things that need to happen there, especially with the app. There needs to be some changes with that application, that it should allow people, that app should be sending out a message that says, hey, you're running out of minutes, because some of them do. I don't know whether it goes by the city, but when you go to Detroit and you use that system, the app will tell you, hey, you're running out of minutes. You'll get a text on your phone, and on your phone you can go in and add minutes. Well, we need that kind of option in the city of Pontiac. Again, we want to make it as friendly as possible for people to be able to come to the city of Pontiac downtown and to enjoy themselves, and hopefully to leave without a parking ticket. So we need to make changes. I don't think the changes we need to make are related to the purchase of new equipment. So I still think the new equipment needs to go forward, but I am, still want to see the data from the residents, from the businesses, so that we can really begin to make a more informed decision about, how we're going to run downtown parking.
Yeah.
Okay.
And one of the things you mentioned was Detroit, that they do have an app. Detroit does use Flowbird, which is the company that's before you. We have had discussions with Flowbird about also utilizing their app. But we felt the priority at this point was getting the machines ordered, because there was such a lead time on getting those installed. But I just had a conversation last week. Deborah was somewhat involved with that conversation with Flowbird, and we asked them to send us a projection of what that would cost if we decided to move with their application instead of remaining with Passport, which is the current application. So that is something that would be available with this company that's building these machines.
Well, that's something. Passport does not have that feature available?
Not for us, no.
Then, yeah, you might want to consider changing, because you need options with a system like that.
Yeah, I've already asked the sales rep at Flowbird to send us, in fact, Alicia and purchasing and I were involved in that conversation with him, and we asked him to submit some a breakdown of what their application looks like and what the cost would be for us to move over to that application.
Okay.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Okay, so we all know that parking has been a problem. I do know about the program that you're trying to initiate, and I had my reservations, but doing the research and having conversations and seeing how it actually works, I think it would greatly improve downtown parking and also those other things you have in place in regards to refocusing not on just ticket driven, but on quality service. So I am in supportive of that being in my district. I'm also in support of us keeping those ongoing conversations going on with the business owners because we have to be a partnership and not a dictatorship. So that's what I wanted to say. So I'm in supportive of this. I look forward to seeing if it passes to see how we can all move the city forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could just mention real quick, I started to and then I lost track. Quanda, there was a big event today at the Strand. There was many cars downtown today. There was only 2 tickets that were issued in total today. Everybody else paid for a session. She was able to verify that all the vehicles, there was no spaces to be found for about 2 or 3 hours downtown today because of this event at the Strand. So folks are having success with the sessions. Clarence has become a pseudo repair person, and he's learned how to make corrections when we get alerts constantly if we're having an issue with a particular machine, and we're able to be there within minutes to make those corrections so the machine's functioning correctly.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. It's roll call and adoption of the resolution requesting the approval to execute a contract with Flowbird for parking meters installation, software, and maintenance. Madam Deputy Clerk, roll call.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes, congratulations.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. A point of personal privilege, if somebody in the House has ibuprofen or Tylenol, one of the council members has a headache. So, you got it?
I got a headache.
Oh, okay. So 2 council members have a headache, in case anyone might personally be able to help out. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to authorize the sale of 494 Bloomfield Avenue?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, second by Councilman Parker. The parcel ID number is 1904-107-021 to Pontiac Community Developers, LLC for a housing development and to enter into a purchase and development agreement. It's been moved and seconded. Mayor and Administration, you have the floor.
Thank you, President McGinnis. We're excited about this item. This is part of our effort to get city-owned vacant parcels back into productive use and to develop more housing in the city. This is not the only approach to do that. There are other agenda items tonight that also relate to bringing more housing online in the city. But with that, I'll turn it over to our Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger.
Good evening again. This is for the sale and redevelopment of 494 Bloomfield. It is being proposed to be redeveloped for construction of 1 single-family house. This is for approximately 1,500 to 1,600 square feet. This is what the lot looks like currently. This is where the lot is in relationship to other lots. This is just a rendering of what the typical house looks like that this developer does, the back elevation. This is the floor plan. We have confirmed that the developer has the available resources to, in fact, he has a line of credit, so he has the resources to build this house. And we recommend that you move forward with this proposal.
Further discussion before us. Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, was the items that were put in there that I asked for?
Correct. There is no extension. It's 1 year time for fulfillment. It'll be part of the purchase and development agreement. No extensions, 1 year.
Okay. No way around it.
No way around it.
And so why I'm asking that so that John Q. Public can understand that if the development is not done within 1 year, no exceptions will be made, and the land will return back to the city. That is correct?
That is correct. There is a reverter clause.
Thank you so much.
Further discussion? Yes, sir, Councilman.
Thank you, Brother President. Ms. Younger.
Yes.
Just to make sure, the resolution we passed last week in regards to the size of the
infill district, overlay district. No, this is actually a 1,500 square foot house. The overlay district provides for smaller houses as a minimum of 900 square feet. This is proposed to be a 1,500 square foot house on a normal city lot.
I believe it was 800.
I'm
not
sorry.
900.
Yeah.
But do you want to pull up the slide as the
Sure.
vote is coming up to show what the property looks like now? So it's vacant land,
Yeah.
currently owned by the city. Somebody is interested in buying for $1,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
So $1,000 is the price tag. A public hearing was held some weeks ago on the matter. So we're talking about 494 Bloomfield Avenue in Pontiac. Here's what the lot looks like now. Clearly, there was a single family, likely a single family home that stood there moons ago, and there's the steps that once led to it. Any further discussion or clarification? Speakers list exhausted. Roll call and adoption of the resolution authorizing the sale of that property to Pontiac Community Developers LLC for a housing development and to enter into a purchase and development agreement. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Goodman? Oh, he stepped out, I'm sorry. James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
5 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted and the sale is authorized. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving contracts for small business technical assistance vendors? Is there a second?
Moved by Kent. Support.
All right, it's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Mayor and Administration, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. This is a long-awaited item that we're really excited about, which is actually hiring the providers of technical assistance to local small businesses.
Your microphone went out.
Up to speed with all things relating to businesses, whether it's forming an LLC or doing their business taxes or running a payroll, putting together a marketing plan. So we're very excited about being able to hire these technical assistance providers to really support and encourage and advance our local small businesses and entrepreneurs. And with that, Economic Development Manager Younger.
Thank you. As the mayor indicated, this is the first step in launching of our small business development program. Technical assistance is the first component. Later this summer, June to be exact, we will be coming back with a loan and grant program. We thought it was important to make sure that businesses were ready. Some businesses are already ready, but we wanted to provide this technical assistance. We have 17 providers that we will be offering assistance, everything from marketing, IT, web design, forming their LLC. I do want to mention to council that there were some services that businesses requested that we did not receive any proposals for. So we have re-let an RFP for those services. Those services include architect, design, and engineering. We had no legal, surprisingly, candidates. We have a couple of applicants that want to do manufacturing, getting their product to manufactured. So we have already put out a new RFP for those 4 services, but we do not want to hold these providers up. We have approximately 120 businesses who have requested technical assistance. Should council pass this legislation tonight, we are scheduled to meet with those contractors Thursday and Friday, execute those contracts, and begin to assign the businesses that are waiting for their small business assistance to those contractors.
Okay. All right, that motion is before us. Discussion from council. Councilman James.
How long will this technical assistance process work? I mean, the average technical assistance will be what, 6 weeks, 8 weeks?
It depends on what they're looking for, but on average, we estimate the average applicant will need about 20 hours of assistance.
Okay.
So that could be spread off. Obviously, each provider may have more than one client, so I won't say it'll be a week, but typically we estimate 20 hours of assistance per applicant. Okay. Some will need less, some will need more, but in general. So we're not holding anything up in terms of our next steps in small business program, but we did want to get started with this and start getting people along the path for the assistance they need so that they be eligible to apply for other forms of assistance, not just the cities, but we're working with some other banks and entities like Huntington Bank and Seed to also supplement and augment our program. So we want to make sure that we have businesses that are ready to meet the criteria, not just of ourselves, but other participating partners.
Okay. So the business development, though, the technical assistance won't necessarily hold up the actual business grants, but
No, we plan to launch those in June. I provided previously, I believe the mayor provided you with a timeline for the small business assistance services. We plan to begin holding town hall meetings in May to make sure everybody's aware, advertise and publicize, and then begin to offer that assistance in June.
And then, excuse me, one last question. Manager Younger, do you have a built-in process to be able to get feedback back from these applicants of whether or not the technical assistance they received was adequate? So we need to have some kind of an evaluation process that says the business owner, the entrepreneur that requested technical assistance was satisfied with the support that they received.
We're doing two things. On the front end, we're doing an assessment of the businesses, a 1 to 2 hour assessment, because what we find often is a business tells you that I need this service, but in fact, they may need that service, but they don't have the other 5 things that lead up to the service they're requesting. Mm-hmm. So we're doing assessments on the front end to make sure that we're adequately matching the businesses with the correct service provider, and then yes, we will be monitoring in between during the sessions to make sure that the businesses are adequately receiving the services they want. So we're going to do assessments on the front end. We're doing them now with some donated work, and some of our partners are paying for some assessment work on our behalf. And so we're begin those assessments. I think the first 50 or so, we have like 125 have been completed, so that we make sure that we really are getting the business the assistance they want. You know, if you say you need a web design, but you don't have a logo, you don't have branding and all of that, we probably can't do web design first. So we're making sure that what they ask for, they have the other things in place to make sure that we can adequately provide them that assistance. And then we will be checking in with both the provider as well as the business during the course of whatever their allotted number of hours are, to make sure that everyone is receiving what they requested.
Councilman Parker, followed by Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Younger. Just one quick question. If this is ARPA funds, how much of ARPA are we spending on this person?
We have a total of 500. These first contractors are 400,000. As I mentioned, there were some services that we want to go back out. So we want to go back out and then contract for the remaining 100,000 of the 500,000 budgeted.
Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
So as enthused as I am of this program, I have been getting complaints from the community about the people that were selected and feeling that they do not want to share their personal and private information with them. What do you have in place if an individual is chosen to work with an individual that he or she doesn't feel comfortable with having their business up in air? And I ask this so that we're being clear that there has to be another option if an individual says they don't want to work with them.
There are, in most instances, we have more than one provider for each of the services that are requested. We have several web designers, we have several financial assistants, business plan. So we should be able to match people accordingly with people because we have more than one provider in all of the categories except the 4 that I identified that we're going back out for. So.
And so I asked this, just a candid follow-up, I'm sorry. So if an individual wants to change who they've been assigned to, how would he or she do that? What's the proper steps?
We're going to, right as we do let the contracts, then we will bring the provider together, and we're not going to just send them out on their own. We will schedule internally a meeting between the provider and the small business. At that point, if it's not a fit, and that fit could also be on the provider side as well. Right. It's not just a small business, it's also the provider. So we're going to work to ensure that we have a productive process, that people can get along together, but we're also going to be cognizant of, we don't want this to dissolve into some personality contest either. Right. I'm going to be fair and try to be equitable, and certainly we want to match you with people that you match with, because I don't want to mediate these contracts either.
Thank you.
Any final discussion? With that, speakers list exhausted. Roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk, on the resolution approving contracts for small business technical assistance vendors.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
5 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Now we enter the field of Brown. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution requesting
So moved.
the Oakland County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority to review the Auburn Apartments and Beacon Place Townhomes Brownfield plans? It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. The item is now before us. Mayor and Administration.
Thank you, President McGinnis. This is something that's been discussed at past city council meetings and that we're very excited about. Actually, the next couple of items relate to a very credible and very highly respected provider of services in our community, and that is Lighthouse. And the first of these items is both a Brownfield TIF to help close the financing gap for a major new construction development on Auburn Road, but also at the same time to help finance a major improvement and redevelopment of a renovation, maybe is the best way to put it, of existing homes owned by Lighthouse immediately behind the site of this new apartment complex on Auburn. So we're really excited about how this continues to progress. As City Council will remember, this was rezoned to allow for this development of the apartment complex. And this is a critically important piece of putting the financing in place so that this project can continue to move forward and expand housing options for members of our community. Economic Development Manager Younger, take it away.
Thank you. The presentation that I'm going to present is for both items, 10 and 11 on the agenda. They're both by Lighthouse. We combine them into one presentation. One of the things I do want to make known to this council is that we're using the Brownfield TIF. Pontiac is one of the first cities to, in fact, do that. The state legislature passed Brownfield TIFs for housing in September of 2023. These are some of the first deals that are utilizing this new resource and tool to move housing forward in a new way. And so we're excited to be on the cutting edge of doing something that has not been done throughout the state, and Pontiac is on the cutting edge. So we're excited about this process. And again, we have the members of the development team are here with us, and if they're certainly welcome to come to the podium. I'll go through their presentation quickly, and then they'll be available for questions. So Lighthouse, most of you are familiar with Lighthouse. They're in their current formation, were formed in 2019, but they've been in existence in Pontiac since 1972. They provide direct services, food, shelter, rental, utility, and other financial services and referrals, housing programs, and stability. Their goal is to develop self-sufficiency for the residents in our community. This is their broad mission statement: to build equitable communities that alleviate poverty in partnership with the City of Pontiac, and to serve individuals, families, and organizations. They are investing between these three projects over $75 million in the City of Pontiac for housing and community needs. All three of them, which are Beacon Place Townhomes, which are the rehabilitation, Auburn Place, which are the new construction project, and then Beacon Place Apartments, which is also renovation, all using the Brownfield plan. They're serving households at 60% of median, a maximum of 60% of area median income. So this makes this extremely affordable, and it's really necessary to have the Brownfield TIF to be able to maintain these kind of rents at 60% of AMI. In addition to using LIHTC, which is the low-income housing tax credit, and they will also be using vouchers to keep the rents affordable for the residents of the City of Pontiac. Here are some renderings. As you can see, the townhomes at the foreground and how they'll look, and the Beacon Square Apartments, and the new Auburn development. And here's the Brownfield statistics. These are eligible activities for up to $1.4 million for housing development activities supported by MISTA, another $4.9 million. That's for the Auburn, and then Beacon Place up to about $55,000, and another $1.1 million from MISTA. And so they'll also be seeking approval for any Z rehabs as we move through this project to support the development for both of these projects. And Of course, we want to support the rehabilitation of existing housing stock so that we can maintain what is already in our city for affordable units, which are 40 units existing and then 54 units of new construction. And with that, I'll ask the applicant to join me at the podium.
All right, any final thoughts before we deliberate from the applicant that they would like council to know when we're deliberating? I just want to give you an open opportunity if you want to make any quick pitch. Rock, paper, scissors, go for it.
Sure. Mayor, council, Deborah, thank you. I just want to express my gratitude for the support from the city from the beginning of our efforts to redevelop the existing developments in the Lighthouse of Oakland County housing portfolio and develop the significant size vacant lot that was also part of that portfolio. The reason why Lighthouse of Oakland County and South Oakland Shelter merged was to come together to accomplish this, and somewhat set back by the pandemic. These developments now are eligible for reinvestment. The American Rescue Plan Act funds that were made available by MSHDA for expanded gap financing is allowing us to put significantly more money into affordable rental in this community than we otherwise would be able to do. And the city's been a great partner, and Deborah's been a wonderful partner in helping us figure out an innovative way to do it. And today we're seeking that abatement specifically to accomplish that. And just grateful for all the support we've received to date. And I did want to mention, I know it said $75 million, and that sounds like a lot of money for the number of units. That includes the investment in our campus. That isn't a part of the abatement. That's all of our investment in Pontiac that is slated for the coming year. So these projects are a little over $40 million. It's about $45 million between the two of them.
Thank you very much. And just to confirm the process with the Economic Development Manager, if the City Council should approve these respective items, it next then goes to the Oakland County Redevelopment Authority, where they are going to essentially verify and determine eligibility, that they meet the criteria. Will it require any final action, or it then is signed off by the administration? Will it require additional City Council
No, City
vote?
Council, the Brownfield Authority is meeting tomorrow to consider this application. Should they approve it, it will come back to City Council for final approval. With they could make recommendations or changes, but it will come back for final approval to City Council after the Brownfield Authority. And I apologize for not mentioning that.
Oh, that's okay. You have previously, and you've spelled it out. I just want to make sure everyone's clear on that. So what we have before us is Auburn Apartments and Beacon Place Townhomes, their Brownfield plans. They are very close to each other geographically. For anyone to orient themselves, there's currently vacant land on Auburn Avenue across from the Frosty Treat that has been vacant for some time. That's where they propose building the 5-story apartment building. That's what they're calling Auburn Place or Auburn Apartments. And then Beacon Place is the existing townhomes that front Whittemore, but they're behind that or very adjacent to that spot that they are proposing to reinvest. And I just want to acknowledge Lighthouse's work for this and the other site on Mechanic Street, that you've taken your responsibility and obligation very seriously to maintain the quality and caliber that residents of Pontiac deserve at those two sites. It's been very evident based on what residents have shared with me. All three of these sites are located in Pontiac's District 7, and all three, in my estimation, and what we've shared at the District 7 neighborhood meetings, what's come up again and again, this would be a great addition to our neighborhood, and it would be additional attainable housing, which is very sorely needed, and the East Side is ready and eager to receive those opportunities. Further discussion, Councilwoman James.
I would just like to add, as you know, we have a great need for low-income housing. So when will we see this housing actually available for?
Great question, and we really do. Well, one thing I do want to emphasize here is the serendipity of the various resources that have all come together to make this possible. And so in order to make this real, I believe we have until September or October to close on the tax credit financing, which essentially will enable us to break ground at that time. and we would anticipate a roughly 18-month construction period. So about a year and a half later, they should come online. We do currently have tenants in Beacon Square and townhomes, but we do have units that are awaiting redevelopment that currently we are not renting, essentially because they need significant investment. So as much as we've done our very best to take care of these units, this is also very timely, and we're really grateful for the conditions of the TIF passing at the state level for housing, the ARPA funds that MISH has dedicated, and also the Oakland County Housing Trust is currently, Housing Trust Fund is currently considering an application. So our hope is that all these things all combine and allow us to get these units, the new units, live, and the vacant units back online, by hopefully the end of next year.
Okay.
Probably early 2026 is probably most realistic.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Councilwoman Rutherford.
I just want to commend the Lighthouse for all the work that you guys do, especially about affordable housing, and that you've been able to find another way instead of having to get a pilot. I was rooting and gunning and fighting for you guys to get a pilot because I just believe in what your product does, and it provides people a hand up and not a handout. And I think it's important to reward individuals and to reward organizations that have actually transformed families and generations by giving them a voucher, by giving them an apartment in Beacon Apartments. So I hope that in future endeavors, especially with the redevelopment of your campus, that this administration is more open to making everything happen at a timeline so that we can all be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do just want to extend my gratitude for the efforts that you've made to continue to advocate for policies that are that enable developers to meet the needs in this community. And I also really want to thank the mayor for really, honestly, I think it's a good thing that we've been pushed to learn a new approach to tax abatement. I think that the fact that we're one of the earliest projects in the state, in fact, we had a little bit of back and forth on whether or not the state would allow us to utilize this approach so early after it had been approved, and there hadn't necessarily been a process already developed in order to make it happen at the state level. It's positioned us well, hopefully, to continue to attract more resources to the city of Pontiac and to other communities that badly need these resources. So it'll be another tool in our toolkit. And it allowed us to meet Ann because we needed somebody who understood tax increment financing to join our development team, and she's an additional resource for our community.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Also, I just want to just thank you guys for the work you do, and I'm hoping that this project is very successful. Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing nothing further, speakers list exhausted. The resolution requesting the Oakland County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority review the Auburn Place Apartments and Beacon Place Townhomes Brownfield plans is before us. Roll call. Deputy Clerk.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
He stepped out.
oh, I'm sorry, Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
5 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at the next resolution. Is there a motion to approve requesting the Oakland County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority review the Beacon Square Place Apartment?
Support.
So moved.
101 Mechanic Brownfield Rehabilitation Proposal, moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. It's now before us. Mayor and Administration.
Thank you, President McGinnis. While the last agenda item related to the new construction of an apartment building and the renovation of Beacon Place townhomes, this agenda item, also relating to a development of lighthouses, is for the renovation of Beacon Square Place apartments, or Beacon Square apartments perhaps. And I assume the repetitive use of the word beacon is a play on lighthouse. And I will allow either Manager Younger or Mr. Hertz to take it away.
Yeah, same program. So there's a little bit of confusion here. The reason why they're split into two resolutions is because the Auburn Place and the townhomes are essentially a part of the same the same geography, and then the Beacon Square is not. But to make things very confusing, Beacon Square and townhomes were originally developed using the same tax credit allocation, so they're actually part of one financing transaction, and they're being redeveloped as part of one financing transaction. So Beacon Place is actually the name of the new partnership being formed to finance the tax credits for both the redevelopment of Beacon Square and Beacon Townhomes as the properties are individually known. And you are correct. I assume you're correct. The Beacon name predates my involvement, but I can't imagine that there was any other inspiration there.
Further discussion on the motion before us? This is at the corner of Mechanic and Douglas Streets, just south of Huron or M59. So if you're driving eastbound on M59, you can easily see it. I want to salute the leaders of Lighthouse from a generation ago that saved this historic structure and repurposed it into viable housing that's attainable. And it's a great addition. As a former resident of Mechanic Street, it was a great addition then, and I'm grateful that it will see reinvestment so that it can have another generation of useful life for housing.
Along those lines, I'd like to make sure it's on the record that I'm wishing Joe Heafy a happy birthday today. Joe is the principal of Ethos Development Partners, and Joe is also what was the executive director of Lighthouse Community Development at the time of the development of Beacon Square and townhomes, and gets to work on the redevelopment with us as our consultant. So he's been a longstanding supporter of this community. If it wasn't his birthday, I know he was planning to be here. He has the plans, but he's really been maybe an unsung hero of the affordable housing activities in the city for well over 15 years now.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Again, we're talking about 101 Mechanic Street. The resolution requesting the Oakland County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority to review the property in question for the Brownfield rehabilitation proposal. Speakers list exhausted. Roll call. Madam Deputy Clerk on the motion.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
4 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at the resolution requesting the Oakland County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority to review the Casa del Rey Brownfield plans. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman James, seconded by Councilman Goodman. It's now on the floor. Mayor Administration, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you again, President McGinnis. As wonderful as the Lighthouse developments are, and they are exciting, I think the single most exciting item that we have tonight is this agenda item, because this will facilitate the redevelopment of the beautiful Casa del Rey apartment building that is both historic and, although it's been vacant for a while, you can still say that it is beautiful, because its beauty is really just fighting to shine through the dilapidated state of the building. And this has been a vacant building for many, many years. It is a really unique and beautiful building. I know I keep saying beautiful, but I don't know how else to describe this. Really one-of-a-kind jewel in our community. So this is a really exciting redevelopment. I want to thank the developers who are here, and you may well be hearing from them, for their innovation and their tenacity in making this happen. But I also want to thank our Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger, because she has been an advocate for this project from day one. And without her efforts, I don't think we would be sitting here today. So many, many thanks to all involved. This is a great example of collaboration, moving our community forward and redeveloping our neighborhoods. Manager Younger?
Thank you, Mayor, and if the developers would join me at the podium, I appreciate it. So, as the Mayor said, I'm extremely excited to bring the development team here. Some of you may not know, but there have been a series of developers who have tried to bring this project through fruition, and because it's been historic and some other issues and how long it's sat, it took someone with tenacity, and I'm excited because this is one of their first projects in Pontiac, but I hope that this won't be their last, although this may have almost killed them trying to get here, but we're almost here, so here we are. This is Coleman LLC. This is who they are, 15 years of single multifamily development. They revitalize abandoned blighted buildings. They acquire multifamily and mixed use properties for redevelopment and revitalization in core communities. I'm familiar with some of their work in Detroit. They use CDFIs, we're community development finance agencies, and then local and community lenders for capital stack development. These are the results. Obviously, they want to increase the population by maintaining occupied building, reducing the blight, improving social determinants of health and safety, and support the local economy by locating in walkable, high-density neighborhoods. So this is where the project is. For those of you who aren't familiar, I think almost everyone is. It's just a mile from downtown. It was built in 1929. It's 5 stories, almost 50,000 square feet. And it was entered into the historic register, which often makes these buildings difficult in 1989. But the Coleman Allen LLC has figured out a way to get this done. And it's been vacant since about 2006. And the land bank is the owner. This is one of the few developable properties that the land bank has, and so we've been working with the county land bank to restore this property and get this to a developer who could return it to its glory. Here are some of the architectural elements in the inside. It is, as the mayor said, it's absolutely beautiful, even despite the decay and what's been allowed to happen to the building. I've been in it a couple of times, and it's absolutely fantastic. And so they're going to be able to restore and keep a lot of these architectural elements. Here you can see the decay, but you also see the promise of what it could be. So this is what they're doing. It's about approximately a $13 million project, almost $14 million. There'll be 50 apartments. The typical in-unit amenities: washer, dryer, dishwasher, stove, and refrigerator. There will be storage on site. They have actually worked with surrounding area entities to buy and ensure that there's parking for the project. And so the units will be between 60 and 100% of AMI, which makes it a mixed-use development, and we're excited to see that. We're excited to see both the 60% as well as 100%. It has to have a minimum of 20 years of affordability. Every year, the income and rents will be verified. Obviously, there's historic preservation, blight elimination, increased foot traffic, and neighborhood improvement. So these are some of the activities that will be allowed through the Brownfield TIF: environmental assessment, abatements, demolition, infrastructure improvements, and the Brownfield plan, which is going to the county tomorrow for consideration. So there you have what the Brownfield will pay for. It's approximately $5.2 million. And coming soon. So with that, I'd like to introduce the developers to you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Deborah, thank you so much for all your support that you have been with us. We've been working to get to this point for at least a year and a half on this project. So we're committed. We're excited to bring this building back to life. We've been awarded $3 million from Oakland County Trust Fund. We were one of the first recipients of that trust fund. We also are working with MSHDA. MSHDA also has given us a grant for $3.5 million, and we are trying to close the gap with this TIF fund to make this project happen.
So I just wanted to add, I'm sure it's important to the community, to the people here of Pontiac. We do have roots here in Pontiac. I think it's very relevant I was born and raised in the city of Detroit. However, my father owned the Popeye's Chicken restaurant that was on MLK since I was in my teens. Sure, many of you have seen that. Recently sold it as he's getting older and kind of getting out of the business, but he's looking to do more in the city of Pontiac. We've always promoted jobs and in the city of Pontiac and looking to now promote affordable housing in the city. So.
Wow. Thank you. Anything final, Economic Development Manager, or to open up for deliberation and questions from council members? Mayor Greimel.
I thought my admiration for you could not be exceeded, but as a longtime diner at that Popeyes location before it closed, I really have respect for your family now. So I miss that location, but really appreciate your investment in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your business. Thank you.
Fair warning, Mayor Greimel does have a hollow leg when it comes to chicken. This is a big deal for the residents that live nearby, for the residents throughout the city, but also for historic preservation advocates in Pontiac, in Oakland County, and throughout Michigan. This is a nationally significant structure. That's why it's on the National Register. Its features, what it represents in the time of Pontiac and America's journey when it was built for the explosion of automotive workers and their families. I also want to emphasize that this project is only possible if the city is firing on all cylinders with our various departments. To have an economic development manager that has the vision and then the staff and the time to actually devote to this, that matters. To have a building official that's qualified that can see, this is an existing structure that the fire suppression services, that you don't necessarily have to do an additional new installation because of its existing structure, that matters, because that could be hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars on your backs, or the timeline, the numbers might not work. So we need to, and then we need to have our sheriff department and public safety funded in place, so that way this structure doesn't get broken into further. There isn't desecration of the site when you have valuable materials and supplies and crews there. It requires so many pieces of the civic and municipal operations to work. And I just emphasize, if we want more of this great progress, we've got to make sure that the city continues to fire on all cylinders. We need all vacant positions filled. We need the city to fully moving forward, because this is like the grandest and the greatest example, but there are other gems like this in Pontiac. And to the mayor and the economic development manager's point, queuing this up, we welcome you and other developers that want to make this one of many redevelopment, large and small, because there's single families, there's duplexes, there's 4-unit apartment buildings, we've seen them already in different phases. We want all of them to come back online because the demand is great, the quality is there, and our neighborhoods will be more holistic. I want to salute those that have lived on Oneida or Seminole near this and stuck it out, because this is a big boy to sit there vacant and hulking and creating a shadow over the neighborhood. For those frame of reference, this is just south of the Pontiac General Hospital. Many of you probably know it, but it's been empty for almost 18 years. And I want to acknowledge that the Oakland County Treasurer's Office, current and former leadership, they've believed in this and have tried to market it and communicate it. And what Economic Development Manager Younger said, there have been many bites at the apple, but here you are, sinking your teeth in at long last to make this juicy fruit. I don't know. But so I want to thank you for that, and I'm saying that on behalf of Councilman Nicholson, who represents this neighborhood. He's not with us tonight, but many neighbors, current and former, have been pushing hard for this to be resolved. And in my role with Oakland County's Historical Society, you are saving history. You are saving part of what makes Pontiac so special by saving this building. So bless you for that.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
I'm just excited. I'm excited. I heard them talk about, I said, oh my gosh, I'm back there eating, and I try to come back here because, let me tell you why. This is transformational. I know everybody has said that, but it really is transformational for people, our people, to come do something this great in this neighborhood, for this community. Kudos to you for having the courage, because not only is it a big boy, it's going to cost a whole bunch of money. And I hope and I pray that you get the assistance that you need from this administration. I hope that the barriers that people have put before you are being removed. And if there isn't, please give Council President or anybody else in this council a call. We'll always be advocating for you. So I just want to tell that to you publicly. I know what you have done, ma'am and sir, to secure the bag, and I appreciate it. That's it. And Deborah Younger, you rock.
Thank you very much.
Further discussion, Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. I just want to say I'm just hyena happy to see this building, somebody deciding to do something with this building, because as I go over to various meetings at Welcome Church, I know I always pass by this building and wonder why somebody hasn't decided to do something with it. So I applaud you for this undertaking, and I pray that it brings you good success.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pro Tem?
Well, just echoing other council people, I think it's a great project. It's beautiful, the remnants that you guys brought to council. So I'm looking forward to the ribbon cutting event when it happens.
Thank you.
Councilman Goodman.
Yeah, as someone who is, if anyone in this chamber is just no stranger to me, I very much am about affordable housing as well as most of my council members. So I am just very excited to see this come about. One, not only because it's a nice historic building that I have driven past so many times, I'm just like, it'd be nice to live in there. Now, be it, that's not my district, so I don't have the opportunity to do that while I'm in office. But it is, I mean, as someone who just appreciates nice things, this is this is the potential for a very, very nice thing in a really important historic neighborhood for everyone in the city. So I'm very excited to see this come about genuinely.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilwoman James?
Yes, I echo the rest of the council. I am so happy to see this building. It's very familiar because I lived there for several years.
What floor?
What floor? What?
I don't remember what floor. It wasn't the first floor. I remember that, but I did live in the building, and it's one of the few places that I really enjoyed living in. When you're younger, I've lived in apartment buildings, and most of them I couldn't even tell you, where they were or what was inside. But I remember that building, and I enjoyed living in that building. It was such a beautiful building. And so I really applaud you guys for taking this on. It sounds like this is your biggest project to date? Yes. This is your biggest project to date. So it's well worth it, and I know you're going to enjoy what you're doing. I also think that mixed use is a great fit for this building because it's classy. It's classy. And I think mixed use is going to work well for you there. So, again, congratulations. And if there's anything that we can do to support you, I love that coming soon sign. Hey, that's the hope. That's that you're approaching it by faith, and that's the way to do it. And so we wish you the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Councilman Rutherford.
My other follow-up is, what is the actual timeline if this is approved? One, what's the timeline? Two, will you be giving us updates through the administration? And three, how if somebody wanted to get involved with the garden and stuff like that, like golden wash and things like this, how would they connect to you on the landscaping part of it?
Good question. So coming soon, we estimate that we will have our final approvals from all our financiers by July. And then to answer your question in regards to how will you get in contact with us as developers, the plan is once we put the fence up, the safety fence, we'll have a windshield that will have contact information on it.
Thank you so much.
Further discussion? Speakers is exhausted. Roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk, on the resolution requesting the Oakland County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority to review the Casa del Rey Brownfield plans.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford? Yes. Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas.
I am hyena happy to report that motion carries and the resolution is adopted. That was copyrighted.
Thank you again.
All right, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the proposed budget amendments for fiscal year 23-24? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. This was before us 2 weeks ago where we scheduled The proposed budget amendments, it's an omnibus, so there are multiple changes to make sure that the various accounts balance out and are balanced before the end of the fiscal year. Mayor Grimel for more information.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. I would ask that this be postponed 1 week for 2 reasons. One is this is a very in-depth omnibus budget amendment with a lot of elements to it, and I know it's getting late. But secondly, Deputy Mayor Stevens is best suited to present this in detail, and he is out of town this evening, as you know, and so he will be back next Tuesday, and I would recommend postponement until he can actually present on this.
Is there such a motion?
I move to postpone it.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that it's postponed for 1 week. Any further discussion or clarification on the motion to postpone? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, on the motion to postpone.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
5 yeas.
That motion carries. It's postponed until next week. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving the emergency medical dispatch service agreement with Oakland County for $1.5 million over 3 years?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Goodman. It's now before us. Administration.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Alicia Martin, I don't see her here, but I think she's in the building. So if council has any questions, certainly she can answer some of those. But this is Oakland County's typical dispatch contract, and this is uniform for all communities that contract with the county for dispatch services.
Further discussion? Pro Tem Carrington.
Just one quick question. Has there been any major increases from the last contract?
There have been increases, and it looks like we have our purchasing manager here now. So Purchasing Manager Martin, I did explain that this is a standard contract for all Oakland County communities that contract with the county for dispatch services. But there was a question about whether there have been some significant increases. I know that you've looked into that, and yes, the contract rates have gone up, but I was hoping you could get into more detail about by how much.
Yes. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. There was a 3% increase for costs. Looking at March 2022, I'm so sorry. Yes, there was a 3% increase in costs. Looking from month to month in annual cost changes. I did put a chart in the resolution that has the 3% increases shown there within the resolution. And also there was an 18% increase for March 31st of 2025. That's going to be from April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025. That was an 18% increase from the previous year or monthly cost. And then the annual cost ending March 31st, 2025, there was an 18% increase, and then it went back down to 3%.
Further discussion on the motion before us. Councilwoman James.
Was that just standard across most of the municipalities, the increases that you just covered?
I don't have the increases for other municipalities. I only did an analysis on what our increases were from the previous contract to the new contract.
Mayor Grimel on that same question.
Yeah, as I understand it, this is a standard contract, and all municipalities pay the same rate. So whatever that rate is and how it's determined is determined for all municipalities in the same way.
Is it based on how many calls that come in or anything like that?
Purchasing manager?
It's based on the type of services, and yes, it's based on services provided, so those will change depending on what the need is.
Okay.
Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is exhausted. Roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk, on the resolution approving emergency medical dispatch service agreement with Oakland County for $1.5 million over 3 years.
Goodman,
Yes.
James, McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving lockbox services with J.P. Morgan Chase
So
for
moved.
$66,000? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. It's now before us. Administration, you have the floor.
Thank you, President McGinnis. We have our purchasing manager here, as you know, and she certainly can speak to this. I don't know. I know a lot of this does relate to Treasurer Prater as well, so I don't know if she's needed here to assist purchasing manager, but if not, take it away, Manager Martin.
Okay, so as we are aware, and this is just for the public to be aware as well, the city does receive payments in a lockbox for property taxes, which is overseen by the treasurer. The service provider that was providing these services was Alliance, and we were not pleased with the services that were being provided. They ended up changing their address on us without giving us proper notification, and that's a lockbox change address. So we were not happy about that because we didn't have ample time to convey that to residents and so forth. And so the contract for Alliance is ending in May of 2024. We're providing them with 30 days advance written notice this month that we will not be renewing that contract. And we did post a solicitation for lockbox services on February the 15th, 2024. This solicitation was posted to BidNet. It was also posted to the city solicitations webpage. The solicitation actually closed on March the 22nd, 2024. So it was posted for the 30 standard days. There were multiple firms that accessed the bid documents, but only J.P. Morgan Chase was the bank that submitted a proposal. PNC did not submit a proposal because there was an out-of-state issue with their lockbox that we wanted to have a local presence lockbox. And so that's the reason why they ended up not providing a response to this RFP, because that is our current bank. The monthly fee for services will be $4,395.28. There was an informa provided within the resolution package that broke down all those detailed charges. That will be offset by the earnings credit allowance of 3%. So we have to retain $2 million within the account to achieve that. And I have a definition of what that is because I had to ask that question myself. A bank earnings credit allowance is a method used by banks to provide businesses with a way to offset fees for banking services through the earnings credit they received based on their account balances. So as long as we remain at $2 million within the bank account with J.P. Morgan Chase, we'll receive those credits to offset that monthly cost.
Further discussion? Councilman James.
Yeah, could you just explain what a lockbox? When I think of a lockbox, I'm thinking of a physical box that people deposit. So if you could just explain a little bit what this really is physically.
So it's where people mail their payments into, and it's collected in a lockbox. So it's a P.O. box address that's assigned to the lockbox that people mail their payments to.
Okay, so this is a mail-in, and the lockbox is a P.O. box.
By the bank, yes.
Okay, all right.
We actually have representatives from J.P. Morgan Chase who have held out for 9 hours and 17 minutes.
Can they?
No, excuse me.
I didn't think they were here.
So if you'd like to take the podium and offer any further.
Did I explain that pretty
I
okay.
would love to know what we're voting on.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Rashida Walters, the city's Treasury Management Officer with J.P. Morgan. And Alicia did a great job explaining. So a lockbox is essentially, we do have a physical location here in Michigan. It is out near Metro Airport. And when your citizens mail in their property tax payments, it'll be mailed to a P.O. box, but it will...
We do actually have to take a pause. The mayor has departed the room, and the city charter requires the presence of a mayor or deputy mayor for the meeting to take place. So
Understood.
I want to, would you like a proclamation or a resolution to share with any superiors for you to get credit for being here so late on a work night?
Listen, no, we'll get credit. We're fine. It was a very interesting meeting, by the way.
So
picked a good
apologies
one.
that we will stand at recess for a few seconds until Mayor Grimo returns to the chambers. I can't say.
We should go into a recess.
We sat in for the end of the hearing into the meeting.
The recess is now recessed. We're back in action at 9:20 p.m. So, J.P. Morgan Chase, once more with feeling. You'll want to hit the microphone, the bass button.
There we go.
Yep.
So we do have a physical lockbox facility located here in Michigan. It is near Metro Airport. These are services that we have been providing for years to different municipalities throughout the state. The P.O. box is not a actual like P.O. box like you or I would have. It's just a designation. We own the P.O. box number. So when it goes through the mail, the USPS knows to forward that on to our JP Morgan facility. We open that mail, process the coupons and checks inside, and then we send the city a file to say, these are your residents that paid their property taxes today. And that would be a daily item that goes out. So it is not a physical lockbox like you and I could go to the post office, but it is designated specifically for the city and goes directly to our lockbox processing facility.
Okay. Any further discussion or questions, Councilwoman James? And just for the record, Madam Deputy Clerk, that recess resumed, the council meeting resumed at 9:20 p.m. Councilwoman James, you have the floor.
What's the volume?
Microphone.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
What is the approximate volume of mail that you get in that box annually?
For the city specifically, or like how many items?
Well, excuse me, but you've never done it before, so you would not really
Right, so
know.
the city did provide us with estimates of what goes through the lockbox now. So
Okay.
The property tax lockbox is not open year-round. It is only open for the months that it is possible to send in a payment. So when you break that out averagely for the year, it's roughly 800 to 900 items a month on average if you spread that volume out over the year.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilman Parker.
So,
Microphone.
I believe this discussion was said that as long as we maintain $2 million in our account, we don't get charged, correct?
Correct. We offered an earnings credit rate of 3%. So as long as $2 million, give or take a few hundred, is maintained in the account at all times, you would earn enough credits to cover the fee so the city would not owe an invoice at the end of the year.
Okay. And Ms. Martin, do we have that amount in the account right now?
Yes.
We do?
Yes, the treasurer reassured JP Morgan during our conference call that we do have the $2 million to put into the account.
Thank you. Further discussion? Speakers list is exhausted. We're now voting. Roll call on adoption of the resolution approving lockbox services for JP Morgan Chase for $66,000. Deputy Clerk?
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford. Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Councilwoman Rutherford emerging from her own lockbox to make that vote in time. That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. And truly, thank you for your investment of time this evening to make sure that council had the information. Now we're at, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to award $25,000 grant?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. The resolution is to award $25,000 grant to Hope Shelters and to recognize the timely posting of an RFP for nonprofit groups seeking funding for homelessness intervention services. At last week's City Council meeting, we voted on a resolution designated funds for that purpose since we had it in the budget. That Councilman Parker prompted the amendment of the budget for this current fiscal year. That was, there was a legal opinion offered by the city attorney requesting it be handled differently. Mayor Greimel issued a veto that was in time based on the charter identified process. And so now that that previous resolution that we adopted had been vetoed, this is now the replacement next step. So we give the floor to the mayor and administration to take it away from there, and the speaker's list will follow. Mayor Greimel.
I think that sums it up well, President McGinnis. So the city attorney said that any expenditure of funds or to entities in the community to provide services has to follow the competitive bid process for contracting, which means either the organization needs to be recognized and determined to be a sole source provider, or it needs to go through some sort of proposal or application process. So we were able to determine that Hope Shelters is a sole source provider, and that's the primary item on the agenda tonight. A RFP was posted on Friday to solicit proposals or applications from providers for services to homeless individuals or low-income folks. And those interested in providing those services and getting some assistance from the city to do so should put in a proposal or application by April 26th, which is not this Friday, but the following Friday. And then we will move forward and bring recommendations before council. Purchasing Manager Martin, anything to add? Oh. Got it. I'm glad you clarified. So
sorry.
You're absolutely right. April 22nd, not next Friday, but this coming Monday, 6 days from now.
Okay, Councilman Parker, Councilwoman Rutherford, Councilman Goodman.
Thank you again, Brother President. I want to certainly thank the administration for their moving on this. In conversation with some of the people who are applying, there was some question as to who do they contact and if there's some questions about the questions that's being asked. Is that you?
Yes, so this is posted on BitNet, so they would submit their questions via BitNet. There is an instruction sheet that is available to show them how to upload questions and their proposal to BitNet.
But to clarify, beyond that, manager of the purchasing department, they can reach out to you to make sure they're pursuing it correctly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Let's say I'm not registered with BitNet, and I'm Church of God in Christ from Latter-day Saints, and I run a homeless program. How would we offset that? Wouldn't it be easier if we had a physical application as well as on BitNet? Because some of the complaints was from organizations who say they work with homeless as well, is that they were not given the opportunity to apply. And so if we're going to do this the right way, I think we should offer, number one, both ways based on BidNet and a physical application. And two, that we post this RFP on the city website so that it gives everybody equal footing, because the original reason why this was vetoed, if I'm understanding, is because we didn't do it correctly. And so if we're going to do it correctly, let's do it right all the way around. And so my question is, one, can there be a physical application given out? Two, if so, can it be picked up from purchasing? And three, can the RFPs be posted? Can this particular RFP be posted on the city Facebook and Instagram and other website? I yield to Ms. Alicia.
Okay, well, the solicitation is posted on the city's purchasing solicitation webpage. That's where we post all of our solicitations. So we try to direct the public to always go there to look for solicitations so that they can find them. We also have the kiosk here that we can assist individuals walking off the street with finding a solicitation. We've moved from a manual process because it was very cumbersome with us processing multiple solicitations at one time. They all have deadlines, they all have bid opening dates. And so we were streaming that process through BidNet. We can do a manual process where they can pick up the proposal, which is the RFP, but they would have to pick it up at the clerk's office because that's the office where the public would pick up the solicitation.
Thank you for your answers and input. I appreciate you.
Okay, continuing with the speakers list, Councilman Goodman, followed by Councilman Parker. I'm going to do a point of personal privilege. I'll be right back.
Good evening. So just to ask, for my own clarification's sake, what allowed or created the sole provider classification when it comes to hope warming shelters?
Right.
So if we're on the item that I think we are talking about, the resolution to award the $25,000 to Hope Shelters, and then the timely posting of an RFP for everything else. If part of the reason why we're here and need to have the RFP is obviously because we as City Council could not just allocate and give money to these organizations, and hence the veto, hence why we're here. And happily, I am not complaining because Hope Shelters is in my district, so I am definitely not complaining about it whatsoever. But I am asking, what led to that designation from the city in terms of Hope Shelters being a sole provider and being able to access the funds without the RFP process?
So the Hope Shelters, they're part of the Oakland County's 2019 Blueprint to End Homelessness initiative. And they were one of the Pontiac shelters asked to serve on this particular committee of resources to make sure that this initiative is a success in the city of Pontiac.
I do have a follow-up question.
Yes, please.
So, while I don't necessarily have an issue with how you've come to that conclusion that using the blueprint for to end homelessness, what led to that document or that grouping of people to be the deciding factor for if someone is a sole provider for resources or not?
Well, one, we were looking at what initiatives were currently occurring in the city of Pontiac, and this was one of the initiatives that was highlighted, which was the Oakland County Initiative for Homelessness. And since they had already vetted this organization as being a provider of shelter and resources to homelessness in Pontiac, we thought it would be a great idea to partner with them or to provide them with funding to continue that endeavor and part of this initiative. And Mayor, is there anything you want to add for?
You want to
I'm
yield
sorry,
to the mayor?
How do I
Okay.
yield? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Mayor Gramo, could you assist the purchasing manager, please?
Well, I wasn't directly involved in the process. That was purchasing manager Marn and our law director, Joanne Gurley. But how it was relayed to me by our law director is that Hope Shelter is the only any reason nighttime shelter in the city. And while the other groups provide important services, there are a number of groups that provide similar services to the other organizations. That's how the law director explained it to me, but I don't want to speak to it definitively because I wasn't involved in it.
That was a conversation that we had. Yes. I'm so sorry.
Any follow-up questions? Goodman?
I mean, it's definitely probably a bit late to, address the thing I'm about to bring up, but I related to what you're saying, again, still very grateful. It feels like there is not necessarily a very hard and fast process to how it's considered, other than using this form and working with the law director. Which I feel like this is a fair outcome to this in a way. But at the same time, I feel like there could have possibly been space to include the Baldwin Center also in the sole provider part of this, given that Hope Warming Shelter, most of their food, if not a good chunk of it, the vast majority of it is provided from the Baldwin Center across the street. The clothing closet, they provide free clothing and household items and resources, such as deodorant, such as feminine products, and so on and so forth, to the community, and specifically and in particular, more than anyone else, the Baldwin Center. And they, too, also fit that bill of the thing that the mayor mentioned, because I've adamantly mentioned that constantly, is that Hope Shelters is a no-barrier shelter. The Baldwin Center also being a no-barrier place for resources, especially located so closely to the shelter that relies on it, and also is located directly on a line of public transportation that is, again, very accessible to the people at the Hope Shelters, but the entire city. And again, I feel like it's very late to try to rectify and add them into it. However, I feel like the criteria was like not exactly fully fleshed out, and I understand with the timeline of what we were on, but I feel like this could have been done a bit better to at least definitely make sure that the organizations who are providing these resources, and in my opinion could be in some way counted as a sole provider, could have been included. But I'll leave it there.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Goodman. Councilman Rutherford.
Okay. I'll make this short but sweet. So I want to make sure I ask a question. You stated earlier from the administration that you guys are trying to make this specifically for people who deal with the homeless, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So CCRT may not have a shelter, but CCRT deals with the homeless population as well, and they provide. So does that mean they no longer can apply for this? Because I'm just trying to get clarity, because this is what I'm at. There's a reason why I'm asking this. CCRT provides rental assistance, eviction assistance to keep people from having to go into the Hope Shelter. So I just want to make sure that we're not forgetting the whole purpose of it is to assist the individuals and the organizations that assist those people as well. So my question is very simple. Are you saying CCRT can't apply for this? I yield to the administration.
Not at all. In fact, if you look at the RFP, it specifically invites solicitations and proposals and applications from groups that help prevent homelessness.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further questions, Councilwoman?
No, he just cleared it up for me. I ain't got nothing else to say.
Okay. Councilman Parker.
I just want to restate what she basically said. CCRT really is a preventative measure that helps keep people from getting homeless. And so I don't understand how they did not meet the prerequisite of a sole source vendor.
Are they the only
And they're
organization
the only one that I am aware of that does preventative. They keep people from getting evicted as opposed to trying to help them after they're evicted. But
they're allowed to submit, the way it's set up now that they are invited to submit a proposal. There's actually $225,000 remaining to be funded to agencies that are servicing the homeless. So if CC, the name of the company you mentioned, definitely can apply.
okay, I just want to be sure, and I have one more question. In reviewing the proposal online, those who have been applying have said that the deadlines that's online are different than what we spoke here today.
The initial deadlines was a miscommunication between me and what we had originally discussed. And when I said we, that is the administration. They wanted to expeditiously get this funding to agencies that's helping with homelessness. So I had to go back and amend the schedule that I initially put out. So the addendum does identify the new dates. The new dates for submittal, the mayor did share those earlier, what those deadlines are.
The wrong one. You corrected me, so why don't you
Mayor Grammel, you got to come back to the floor. To the chair, sorry.
Right, I said I corrected them. I initially had a schedule out that had a further date out.
Right.
And so I corrected that with an addendum that was posted.
And so the date is?
So the deadline is Monday, April the 22nd for agencies that service the homelessness, the various ways that we've indicated in the RFP, to provide a proposal. We'll leave copies in the city, the clerk's office, so that individuals walking off, coming into the building can access those proposals.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Councilman McGinnis?
I think a challenge here is that council members want to be able to know with exact clarity what is the crucible for sole source contracts. So we welcome any back-end documentation that you or the city attorney or purchasing division can provide.
Yeah, that's an important point, and I'll defer to the purchasing manager and maybe even more importantly, the law director to provide that clarity.
And the law director's not here.
Oh, yeah, we don't want it tonight.
So,
I don't want it tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Grimal. Any further concerning this issue discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker? Yes. Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
6 yeas.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at public comment. Pro Tem Carrington, who's the first requester?
Dr. Deidre Waterman.
Thank you, Manager Martin, for your time tonight.
In my 3 minutes, first, question about the Hope Shelter. Having researched that as mayor, too, I think the reason Hope is a sole service provider is because it's the only place, there's only 2 places I understand in Oakland County, one place in Royal Oak, that provide 24-hour emergency care that actually has a homeless shelter, well, as such, as opposed to some other places that provide services. So I think that may help to answer the question that I heard that you were asking. In terms of the retirees who are all here and excited about the fact that you got this resolution passed, somebody asked how long it would take to get it. Well, for one thing, you'd have to get out of this lawsuit, number one, which the mayor said is imminent. But the other thing is there has to be an actuarial study by law. Anytime you're going to change benefits, you have to have an actuarial study. And that's something that can be kicked off by the council. And when I was going through the meeting, I sat here and calculated, shared it with Francis Finnegan, how much if you're going to give retroactively $400 a month starting from February of 2022. It's $11,600. So some retirees that left, that's a nice little chunk of money if that happens that way. And Councilman Carrington, you said something, I don't want you to be looking for something that doesn't exist. You said something you were looking for, the plan that I had proposed being enacted. That's the whole point. It was never enacted. I proposed it and gave the webinars to show how it could be done, but it never got enacted because, as the mayor says, he got involved in that lawsuit. So that's why everything stopped, and it never got it enacted. Now maybe we can get it going again and get that increased benefits to the retirees, which you've all so aimlessly talked about. You did vote for the small business part of the vendors to get started. And remember, I had started talking about that a few weeks ago because according to the program that was put out, this was supposed to have started in March and be finished by this time. And when nobody was hearing anything about it, I brought it to council. So I'm glad you got it started, but it's still, there's no plan, no operations. And if you ask people in economic development, what's the plan? They still don't have that. So I hope that will happen. And I know that part of the discussion you'll be carrying on is the fact that you're missing a lot of key people. One of those people, of course, is, and Councilman Rutherford brought that up last week about the economic development director, who seems to not be coming to council meetings and meeting with you, and that's her department to run that. You were told that she's got somebody else trained so she doesn't have to come, and I'm saying, never heard of that to a department head. And maybe you want to talk to her, and maybe you want to talk to her about how to plan for this program.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Deidre Waterman. Andrea Mans.
Good evening. I just wanted to say, I just want to reiterate how imperative it is for you all to go back and look at the bridge and the safety issues concerning that bridge not being operative, because it is creating a lot of traffic backup and rerouting for people, and I'm just concerned about the emergency personnel, including the police and the ambulance, having to reroute to go around to get to their destinations. And I would also like to bring up that I've done my own decibel readings, which I forwarded to my council person from M1 from Saturday and today, and those decibel readings are well over 80 decibels. Some of them probably hit 100, but I remember it being brought up that they did a decibel reading from the machine. Oh, he's gone, but from the machines. And I know that you don't do them every day, but I would appreciate if y'all did more readings and kind of acted on something to get some peace and quiet in the neighborhood, because I like to sleep, and I can't really get good sleep with all of that noise. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mans. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Yeah, thank goodness we got some diehards. We got some real diehards, and I take my hat off to all of us who stick around. And I know sometimes it may appear that we just here to speak about items. But I had to stick around tonight because there was so many things. I was apt to leave too. But we have to really kind of say, if you really want public participation, we can't be here 3.5 hours to get a chance to speak for 3 minutes. We really, if you really want people to participate, we got to look at that, council. We got to do something about that. Most people cannot be here till 9:30, 9:45 to participate. So what I want to say tonight, a couple things came up, and this right here is so pertinent to what I've been sharing. And I want to say this because I think I've really come to grips with, you guys think TDC is just me. TDC is not me. We got several companies who said they're willing to help develop the people here in Pontiac. That's what the coalition is. The companies like ARC, the companies like ASI, the companies like WRC, the companies like OSA. These are all companies that said they want to come together collectively to try to help develop people here in Pontiac so people are ready for opportunities. We've got several things that we're talking about building, and if we don't get our people, see, we have found out there's barriers. We got a lot of good contractors, but there's barriers for them to get engaged. Now, as much as I support the small business part, but I'm going to let you know, the reason why a lot of businesses don't survive here in Pontiac is our incomes don't help support them. So we have to be proactive. I've given proposals. I don't care what processes need to go through, but we need to be really conscious. It's not a silver bullet, but it's been proven. If you get people engaged with healthy careers, it reduces crime. If you get people in careers, it ups the ability for them to get housing. If you get people into a career mindset, they get engaged with city. These are the things that we need to understand, and as I've been around here, the reason why I do it, I have done this from the business side, working for the city, working for the school district. I want to give back. But I hopefully don't think I'm just coming down here to be a voice and hopefully no one pays attention to it. I think some of you are starting to see that now, to saying, hey, we're putting stuff out and nothing is happening. Mayor, we got to be proactive. We have to be proactive with workforce development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Renee Beckley.
I think so the retirees were, and I was under the impression because this says resolution supporting the reinstatement of the 400 monthly benefit of the city Pontiac retirees. So they thought it was probably going to happen tonight. Usually, some retiree checks first of the month. Depends on some of Social Security, I think, works by the birthday. I'm not sure with the city of Pontiac because I wasn't here long enough to be a retiree because they laid everybody off when I was here. So give those people their money. Quit taking them to court. I know seniors, you need to go in their house and see how they live day to day. A lot of the seniors, especially the ones that live in these senior apartments. You know, am I going to get my medicine or am I going to get my food? Am I going to do this or am I going to do that? You know, I've been there. I almost was insolvent at one time in my life, you know, because I couldn't find a job. I had to practically start my life over. Might have to do it again because I got a little medical issue going on. But give the people their money. Also, this city, y'all boasting everything. You don't have certain things the city should have. Public Works Director, Deputy Engineer, grant Director. What's going on? Why you don't have these things? What's the problem here? How do you function? You giving money away and stuff. I mean, usually they don't. The homeless shelter should get their own funds. Usually the city don't do social services. You have to run. And I mean, I seen y'all robbing Peter to pay Paul. You know, it's always transfer this to this fund and that fund. And putting us at the end. You know, so if I had to go to work, I couldn't stay here, you know, because this is almost 10 o'clock at night. These seniors that were here, do you think they're going to stay here to 10 o'clock at night? They might want us to speak tonight. Respect us. I mean, the other council didn't have any problem. They didn't put nobody way down on the agenda. But there's like the Martin Luther King Bridge. Y'all gonna hurt somebody. I had to go to the hospital the other week. And I was in pain. If that bridge was open, I would have got there quicker, though. But I couldn't hardly step on the brake. But, you know, I drove myself, and somebody gonna die. And that should be like in the middle right now, because that bridge was closed for 2 years, and it's gonna take you to, I think, 2026. That's ridiculous. What city does that? That Ramos ship sinking.
The next name is it Kathy McNelly?
She's departed.
She's departed. Mr. Claude Vinegar.
Well, good evening, Council, Mayor. How are we doing? I'll ask the Mayor. How are we doing? Are we ahead of Baltimore? You know, the last time I was here, this is what I talked about. I talked about the bridge. I talked about how we should be able to finish this little bridge before they finish the big bridge. Now, right now, they've already said they're going to be finished in 2025. And they started after us. And as a lawyer, you know how important it is to do relative cases. This is relative as it can get right here. Okay? In both cases, it was totally surprised what happened. They had to act on it. They chose how they were going to act on it. Well, in Baltimore's case, they chose how they act on it. I'm still trying to find out here. How are we doing? Have we started on it yet? They have already started. They've already come up with a timeline to be done in 2025 with that big bridge. Okay? So if, like I said, and when I went to the Golden Opportunity Club, I run the same thing by them, and they seem to agree. You know, it makes sense. If they can finish that big bridge in 2025, why can't we? That's all I want to know. Why can't we? Do you have an answer to that today, now? Anybody?
Well, we can't answer that question, but someone at, when we speak at the close, someone will answer that question for you, sir.
Okay, save it for that then. That'll work. That's
All right,
why I'm
thank
here.
you.
Okay.
Ms. Darlene Clark.
Okay, conversations, they're always going to be here. But let me tell you this, okay? Mr. Grimal, council, words can't even explain the representation that you have shown the people who had GERJ. Thank you, Ms. Raffer, because you stood by your truth and you showed GERJ's member, the retirees, enough was enough. Now, Parker, you are on the GERJ board, and not one time when you go there once a month, you bring any kind of updates for the people. The people have came in here, they flooded these doors, they said to you, okay, but what you showed the people, who you truly are. Each and every one of you, excluding Ms. Rufford, the 5 of you showed your true colors. Now, you have to live with that because you showed the people of GERJ, you don't care if they died. You don't care. Oh, Mr. Mike McGinnis, you raised your voice because you couldn't understand why the people feeling like they feel because your mayor want to go back to court when if you read page 18, he can't veto nothing. If you read page 15, he has not a say, and he's trying to make a negotiation and detain it even longer. It's in the board's hands. All they need to do is vote on it and keep moving forward, but you couldn't do that. But you want to, Mike McGinnis, you want to protect your mayor, but you can't protect your mayor from the people because you're showing your colors more and more every day. But that's fine and good. But let me tell you what gentrification means. Gentrification means that the poor people that's trying to live, you're going to allow investors to come in here and build homes and not even live in the homes and turn around and charge outrageous prices. The prices of the homes is going to make the taxes go up. When the taxes go up, it's going to make people, they can't afford nothing. So what you sitting here endorsing, whatever you endorsing, back and forth, what you believe in, you're really showing your true colors. Because one thing about the truth, it eventually does come out. Mr. Goodwin, you asked the mayor why that you was not invited over to North Hills Farm. You want to know why? It's a representation of what Pontiac really is. It's to help the investors to come in here slowly but surely and finish taking over Pontiac. Because if you put nothing into nothing, you get nothing. North Hill Farms could have been repaired a long time ago. It waited to this time. Pontiac could have been repaired a long time ago, past administration and this administration. Again, each and every one of you ran on the thing that you was going to help the city of Pontiac, but you just showed your true colors.
Thank you. Ms. Gloria Miller.
Well, Renee, you took my my words as far as all these positions that's vacant in the city of Pontiac. Never seen anything quite like it in my life, and I worked here for years. Finance, that's so important. But I'm not going to go there today. I want to say thank you, Councilwoman Melody Rutherford. You're a woman of your word. You did what you're supposed to do. And it showed everybody's hand. Darlene Clark, it's very true. It should have came from Councilman Parker because he's on the committee for GERS. Because, see, when we was on council, Patrice Waterman was our liaison, and she come back and she shared with us what's going on. That's what you do when you're on different boards. You come back and share with each other what's going on. So that should have been first. Now, I got a couple questions for the mayor. Because, I have a lot of citizens have hearsay. So I said, I'll go there and I'll just squash all this. Okay, Mayor, are you planning on videoing the 400-month stipend that they was voted on tonight? Would you tell the citizens tonight, when you speak in your closing comment, are you planning on vetoing the resolution? I'm hearing, this is allegedly, that there's talks about Amazon buying Lancaster I'm hearing people in the street stopping me, asking me that. I told them, I'll ask you, Mayor, or council, anybody. I hear there's talks about getting rid of, what's the one downtown, Phoenix? Phoenix Center. I hear there's talk about getting rid of the Phoenix Center, because I just don't see Oakland County staying down there with Phoenix Center. If they got this venue that they're gonna put downtown. I'm hearing that from a lot of my people in the city. So I said I'll come down and ask the mayor, ask the council. As for the bridge, yes. I'm not gonna talk much about the bridge too much. I'm gonna tell you why. Now, you know, we go way back too. And where I see it is, all this traffic that's gathering around Pontiac right now, you even had a staff member, Mayor. I was at home. She said her mother almost died, Tamika Ramsey. And I thought, wow, one of your own staff people. Somebody's going to get hurt by that bridge. It is. It's going to be bad. And when the people get fed up, they're going to come up, they're going to show up down here, you're going to think you got ants up in here. Because they're going to get tired, because this city is on the lockdown. You can't go anywhere. And all the construction haven't really even started yet. And that's what's so ironic about the whole thing. So I believe in my constituents. I believe in my fellow employees when they came down tonight. I was so glad to see them in there, but I haven't seen a lot of them in years. They showed up. They showed out. They may go somewhere, but I ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna see this out till I follow my grave. Okay? Because this money for the GERS members is going to be given to the GERS members. So you might as well just cough it up.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Miller. That concludes our public comment, President McGinnis.
Okay, next up is discussions. The first discussion, road construction and lane closures are taking place on MLK Boulevard between Auburn Avenue and South Boulevard, starting now through mid-May. Mayor Greimel, any other information you'd like to offer on that?
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. This is a Water Resources Commission project. This is not a city project. Later this year, there will be a city road project where we'll be repairing Martin Luther King Boulevard from M59 to Perry, and then on far southern, I guess I'll call it, Martin Luther King Boulevard from South Boulevard up a little north of Murphy Park. But the current project is not a city project. It's an Oakland County Water Resources Commission project. Our communications team and I just learned about this project yesterday, so we did not get much advance notice about it. But it is a Water Resources Commission project, so I want to emphasize that.
Yeah, it's concerning that we would learn so last minute. So for those that live in District 7 near MLK, between Auburn and South Boulevard, some of your street access to MLK will be blocked at various times, which is a real buzzkill. But so we'll work to try and get that information. We've already had our meeting for this month, but we'll work to get that information through different channels to residents. All right, any other discussion on that item? All right, the next up, the Community Development Block Grant considerations. Some questions were asked in the first special meeting that had 2 public hearings. Mayor Greimel, did you want to give any answers to the residents to some of the questions they asked?
Yes, you're testing the bounds of my memory a little bit because it was some time ago, but I did try to take some notes so that I could answer the questions as best as I can. I think the 2 items that I want to try to address from the public hearings were, I want to really emphasize that these funds are not being directed downtown. There were a couple of public comments that seemed to express concern that these were being directed downtown. They're being directed to mostly east side neighborhoods and a little bit of kind of near northeast side of the city. And while it was mentioned by the Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger, that these neighborhoods are near and close to downtown, none of these funds are being spent in the downtown. So I really want to emphasize that. She did mention, Economic Development Manager Younger mentioned, that the hope is that these will help leverage some development that's happening downtown, but we're not helping to fund those things. Those things were identified as the Clinton River Trail, i.e. the Pike Street project, and those projects are funded by other entities. In fact, the Pike Street proposal is being funded entirely by foundation dollars and federal dollars. Similarly, the Oakland County move to the Phoenix Center is being funded by state dollars and Oakland County dollars. And the third item she mentioned is the reconfiguration of wide track into a two-way boulevard. That is almost entirely being funded by MDOT. There is a match that the city will be responsible for, but that's, I think, 5% or less of the total project cost. So the bottom line is these are investments in the neighborhoods, and these are relatively low-income neighborhoods. So this is about investing in the residents of the city. The other thing I want to mention is that we had tremendous demand for the city's home improvement program, which is allowing for up to $25,000 of home improvements in owner-occupied housing. And we heard from seniors who wanted more attention to seniors in terms of how the CDBG funds are allocated. The majority of the beneficiaries of that home improvement program are seniors, and as the presentation noted, a substantial amount of these funds, about $700,000 of these funds, so almost half of these funds every year, are being dedicated towards that home improvement program that disproportionately benefits seniors. So I think that's a really important point as well. And the last thing that I'll mention is that 20% administrative fee is what is allowed under the Community Development Block Grant Program. And when the city used to operate and manage our own CDBG dollars, the city always took that 20% amount to fund the positions that actually administer and fund the CDBG program. So there's nothing new about that. That's what every community that administers CDBG funds does, because it takes staffing to run the CDBG program. So again, just to summarize, these dollars, the CDBG funds, are not being proposed to go downtown. They're not being utilized to fund any of those projects that I mentioned, those 3 projects. They are being focused on neighborhoods and only in neighborhoods. And a lot of those funds, almost half of those funds, are going to the home improvement program, which benefits primarily seniors in our community.
One of the follow-up questions was, are there other unexpended funds that need to be reprogrammed for other years between 2019 and this year? Mayor
Yes,
Grimo.
thank you. So I talked about the CDBG agenda item and public hearing, but there was also the public hearing on the repurposing of the 2019 funds from demolition purposes to home improvement dollars. So again, that's another example of our commitment to the home improvement program, where we're adding funds to it, and that program primarily benefits seniors in our community. In terms of the question about whether there are other program years that have not been fully expended, the answer is yes. 2020 actually has been fully expended, but there are still some dollars that have yet to be expended for the 21 and 22 program years.
Okay. Any final discussion on this? All right, let's move on now to the next discussion item. The city has no finance director. What's the plan? Mayor Grimo.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. This position has been vacant for about 2 months now, and I want to invite our Human Resources Director, Melinda Durakovich, and I want to first thank her for staying so late so that she can answer questions about this and subsequent discussion items. So thank you, Director, for staying so late. Thank you for your patience, and it would be great if you can walk through how many people we've interviewed, what the prospects are looking forward.
Good. I want to say good morning, but good evening. So I want to just go over our recruitment efforts with our very important positions. So with the Director of Finance, that was vacated February 2nd, we have GovHR, who is helping us with these recruitment efforts, but also through our own recruitment process, we have interviewed 3 candidates on March 21st, 25th, as well as the 28th. We will not be moving forward with these candidates, so we are still recruiting through our process, as well with GovHR. We also are entertaining the fact of maybe using Robert Half as a resource to help us with this position. Our Director of Grants position, this was vacated.
Just for the sake of the discussions, we're going to isolate the conversation to Finance Director.
Okay.
And then we'll bring it up. So who is the acting or interim Finance Director for the City of Pontiac? Has that been identified?
Right now, it is the Deputy Mayor. And we also have Sakar Bawa, who is doing some additional responsibilities as well.
Okay. So the discussion amongst council members, there's no finance director, and the city council views that as a serious issue. Is there further discussion? Councilman Rutherford.
So knowing that these individuals did not qualify, are you guys like looking at another angle or another like different municipalities, just like how like Detroit has picked our greatest assets and paid them double the amount, such as in the grants department where we had an individual that was extremely qualified but couldn't get a proper raise in a proper timeline, and now they're in Detroit. We had another individual that was processing grants that they gave her a double amount of what she made here and gave her work from home. What are we offering to these people, and are we soliciting from those places that have been taking our brightest and best? I yield to you.
Thank you. I would have to talk to Jane Fertrino, who is the Vice President of GovHR, and may have his title incorrect, but that is who we are working with. And I can ask him what his strategy is when it comes to looking at applicants. But as from here at the city, we have not looked at other municipalities to see if we can take their employees, but that is something that we can.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
No, please.
Well, I was just going, my follow-up is they're certainly taking ours.
Right.
And I have to just be as blunt as I can be. I'm starting to really get worried, because how can a city truly function when over half of our senior staff does not have proper direction? I don't know how to say that in any other way, and that's not to pick, but we ain't got it. So I don't want to hear not you. I know you inherited this, so this isn't about you. But I guess my question is to the administration, what are you guys doing to make it appetizing to working? Now, the first thing I'm going to be told is that it's a hard job market, but it wasn't hard for those folks when they went to Detroit or Troy or Wayne State. So what are we doing? I yield to the administration.
Mayor Grimel.
Well, I do just want to be clear that the two employees who left did not go to the City of Detroit government. They went, at least one of them went to Wayne State, and I believe the other individual went to Wayne State as well. So it is a challenging labor market for all employers right now, but it does help quite a bit that we conducted the compensation study and have increased the amount of compensation available for employees. And so we have employed GovHR as a search firm. We have conducted some interviews ourselves for candidates who came directly to us. And I think that the additional compensation will help immensely now that we're in the full throes of our search. But again, keep in mind that this position only became vacant in early February. So we're just about 2 months in. We just increased the salaries, about a month ago now. And I think the fact that we've done that, we've brought GovHR on board, is helping, and I think we'll get these positions squared away. Certainly the finance director I'm optimistic about. We can talk about the other positions. I think one of the tougher positions actually is city engineer, but we'll talk about that when we come to it on the agenda item.
So again, no finance director. Want to hear city council discussion. Obviously, the notice of departure was placed before the city before February 2nd. I don't think that is a long-term viable solution to yet again have this deputy mayor serve as the acting or interim finance director for this large city operation when many other municipalities will have an external acting or interim finance director firm or something of that sort. I think it's the workload that's being placed on the deputy mayor, or the way in which it's, that fills the spot. To me, it's not a sustainable approach. It wasn't sustainable the first go around, and I don't view it sustainable for the second go around. Further discussion, council members that haven't spoken yet on there being no finance director.
Yes,
Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. I think you made a good point about at least trying to temporarily look for external organization to actually help the process. I think that's imperative that we have somebody in place.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yeah, just so that we're going to be clear, one individual went to Wayne State, the other one does, in fact, work for the city of Detroit and was offered double the amount what we pay here and offered for them to be able to work from home. So I just want to be clear, she actually works for the city of Detroit, and she was picked from us for her great skill set and how she wasn't paid properly, and that's why she went on to greener pastures. That's it.
Further discussion? All right, I'll have this on next week's city council agenda and the week after that and the week after that, and I hope the HR director isn't obligated to be there each week to answer those questions because that's not fair to you. But it's just this serious that we're not going to let it sort of lay low and then revisit it in a few months. Like it's a front burner issue.
I understand.
Hearing no further discussion, next up, there's no city engineer, deputy city engineer, senior engineering technician, or engineering technician. What's the plan? I know that Councilman Goodman might be flying the coop in a minute, so I'll give him the floor first.
Yeah, and also I have to ask for some small personal privilege to kind of like dip into the next discussion since it's related to positions.
If you're quick about it, you could have a lot of personal privilege.
Thank you. So, what is currently the longest vacant position when it comes to the director level positions?
I would have to defer to the mayor of what has been our longest open.
Yeah, it's definitely the DPW director position, and this is a situation where obviously we're using an outside firm to fill in that position, and you heard from our city engineer earlier in the evening, who's our city engineer through a engineering firm, and so that is how most municipalities our size do it on a permanent basis, is through an engineering firm. We continue to believe, though, that these should be in-house positions, that we would get better service for less money by bringing not just the city engineer position itself back in-house, but also having a number of other engineering positions in-house. And so I bring up the fact that most cities have an engineering firm, just to say that our current arrangement is not out of the ordinary, but it is not our preferred arrangement. We want to bring the city engineer back in-house. We want to hire for that in-house position, and we want to make sure that we're hiring for the other city engineer positions that we've established since coming into office. That's best done under the leadership of a city engineer. So before we can really fill the other engineer positions, we need to first fill that city engineer position.
And it's been 2 years since the city engineer position's been vacant.
Thank you. That's what I was getting at. Because I remember when Abdul left, I remember when Abdul tried to come back. We have a massive problem here because for this, as someone who is currently the executive director of a climate justice organization that has to deal with the fact that for months I did not have a full steering committee to do the operations of an organization, I can only imagine what is happening to the city without having many of these very key roles, being the finance director, which again, to the president's point, it is not the deputy mayor's job to do that. We had not had an in-house city engineer like how we had when we got into office in about 2 years. We need to do something to make a more concerted effort to fill these positions because we are not running at full throttle. And for me, personally, that is a problem. And it's not a problem because I have unrealistic expectations. It's because it, for some reason, feels like in some ways we have absolutely improved as a city, but in other ways we have dramatically taken a step back that I think all of us have noticed. And so it deeply bothers me that we are sitting here wondering why we don't have the city's most important positions, in my opinion, not filled, especially when it comes to grants and philanthropy, which does a massive part of bringing in money into the city so we can run and function as usual. We brag about it constantly that we're able to do these things. It is largely because of the person that was in that position in that department. We don't have a finance director currently. And again, given that we are a city that has had no shortage of its own financial issues, thanks to someone who is no longer in this room because she likes to leave before we get to this part, we need someone to do this job. And then, like, I mean, also, and I think because everyone drives in the city, we need a DPW director. So, like, it really does deeply baffle me that, like, it seems like there is no real rush, nothing against you at all, that there is no real rush in terms of filling these positions, despite council having laid out not that long ago, well, actually, in this opinion, very long ago, given that we should have had some movement on it, that we needed these positions to be filled as a priority. And now we're about to go into budget season with no finance director, with no DPW director, people who are providing budgets from these departments for council to be able to look over and ratify. It does not make sense. It simply does not make sense. At this point, I can't really find a justification that I can accept that would make me feel okay with where we are, because I'm not okay with where we are. And I don't think that anyone in the community is okay, because we are like running a ship with, again, some of our most important positions just not filled. And it feels like as if there is no real momentum in trying to get that done.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
Well. This is not a reflection on you because you inherited this. So I need you to know what I'm about to say. This is a reflection on the administration. We have to stop acting as if we as a council have not given them the tools to do the jobs at hand. We, especially with the city engineer, because we need a city engineer to look at the MLK Bridge to help us assist us with what we're going to actually do. We have an individual that is working for 3 other municipalities, so the focus is not just on us. And even if we wanted to hire her, we can't even afford her because she is costly. And at the end of the day, it is the administration's job to get these positions put in place and to hire people. And as much as I know and love Deputy Stevens, he can't do this. And something's gonna happen where we're gonna get audited. Something's gonna happen where it's gonna be a mistake that's going to turn into something bigger. So I'm not gonna blame you. I'm blaming the administration, because this council has given them all of the tools they need. Every raise they wanted, we did. Everything they asked for, we did. And it's still, we're not getting anything for what we have given them. This ain't no showboat. This is real. It is a reflection on this administration that these positions are not filled. It's not a job market, because I just stated to you earlier, we lost some of the best people simply because of $7,000. And now we don't have a grant director. We lost another individual because we got outpriced. And when we came to them, and I know this, and said, hey man, go after him before the state gets him, we didn't get him either. So this is a reflection for poor leadership, sorry, not sorry, and people not executing what we as a council have done. And we have to separate the wheat from the tare. I'm sorry, the wheat from the tare. 2 years. And to put it on the agenda for 1 week, that ain't good. I mean, every council call y'all do, where's the plan? Where's the plan? I want it to get sickening so that they put an urgency, because they make an urgency for everything else. We'll have a Juneteenth event. Oh, it's an urgency for that. We'll make sure we have all the stuff for the winter. There's urgency for that. But it's not no urgency for us to have a city engineer. It's not no urgency for us to have a financial director. And something's going to happen. And that ain't being emotional, that's being factual. If you do not have people put in place, things get dropped by the wayside. We're watching it now. So I blame the administration. Sorry, not sorry. That's it for me.
Further discussion on city engineer, deputy city engineer, and other engineering positions? Okay. There is still no Department of Public Works director. I'm sorry, Madam Director, did you want to say anything further about the engineering?
Just about, yes, we do not have a city engineer. We have, through our recruitment process, have sent the acting director some candidates to review, and we're waiting on his feedback to schedule interviews. So I wanted to we're still continuously from our perspective. Also with the senior engineering tech, our acting city engineer, Shannon, she did identify an internal candidate who is currently an engineering tech to be the senior engineering tech. So we're in the process of processing that paperwork. So then that now leaves us with 2 engineering tech positions open. We have 3, but that is filled by a current employee. So I just wanted to let council know that we do have someone for that senior engineering tech who is an internal candidate here at the City of Pontiac.
Thank you. Pivoting now, there is still no Department of Public Works Director, though the position has been vacant since last October. Facilities and Property Subcommittee has also brought up that the building maintenance staff positions also remain unfilled. We're very concerned and have been brought up for many months about how Mr. Robinson is having to be pulled in many different directions for the many city facilities, and it's obviously impacting our ability to be our best operation for facilities and property. What's the game plan for Department of Public Works?
So for our Department of Public Works, for our director, we did interview candidates, two external candidates on March 28th and April 10th. These candidates have been interviewed today by James Petrino from GovHR, and we will be debriefing with James tomorrow to get his insight on these 2 candidates, and hopefully from those 2 candidates we'll be able to make a decision.
Mayor Graham?
Yeah, we do have this narrowed down to 2 finalists as of last week, which we're very happy about. And I believe the debrief is actually scheduled for Thursday in the interest of full transparency, not tomorrow. But we anticipate making an offer to one of these candidates by the end of the week.
Good deal. Councilwoman Rutherford.
So I get the DPW director thing. Kudos for y'all having a person in place that you're going to possibly give the job to. Unfortunately, the staff that he mentioned from building and facilities, we've been asking for months for them to get some assistance. For months. How can we run buildings when we don't have the people in place? Vic cannot do this building, the 50th district, and the substation. Larry can't do. All y'all. From we were told for 6 months that you guys were trying to write up what was the word? A job description. So for 6 months it was a job description. That y'all had that. Then another 6 months y'all still haven't finished. So it's actually been a year. For janitorial foremen, like, what they got to have a master's degree? Like, what's the qualification? I just don't understand. Like, how hard is that? I'm yield that to the administration. Somebody tell me something. Cleaning up.
Who wants it?
Well,
Mayor Graham.
I don't have a lot to add other than what I've already said about the challenges with the labor market and the fact that we just recently embarked on this compensation study to adjust compensation to make it more competitive. In terms of that specific position, I defer to the director to provide any updates about the vacant building maintenance position, but I believe that we have begun selecting individuals for interviews.
So the leader of Mr. Larry, he did send 4 people to HR for screening for interviews. There have been 2 internals and 2 externals that we are currently in the process of screening. And he sent that to my team member perhaps yesterday or earlier today. So she is in the process of screening those 4 applicants that Larry has sent to her.
So for the sake of time, looks like I'll keep moving ahead. And just for the community's benefit, these are conversations that have continued for many months at the subcommittee level or at the council leadership level, and we just feel the need to elevate it so that way there's resolution, so it can be solved and that the city's business can be handled. Right, there is still no grants and philanthropy director. What's the plan with grants and philanthropy?
So currently, this position has been vacated since February 2nd of this year. We do have GovHR helping us with this recruitment process. But through our own recruitment process, we have interviewed 5 individuals. There were 4 external candidates and 1 internal candidate that were interviewed on March 8th. 2 on March 8th, 2 on March 15th, and 1 on April 8th. We may have identified a candidate to move to the second round, and we also have 1 more candidate that we would like to interview with the group.
Okay. Further discussion on the Grants and Philanthropy Director position or grants more broadly? Councilwoman Rutherford.
Currently, earlier this evening, the mayor said that we have an interim director. Is that a correct statement?
We have someone right now who has assumed some responsibilities who's agreed to take some of the responsibilities of the grants leadership.
Okay. So is this individual being paid at the $90,000 mark for that position? Because if you have somebody taking on the responsibility, shouldn't they then be compensated for the minimum? That's the bare minimum of that job is $90,000. Yes. So my question is, you guys gave this individual, the interim director, that position. Is he or she being paid at the $90,000 mark?
So we didn't classify her as an interim director.
Oh, he said that too.
Okay. So we may have different views on it. He may classify as an interim director, but
He used the word acting director.
acting.
Okay. Excuse me.
For the acting. So we do have someone in place. If we do call her the acting interim director, then I will use his verbiage, the mayor's verbiage. We are compensating her, but as to that price range, I would have to go and check what we are compensating her.
I'd like to know that simply because one of the reasons why the former person left is because they couldn't be fairly compensated. And if we have this individual doing what the former person was doing, he or she should be compensated fairly. So that's my question, because that was the baseline for that job. So that's what my question was.
Okay.
Further discussion on the game plan for Grants and Philanthropy Department leadership. Councilwoman James.
Well, my comments are really on all of the HR issues that we have. And I think what we all agree to is that we have much too many vacancies that any of us are comfortable with. I'm sure that's the same for you as well as the administration. We do feel that there has been a lack of urgency, and definitely a lack of, maybe the biggest lack is that we just have not gotten the information about things when you're being kept updated about what's going on. Sometimes there's a lack. I mean, you can understand and follow what's happening. We have not received that. And these are very critical issues for us. So I am going to request that administration create a weekly status update. We have a HR finance committee that is chaired by Brett Nicholson, who has not been able to function in the last number of months. That may be one reason why this has been allowed to drag on for so long. But at this point, we need to implement a weekly status update on these positions. Council needs to know weekly what is going on to fill these positions. That should include what the current status is, how many vacancies, how many applicants, how many candidates we have moving forward, what, if any, offers have been made, and when do we expect to have that position filled. We need weekly updates on HR because we've got to begin to deal with this problem as a priority and with a sense of urgency. And to me, what that means is that the administration commits to giving the city council more regular updates on what's happening with these jobs.
Further discussion on grants and philanthropy.
I just have a question. I guess I should ask you, how many current positions are open in each department?
I do not have that information for you right now, but if you allow me some time to gather, I can get that for you, if you allow me to.
Thank you.
Further discussion on this one? Councilwoman James.
Do I need to make that a resolution to request administration give us a weekly update on that?
We can, council leadership can raise that with the mayor tomorrow, and if it doesn't manifest, then yes, we can draft up a resolution for council consideration. Mayor Grima?
Well, I think that's a good idea, and so certainly I can commit publicly to making sure that happens on a weekly basis.
As can I.
Further discussion on grants and philanthropy and the need for leadership for that important operation? Okay. Next, there is still no one in place to be the point person or primary coordinator for the City of Pontiac's American Rescue Plan Act funds. If these funds aren't obligated by the end of this year, they get sent back to the federal government. The City of Pontiac could lose tens of millions of dollars. What's the plan? Anyone want to speak to that? Mayor Grima.
Yeah, this is not actually an existing position, but it is a position that we've been talking with the Community Foundation for Southeast Michigan about funding, and there are actually two positions that we'd like the Community Foundation for Southeast Michigan to fund to really help expedite things with American Rescue Plan dollars. And so the Community Foundation for Southeast Michigan has a meeting this Thursday to pitch that proposal, and we're optimistic that these positions will be funded and created, and we'll move forward from there. But currently, these positions don't exist. They haven't been created, but we have been in discussions with the Community Foundation for Southeast Michigan about them. So this is not a recruitment issue. It's a question of the Community Foundation for Southeast Michigan funding them and then helping find some great candidates to fill them. And I do have some people in mind for these positions. So I think we'll have more to share after Thursday.
So it should be no surprise to the City Council or to the citizens that this would be an operational need, for the funds have been determined for years. And were identified the amount exactly the City of Pontiac would receive for years. For the duration of this current term of office, this need was obvious. So this is, I think, a very dire point. We have communicated this privately. Council leadership has communicated it. It's been communicated every month at different subcommittee levels. So now it's just about elevating and escalating, because it would be unacceptable for the citizens of Pontiac to miss out on millions of dollars that were received and appropriated for the benefit of American Rescue Plan Act funds for the citizens and City of Pontiac. It is April 16th. So I'm grateful that the Community Foundation for Southeast Michigan is still, 2 months later, still being willing to consider this 11th hour assistance. But obviously, there have been 11 hours prior to it getting to the 11th hour that we knew it would be a need. So if the previous solution was that the Grants and Philanthropy Director, who's no longer there, was the coordinator and source expert in-house, they obviously weren't being compensated adequately for that additional serious role. So that is something I've expressed before, but setting that aside for the sake of time, it is April 15th. No, it's almost April 17th. It's just something that is so central of a priority for the City Council. We cannot allow it to be a question that we just wait patiently for. We are pressing the matter, and we'll keep pressing it more firmly. Councilman Rutherford.
That was the nice version. Here's the real one. Time is a wasting. We have seen other people drop the ball with their money. We cannot, will not. If it gets heavy, I'm going to ask the council to start divvying it out to organizations, because I'm very scared this isn't going to get done. I'm very scared. I don't trust them to do it in a timely fashion. And what happens if the Community Foundation says no? Then what's our plan B or C? This all could have been avoided. I'm going to say it for the last time. Had we just took care of our own. There was a plan put in place. It was a beautiful plan. It had structure and timelines and everything we were going to do. And because of $7,000, that plan is gone. And it's not going to matter to the citizens who did it. They're going to blame all of us. Everybody on here going to be blamed if this money is not allocated. So this should be a priority. Other than the finance director, this should be priority number one. Because I'm afraid. I've seen things happen around here. Been here 45 years, May the 6th. I've seen a lot of plans go up and a lot of plans be destroyed because people fail to plan. And that's really what I mean by that is they fail to have a plan B, plan C, plan D, plan E. And nobody wants to tell somebody because they've been on that list waiting for their round for their house to get built. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am or sir, it ain't getting built because we lost the funding. So let's be real about what could happen. Because if it isn't allocated, it stops. That's it.
Further discussion on this item? Councilwoman James.
I would like to ask the mayor, it sounds like you are in agreement that the position should exist?
We do think that to expedite the obligation of these funds by the federal deadline at the end of this year, that we do want somebody, or actually two people, who are solely focused on obligating these funds. So the short answer is yes.
Okay, my second question is there anybody, and you don't have to mention any names, but just, are there any candidates for these positions in-house that could be moved into these positions?
I would say no, nobody in-house with the adequate skills and expertise to make this happen. As I mentioned, the Community Foundation for Southeast Michigan has some people in mind. But we want to make sure not that we're just putting a warm body in the seat, but that the person has the relevant expertise.
So if we would, talking about Plan A and Plan B, as Councilman Rutherford said, if there's no reason why we can't pursue a candidate on our own, is there? I mean, we can still attempt to try to get it funded through the foundation, but there's no reason why we can't create a job description.
That's correct, and we wanted to wait until after this Thursday's meeting, but I think we're likely to move forward one way or the other, regardless of the outcome of the Thursday meeting.
Okay.
Pro Tem.
Thank you, President McGinnis. This is for the mayor. So do we have any other firms in mind that have actually been working with these particular funds with other municipalities outside of the Community Foundation of Eastern Michigan?
Well, the Community Foundation for Southeast Michigan has a couple of individuals in mind. I'm not aware of, that doesn't mean they don't exist, but I'm not aware of any firms or companies that provide this service separate from in-house employees.
Okay. Well, I definitely think a few municipalities, I can follow up with those municipalities to see what firm they brought in to assist them with their opera fund. So, yeah, thank you.
Further discussion?
Thank you, Brother President. I just
Parker.
have one question to ask. Does the person that you're looking to put in that position have to have municipal accounting experience?
I'm sorry, for what position are you talking about?
The point person for the ARPA funds.
I'm sorry, I'm not well versed in that. You talk about what we just talked about previously. I have to defer to the mayor because he knows a little bit more about this than I do because it's not part of our recruiting at this time.
Yeah, so the answer is they don't need to be an accountant or have accounting experience per se, but they do need to have management experience and expertise about ARPA guidelines.
Further discussion? All right, Councilman Rutherford.
Okay, I got to. Currently, there's an individual that is familiar with running ARPA programming. She worked directly under Alexander Borngesser. Is there a reason why we have not pursued her in that position, being that she's currently running most of these programs that we are familiar with? Why wouldn't we then just elevate her? Is it because Is it because, what's the reason? That's what I want to know.
Well, I'll just say, there's no position that's even been created yet. We can't hire or recruit or transition or promote for a position that is yet to be established.
Well, I take that back. I take my question back.
April of 2024.
April of 2024. Have at it. That's one more time. April 2024.
That's what the calendar says right now.
Oh wow. Okay.
All right, this will be back on next week's City Council agenda, and I hope that the HR director doesn't have to come and answer those questions that the administration can answer. Okay. All right, hearing nothing further, that's the final discussion item. We're now at public communications. The first is that Pontiac Youth Assistance has their annual breakfast this Thursday morning, the 18th, at Welcome Missionary Baptist Church. I'll be there. I was curious if other council members, Councilman Rutherford, any other council? All right. Do you need a ticket? All right, you're covering a ticket. You need a ticket? Okay. Anyone else want to join the breakfast? 7:30 is doors open, but 8 to 9 is the program this coming Thursday morning, the 18th. Give me a shout. Okay, let me know. Reminder, free landfill days for Pontiac residents are this Saturday, the following Saturday, April 27th, and the first Saturday in May 4th. All right. The annual citywide community cleanup kickoff is Earth Day, Monday the 22nd. 10 a.m. Gathering in downtown Pontiac next to the old Oakland Press distribution building. I want to just highlight that I'll let Councilman James in her closing comments just emphasize it, but there's functions on April 25th in her district, including for a town hall meeting about proposed improvements for mini parks and neighborhood parks. District 6 has their meeting on April 25th, and Councilman Goodman wanted me to emphasize that his District 3 meeting is April 29th, but the day before on April 28th, he has his pullover prevention clinic he's preventing. That's Sunday, April 28th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Baldwin Center. No charge, all are welcome to help get vehicles in shape to avoid prevent pullovers. And then the next District 2 meeting is the 4th Monday of April, and the next District 1 meeting is April 27th, 3 to 5 p.m. This month will be at the Pontiac Creative Arts Center. All right, so for the sake of time, Mayor Greimel, you have one communication that you'd like to share?
I would, yeah, it's time sensitive. So I've mentioned this in the past, but as we seek to better communicate with local businesses and especially businesses owned by Pontiac residents, we continue to put on what we're terming supplier connect events. These are events so that those who want to make sure that they're having an opportunity to get contracts with the city, learn more about that process, have an opportunity to meet our purchasing staff, and have those important conversations. The next of these events is this Friday, just in 3 days from now, April 19th, from 5 to 6 p.m. right here in City Council chambers. The next event after that is on Friday, May 17th, also from 5 to 6 p.m. Right here in City Council chambers. So if you're interested in getting city contracts, please come on out to these important events.
Mayor Greimel, closing comments.
Yeah, I really just want to answer one question that I think is important, and we've spoken to it before, but the county investment in the site of the Phoenix Center does not have any impact on Phoenix Place Apartments. That apartment complex is privately owned. It's not owned by the city. It will not be owned by the county. It is a separate parcel of land that was not involved, not part of, and not related to the transaction or the plans involving Oakland County.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, thank you for your marathon service to the people of Pontiac tonight. Anything you'd like to close with?
No comment.
Okay. Councilman Parker.
How much time I got? Hope y'all ain't ready to go home yet. First, I want to thank those who attended the District 5 CDC, for all of the guests who came and presented, and for those presenters and those who shared information. I want to say thank you for coming. And our next meeting will be, I think it's May 9th at 5 p.m. down in the Lions Den. I also want to share, and I've said this before, I want to give a quick update on GERS. I've said time and time again from this position, I sit on the GERS board. I don't sit on the VIVA board. I do not sit on the CEPR board. I sit on the GERS board. And therefore, I've said I don't usually report because I'd only give you 1/3 of the information. So here's the 1/3 of information. The GERS board is doing outstanding. It is still making money. It has over $400 million in their bank account. They continue to distribute it perfectly and well according to the members that are there. The issue is not the GERS board. The issue is the old GERS board and the monies that was in the old GERS board that was supposed to move to the new GERS board. That has been a discussion for the last 2 years as to what happens with that $50+ million, and that is what most of the court cases have been about. There have been changes that CEPR has made. There have been changes that the administration has made. Those have been looked at, discussed, redirected, rediscussed, and argued about again, and that's some of the delays, and of course some of it had to go to court to decide some of the issues. I can tell you that the money is there, and I certainly don't want to interfere with any negotiations that are taking place. But I do recall that some of this is CEPRA's issue because, if I'm not mistaken, early 22, there was a CEPRA vote that all the members voted to move all the money over to the new GERS board, and that was disapproved by the leadership of CEPRA. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that did take place. And so the monies that we're talking about is not to do with GERS as much as it has to do with VIVA and CEPRA and how they're wanting to distribute the monies that was put in escrow to support and finance the $400 per membership, as I understood it. Having said that, I recognize that we've had we've had Ms. Watson representing us on the VIVA board, and I believe she attends also the CEPRA board. And I would ask this committee that if we want reports from those bodies, we ask our council representative, Ms. Watson, to come and present a report or a written report if she cannot come to this board monthly after the meetings take place. But I also want to say, and I know one of the things that the GERS board has been doing, we've been interviewing management of financial consultant companies to make sure that they invest our monies properly and the monies continue to grow, and they are absolutely doing that. I know most of us have talked about the open positions that are available, and I know we had some of those same discussions at the Finance and Personnel Subcommittee meeting, and I know, as they said here, one of the things the city don't want to do is just put seats in chairs, because that's what got us in this process in the first place. They put seats in chairs, and as people came on board, that was deciding that you need to be able actually to do the job. A lot of people got released from those jobs or left those jobs, which is why we have so many vacant positions that exist right now. But be that as it may, I do applaud the people who have been the Human Resources Department, who's been working diligently to try to fill these positions. And I know that they're working as hard as they can for as long as they can. They've hired some external management companies to assist with those processes. And as they keep moving forward, I just hope that we can get some of these positions filled quickly. And as we talk about the ARPA money, I recall there was $570,000 that was allocated to the parks in each district, and I know Galloway has already gone through their preliminary renderings, and I just need to know when can we start spending that money, because I know it is there. And finally, I want to say, I want to ask if you would please, I want to remind everybody that National Day of Prayer comes up May 2nd, 6 p.m. We will be having that celebration down in the City Hall lobby, May 2nd, 6 p.m., the National Day of Prayer. And I would ask that you would keep Pastor James Keys, Pastor Robert Martin, Bishop Antonio Gibson, Pastor Thurman Cogdale in your prayers as they're dealing with various family illnesses and issues. And I would ask that you would continue to pray for them. And I want to thank Pastor or Minister Cheryl Robinson for coming and giving our invocation today. And I would ask that you would pray for, as we know, we've been missing her sister, Pastor Emeritus Kathy Desereau, who's had surgery on her hip, and she's recovering nicely at home. So please continue to keep her in your prayers. And with that, I will say, have a good evening, Pontiac.
Thank you, Councilwoman James.
Yes, I have one announcement about the District 4 Community Council meeting will be April the 25th. And at that meeting, Spalding DeDecker, we're having an expanded meeting that day because Spalding DeDecker, the firm that did the design work for us for the mini and neighborhood parks, will be attending that meeting starting at, in fact, our meeting normally starts at 6, But for April the 25th, we'll be starting the meeting early at 4 o'clock because they will be there with their preliminary designs for the mini and the neighborhood parks. And by the way, I want to thank the Pontiac residents who came out to the engagement sessions that were conducted in the parks. There were 2 days of engagement sessions. We had a number of residents that came out and gave input. So I want to welcome you to be able to come to the meeting on December the 25th. It's going to take place at the New Mount Moriah International Church on 313 West Walton Boulevard. And at that time, you will get a chance to look at the preliminary designs that they have come up with and to be able to give input on those designs. So again, that is going to be April the 25th. Spalding de Decker, our design firm, will be at New Mount Moriah Church with the preliminary designs for the mini and neighborhood parks. So we want to invite the whole city, not just District 4. We want to invite the whole city, in particular those residents that came out to give input on what they wanted to see in those parks. We want to welcome you to be able to participate on that day. And with that, also, as our president said, our spring cleanup starts this Monday, so we want to invite the city of Pontiac to come out, be with us there on that corner. We're going to be at that in that parking lot there, right down from the old Pontiac Press Building. And we're going to be there from 10 o'clock to 3. We're going to be doing various work throughout the downtown area. So we want to invite all the residents of Pontiac to come out and join us. Let's work together to make Pontiac the city that we want it to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Truth is on the side of the oppressed. That was said by Malcolm X. Truth will always be the lie. Truth will stand the test of time. We must stand on truth with the retirees. We must stand on truth in regards to the city. We must stand on, we cannot cloud, when you cloud truth with politics, we play with the people, and the people deserve the truth. In the following weeks, I'll be doing more resolutions in regards to the retirees. Resolutions requesting a direct timeline on Art Dunlap. I want to take this moment to thank all the retirees who came to support this resolution. I also want to thank my fellow council members because I truly believe that we want to see these retirees be made whole. And I think that we have to always stand on truth. I can applaud you because I've seen the work you've done behind line, Pastor Parker and Councilwoman James and President Pro Tem. That act that you and President McGinnis came up with, stopping this administration from going back to court, is important to say so that we have the talking points, one band, one sound, as Mr. Clifford Sykes taught me. But we can't just stop there. We have to stand on truth about these jobs. And we have to hold everybody feet to the fire. And even if that makes me unpopular, it's the truth that will set us free. It's the truth that will make us as a council and the administration align with each other and get past petty politics and one-ups and do the business of the city. I'm hoping that this individual act we did is not vetoed. But if it is vetoed, I yield and look towards the council president and pro tem to guide us in the right direction. And I need the mayor to be on board as well. We have to stop playing petty politics or trying to be the winner, and we can all win when we get past ourselves and do what's in the betterment of the city. I want to also say that the District 1 meeting, it's already been announced, it's going to be at the Creative Arts Centers from 3 to 5. Mayor Tim Grimer will be one of the speakers there, so you can ask him more questions. But we cannot allow individuals with all their own hidden agendas for us to be clouded by not telling the truth. And so I say to that, God bless you, God keep you, God put his loving hands upon you and give you peace. And lastly, I want to say congratulations to my pastor and my friend, Pastor John Tobert. on his 12th anniversary of being the pastor of one of the best churches I've ever been to, Trinity Baptist Church. Under his leadership, I've learned to truly stand on truth. And for that, I say good night.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I want to be brief, but there's been so many things said tonight. First, I just want to make sure that the residents know about the upcoming District 6 meeting next week at Ruth Peterson at 6 o'clock. Please come out. We need to talk about some community projects. Also, as you heard from tonight's presentation, that it's going to be a presentation concerning the DBDG fund. So it's important that you come out because the city needs to hear your concerns about this particular plan. We definitely have to move with urgency, as you heard tonight. We have to move with urgency with the retirees. And I'm sincerely hoping this is resolution stating where the council actually stands will ring solutions when it comes to the negotiation process. We have so many moving parts, so many things that this council and administration had to take on once taking office. And I'm going to say this, and I really don't like going back and forth with past administrations because I believe that you build on what the prior administration and the prior council has done. We try to look for those best things that they've done and build on it. And that's always been my focus. So I really don't like to take stabs at anyone. But even the last mayor even said tonight that it was never no proposal that actually guaranteed anyone. The proposal said that we need to explore and discuss. And when you look at the dictionary, explore means to inquire or to discuss. So I spent several days last week looking for any resolution that guaranteed the retirees $400. I even looked at 500-page council minutes as well, trying to find these things that prior people, or I assume prior people, said that was already done. So in doing this, I want to make sure that it's done correctly. We all support this. I also want to make sure that we don't mess up anybody's pensions because I know this is a very serious and it's a very hot topic item. I'm not an actuary, so I do know if something needs to be done, we also have to do an actuary study before we can change anything. I do know that just from talking to a few other people. But it's important that we do move with action and urgency. And I do agree with the Councilman Rutherford when it is definitely urgent. And I don't want to see anybody else suffer or be without. And I think from day one we came in office, the council has made, has definitely made where we stand on this particular issue known throughout this process. So again, I'm hoping that we can have a quick resolution in coming weeks. And I'm not in the negotiation process, so I don't know what's going on. So I'm hoping that both the administration and Cypria are coming to a quick resolution when it comes to this. Also, I just want to keep one of our residents in prayer. I just received a message from a young man that was sideswiped by a car as he was trying to get to the skate park this evening. So please keep that family in our prayers tonight. And good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody that's still with us or that was here earlier and has bounced. Thank you for investing in moving Pontiac forward. Thank you to this council. This is a lot of time, a lot of effort, but as we've seen, it's the grueling stuff that gets us moving the ball down the field. It's been 6 hours since we started the special meeting. I'm hungry and I'm tired and I'm thirsty, so I'll stop talking. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
No one seconds. Okay. Moved by Councilman Parker, second by Councilman James. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Deputy Clerk on adjournment.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas. Let's go home.
Okay, we stand adjourned at 11:03 p.m. Thank you, everyone.